Chapter 246. Ning Shu felt that Huqing did not go to the autumn harvest. Instead, he went to spend time with the little fox. He left behind all the women in the palace and ran off to play with the adulterous couple. She still had to stay in the palace to help Huqing manage all the women in the palace. Damn it! Ning Shu wanted to kill the emperor again. Ning Shu did not care about Huqing's matters. Instead, he accompanied Huqing to study. Some things were not easy to do when Huqing was around. After Huqing left, Ning Shu immediately hired a teacher for Huqing. This teacher was found by Marshal Xiao. Ning Shu and imperial noble consort Xian secretly sped up their plans. Half a month passed. Huqing, who was so happy that he forgot about home, finally returned. But when he returned, he brought a peerless beauty with him. When Huqing returned, he brought the little fox in front of Ning Shu. He directly said to Ning Shu, "Empress, this is Jin Ling." The little fox Jin Ling did not bow to Ning Shu. Huqing did not say anything. Ning Shu calmly said, "Your Majesty, where did such a beautiful woman come from? Your Majesty went to the autumn harvest and brought back such a peerless beauty. This is the daughter of the county magistrate of Chu County, not far from the capital. I like her very much and brought her into the palace." Huqing looked at the little fox with a loving gaze. Ning Shu smiled and looked at the little fox. She was wearing a pink satin palace dress. She did not wear any makeup. Her white skin had a slightly pink luster. There was a youthful and charming look between her brows. However, her figure was curvaceous. Her eyes were very lively and cute. When one looked at her, one would feel that they were captivated by this pair of eyes that were full of intelligence and cunning. She was charming with an innocent cunning. She could not be any more charming. Ning Shu finally understood Huqing's intentions. First, he killed a fox and skinned it. After all, not every fox had a beautiful golden fur like the little fox. Then, after leaving the palace, he gave the little fox a proper identity. Huqing really put in a lot of effort for the little fox. Ning Shu said meaningfully, that parental official in Chu County is really emitting smoke from his ancestral grave. To be able to give birth to such a peerless beauty in the world, Your Majesty, please arrange a place for Qinxie to live. I don't need you to arrange a place for me to stay. I want to stay with Huqing, said the little fox, Jin Ling. The little fox looked at Ning Shu with vigilance and hostility. She had been a fox before, so she didn't feel much for these women. Now that she had become a human and had given her body and mind to Huqing, the little fox was filled with hostility towards these harem women. The man she liked could only like her back. Love was selfish. The little fox glared at Huqing in annoyance. Really, if she had known this would happen, she wouldn't have returned to the palace. Now that she was a human, she might as well go sightseeing on the mainland and flirt with the little fresh meats instead of guarding Huqing who had so many women. Seeing that his beloved was unhappy, Huqing hurriedly comforted her with a doting gaze. Ning Shu watched as the two of them looked at each other lovingly in front of her. He didn't care if others could take it or not. "Miss, have I seen you before? You give me a very familiar feeling. I keep feeling like I've seen you somewhere before." Ning Shu narrowed her eyes slightly, as if trying to recall where she had seen her before. Huqing stood in front of the little fox, Jin Ling. Ning Shu said, "Jin Ling has lived in Chu County since she was young. How could you possibly have seen her, Your Majesty? There's no need to arrange a place for her to stay. I'll do it myself." Huqing then led the little fox away. The little fox turned around and playfully stuck out her tongue at Ning Shu. Her contempt for Ning Shu was obvious. After they left the palace, Huqing tapped the little fox's nose in annoyance. He said dotingly, "You're such an eccentric girl. She's the empress now. Don't go against her. It won't do you any good." "Humph," the little fox raised her head and bit Huqing's chin. She then said proudly, "I just don't like her. Huqing, you can only have me in your heart. You're not allowed to have anyone else." Otherwise, I'll leave the palace and find other handsome men. Hua Qing patted the little foxes but lightly. You're mine. I won't allow you to find other men. I'll kill whoever you find. Let's see who dares to touch you in the future. No one dares to touch my beloved. Yes, I'm not yours. The little fox heard Hua Qing's words and retorted. Her heart was filled with sweetness. Hua Qing was so good and so handsome. She couldn't bear to leave him. Hua Qing lowered his head and went to the little fox's ear. He bit the little fox's ear and blew hot air into it. If you're not mine, then who are you? The little fox's body went limp and her face turned red. She looked at Hua Qing with watery eyes. Hua Qing was aroused by the little fox's gaze. He immediately carried the little fox and went to the bedroom. After a round of passion, the little fox drew circles on Hua Qing's chest with her white and tender fingers. She said to Hua Qing, I hate those women in your harem. And the Empress. I hate her. I especially hate the way she looks at me. Hua Qing grabbed the little fox's hand and kissed it. She won't be the Empress soon. You're the only one in my heart. You're the only one who's fit to be my Empress. After Hua Qing and the little fox left, Imperial Noble Consort Xian rushed over to Ning Shu and asked, Is that woman back? This concubine heard that His Majesty brought back a woman. Have some tea. She's back. Ning Shu said calmly. She's the daughter of a 9th-rank Sesame official. Hua Qing didn't arrange a prominent family background for the little fox. If her background was too prominent, it would be easy for people to investigate. Besides, aristocratic families had records of their descendants. Imperial Noble Consort Xian bit her lips. Ning Shu asked, Imperial Noble Consort, when will our plan be carried out? There's no rush. This concubine knows you want revenge, but things have to be done slowly. Ning Shu waved his hand. Now isn't a good time. Imperial Noble Consort Xian sighed. Ning Shu said mournfully, This concubine wants revenge for her child. Revenge. This concubine's heart is filled with revenge. There's no rush. Ning Shu said calmly. Anything that crossed the line would cause a backlash. When the concubines in the harem found out that the emperor brought a woman back, they all rushed to Ning Shu's palace. They wanted to know what kind of woman made the emperor break the rules and bring her back to the palace. The women in the palace had to go through 3 trials and 5 generals. They had to be selected layer by layer before they could become the emperor's concubine. However, that woman was brought back directly. All the concubines felt very uneasy. First, it was a fox that stole all of the emperor's attention. Now, there was a woman who was said to be extremely beautiful. There was really no end to it. Ning Shu only said that the woman the emperor liked was indeed very beautiful. Then, the harem spread that the woman the emperor brought back was as beautiful as a fairy. Chapter 247. The little fox was temporarily staying in Hua Qing's palace, making all the concubines jealous. Now, Hua Qing didn't enter the harem at all. Every day, he pampered women who came out of nowhere. Hua Qing hadn't entered the harem for almost half a year. In the past, Hua Qing rarely entered the harem, but at least he would let the concubines serve him. Now, he didn't even enter the harem, which made the concubines' hearts itch. If they had explosives in their hands, Ning Shu suspected that these women would blow up Hua Qing's palace. It would be best if they killed all the women in the palace. Hua Qing doted on the little fox a lot. Other than when he went to court, Hua Qing spent all his time with the little fox. Ning Shu couldn't understand why Hua Qing didn't give the little fox a position. Could it be that he wanted to overthrow the marshal's residence and make the little fox empress? In the plot, the little fox eventually became the empress and her son became the emperor. Then, the playful little fox took Hua Qing to travel the world. She was so lucky. Your Highness, the people from the Ministry of Works are working on the palace not far from the emperor. I think they're going to build a house, Qing Zhu told Ning Shu. Building a house? How many houses were there in the palace? Moreover, the buildings in the palace were all planned. Suddenly building a house would break the overall layout of the palace. I asked little Anzi. He said that they're building a house for Miss Jean Ling and that Miss Jean Ling personally designed it, Qing Zhu said. The people from the Ministry of Works didn't want to take over at first. They advised the emperor that every part of the palace was planned and that it was related to the fate of the country and the gathering of the dragon bloodline. Miss Jean Ling said that the people from the Ministry of Works were superstitious. Then, the emperor personally ordered that everything be built according to Miss Jean Ling's design. Ning Shu was speechless. Okay, rich and willful. Because Hu Qing didn't give the little fox a position, the servants in the palace all called the little fox Mississippi. But secretly, they despised this woman. She was with the emperor without any status. Wasn't she having illicit relations without a matchmaker? The little fox from the modern world didn't care about this at all. In her opinion, she and Hu Qing were truly in love. Now, they were boyfriend and girlfriend. It had nothing to do with others. Even if the little fox heard these words, she didn't care. As long as she was happy, anything was fine. The little fox wanted to give Hu Qing a surprise, so she kept urging the people from the Ministry of Works to hurry up and fix the house. Apart from that, the little fox brought many changes to the harem. For example, she gave Hu Qing some exotic food and often performed modern dances for him. She also performed some seductive dances and pole dances. This made Hu Qing even more fascinated with the little fox. He couldn't figure out what was going on in her mind. Hu Qing felt very blessed to have met Hu-er. He felt that his life had been in vain. Hu Qing even thanked the heavens for letting him meet Hu-er. At this time, Hu Qing had completely forgotten that there was a group of concubines waiting for him in the harem. The Ministry of Works built the house very quickly. Soon, a modern-style villa was built next to Hu Qing's bedroom. Ning Shu looked at the villa and wanted to cover his face. It was really strange that such a white villa had suddenly appeared in the majestic and dignified palace. It completely destroyed the dignity and wealth that the palace should have. In short, it was as awkward as it could be. Hu Qing loved the house and its crow. He liked this style of house very much. When he heard Hu-er say that this was their love nest, Hu Qing's heart was burning. He liked this house even more. In order to shock these ignorant ancient people, the little fox generously invited the concubines from the harem to her villa to attend the party. Hu Qing was afraid that no one would attend the little fox's party and embarrass the little fox. Therefore, he ordered all the concubines to attend the party. Even Ning Shu, the empress, was no exception. The concubines who came to attend the party all looked at the villa with wide eyes and strange expressions. The little fox was proud. You ancient people have never seen a modern villa. Every time Ning Shu looked at this villa, her heart would itch. She wanted to find someone to tear down this house. It was really awkward to look at. Ning Shu felt that she had obsessive-compulsive disorder. It was a party, but it was just barbecue. The little fox even explained to the concubines that it was barbecue. Looking at the concubines' confused expressions, the little fox could only shrug. This was the generation gap. There was no way to communicate. These concubines didn't touch the barbecue. The smoky food looked dirty. These concubines ate very carefully in the palace. They didn't eat this kind of food. Seeing the little fox's bold manner of eating, the concubines widened their eyes. Did the emperor like such a boorish woman? Ning Shu narrowed his eyes at the little fox. He saw the red mark on her neck. He could see how intimate she was with Hu Qing. These concubines came here to see Hu Qing. However, when the party ended, they didn't see Hu Qing. They could only leave in disappointment. The little fox looked at the expressions of these concubines with disdain. These people were really hypocrites. They said that they were here to attend her party, but they were still thinking about her Hu Qing. She had already informed Hu Qing not to come. Seeing these people's disappointed expressions, the little fox was secretly pleased. Ning Shu looked at the little fox indifferently. He didn't know what class the little fox was before she transmigrated. Why did he feel that she was so lowly? She wanted to beat the ancients with her insignificant modern knowledge. Ning Shu only had 3 words. Ha! This little fox didn't have any rules. She never greeted anyone. She was simply challenging the ancient feudal system. Alright, with the emperor as her backing, she could be so willful. Hua Qing would be scolded to death by the imperial censors sooner or later. The little fox was a maverick in the palace. She treated her maids very well. She even said that everyone was equal and no one was nobler than another. Ning Shu felt that if he was this maid, he would definitely give her a big slap. Your sister, if everyone was equal, why was he serving her and not the other way around? Her words were pleasant to hear. TSK, TSK, TSK. Ning Shu didn't know how to evaluate the little fox. Hua Qing liked her character and personality so much. Was Hua Qing's eyes covered with lard? Or was he used to seeing elegant ladies and was interested in the little fox's overly lively personality? The little fox also invented mahjong, poker, and the like. It created a gambling craze in the palace. Even the concubines in the harem were addicted to these gambling games. With the new games, the concubines didn't miss the emperor every day. This was one of the good things the little fox did. In short, the palace was a mess. Coupled with Hua Qing's unprincipled favoritism, the little fox caused chaos wherever she went. The unlucky ones were always others. Hua Qing, your concubine cheated in mahjong with me. It's fine. Punish that concubine by grounding her for a month. Hua Qing, I'm sorry. I tore your dragon robe. It's all because you suddenly hugged me last night. I got too excited. It's fine. Chapter 248. At night, lightning flashed and deafening thunder boomed in the sky. It was raining cats and dogs. Suddenly, there was a loud clap of thunder that made the entire palace tremble. Panicked cries could be heard in the storm. Fire, fire. The villa next to Hua Qing's bedroom was on fire. The fire was so strong that even the heavy rain could not extinguish it. The fire lit up the entire palace. The palace became restless. Ning Shu got up from the bed and said to Hua Qingwang, it's about to start. Are you afraid? I'm not afraid. Hua Qingwang clenched his fists tightly. His body was trembling and his face was red. Ning Shu said, I'm not afraid. If we fail, we will die. Qing Zhu helped Ning Shu put on his clothes. Hua Qingwang got up from the bed and grabbed the corner of Ning Shu's clothes tightly. Mother, I'm not afraid. Ning Shu nodded. Holding Hua Qingwang's hand, he walked towards the burning villa. Qing Zhu and the palace maids held umbrellas for Ning Shu and Hua Qingwang. It was raining heavily and a lot of rainwater had accumulated on the ground. It almost drowned their shoes. When they arrived at the villa, many palace maids and guards were putting out the fire. Hua Qing and Little Fox stood under the roof of the bedroom in their pajamas. Little Fox's eyes were red. She felt her heart ache when she saw her efforts being burned. There were so many places in the palace, but only her villa was burned. Her villa. Little Fox's heart ached. She had her own mansion in ancient times, but it was struck by lightning. She felt that the heavens were playing with her. Seeing Little Fox like this, Hua Qing quickly put out the fire. Even with so many eunuchs and guards putting out the fire did not die down. It exploded with crackling sounds. Hua Qing's face was cold and his brows were tightly knitted. Under the flickering light of the fire, he was incomparably cold. Ning Shu held Hua Qingwang's hand and walked in front of Hua Qing. She bowed to Hua Qing. Greetings, Your Majesty. Hua Qing glanced at Ning Shu and his gaze stopped on Hua Qingwang. He said impatiently, why did you bring the child here so late? Since something like this happened, Qinxia naturally had to come. Qingwang was worried about His Majesty and thought that His Majesty was living in the villa. He was afraid that something would happen to His Majesty, so he begged Qinxie to come along. Ning Shu said faintly. Hua Qing's heart skipped a beat. Fortunately, he didn't stay in the villa tonight. Otherwise, he would be in trouble. Hu was a woman who knew how to have fun. Sometimes, she would have sex in the villa and basically didn't stay in the villa at night. Hu said that the newly repaired house wasn't suitable for people to live in. Moreover, Hu said that she preferred to sleep in the dragon bed. Otherwise, he and Hu would be trapped in the villa tonight. Hua Qing heaved a sigh of relief and couldn't help but reach out to hug the little fox with one hand. He comforted her, "Don't be afraid, I'm here." Ning Shu was speechless. At the very least, his wife and son were beside him. Could he restrain himself a little? Hua Qingwang grabbed Ning Shu's hand and watched as Hua Qingwang hugged the little fox. His eyes were dark and looked very treacherous under the light of the fire. The fire burned fiercely. Even though there were so many people, they still couldn't save the villa. In the end, the villa that only had wood left collapsed with a creak. It looked especially miserable. Ning Shu was about to die from laughter in his heart. This dazzling villa was finally gone. "Your Majesty, something bad has happened." An official hurriedly ran over and knelt in front of Hua Qingwang. He didn't care at all even though the rain was pouring down on him. Hua Qing frowned. "Imperial astronomer, why did you enter the palace?" "This humble subject is here to tell your Majesty that this fire is a warning to the heavens." The imperial astronomer knelt on the ground in a daze. Just as the imperial astronomer finished speaking, the sound of chaotic footsteps came over. Hua Qing saw that it was actually the civil and military officials. Then, one by one, they knelt in front of him. Hua Qing coldly said, "My beloved officials, what are you doing? Zhen didn't summon you to enter the palace. How did you enter the palace? What are the imperial guards doing? Your Majesty, please forgive this subject for coming unannounced." The Grand Preceptor said to Hua Qing. "This matter is truly too urgent. It concerns the future of the country. This subject can only brave the world and enter the palace." This Grand Preceptor was Imperial Noble Consort Xian's grandfather. Ning Shu looked at the white-bearded marshal in full military attire. He was the original owner's grandfather. Victory or defeat would be decided today. Seeing the mass of people kneeling below, Hua Qing had a bad feeling in his heart. He coldly said, "If there is anything to say it tomorrow. Zhen won't argue with my beloved officials for their improper actions today. Your Majesty, this matter is too important. Let's listen to what these trusted officials have to say." This concubine thinks that there is something urgent. Ning Shu bowed and said to Hua Qing. Hua Qing frowned. Ning Shu scolded, "The concubines of the imperial harem are not allowed to interfere with government affairs. Empress, you are overstepping your bounds." Hua Qing, "I'm a bit scared. Let's go inside." When the little fox saw this scene, her legs went weak. She pulled on Hua Qing's sleeve and said pitifully, "How dare you call His Majesty by his name? How unruly." An imperial censor straightened his back and scolded the little fox righteously. Hua Qing's expression immediately turned ugly. He couldn't bear to scold but he was scolded by an official so rudely. When he saw Hu's frightened appearance, Hua Qing coldly said, "Imperial censor Wu, yelling in front of Zhen like this. Do you have any manners? Your Majesty, please forgive me." This subject was too impatient. Although the imperial censor said sorry, his back was still straight. He clearly didn't think he was wrong. His face looked like he was ready to die at any time. It was as if he wasn't afraid of death at all. Ning Shu saw that Hua Qing's body was shaking with anger. He stood in front of the little fox as if to shield her from the storm. Ning Shu's eyes flashed. Hua Qing really did love the little fox, but the little fox relied on Hua Qing's love to do things without fear. She had never thought of lessening Hua Qing's burden. He really didn't know how long Hua Qing could block for the little fox. Wouldn't he be tired? Hua Qing took a deep breath and said coldly, "What do you want to say? It looks like you want to force the emperor to abdicate. This subject doesn't dare. Your Majesty, please forgive us." The minister knelt in the rain. His official robes were soaked. Ning Shu was afraid that his grandfather's body wouldn't be able to take it. "We don't dare, we don't dare. You are forcing the emperor to abdicate. What do you want?" Hua Qing's hands were clenched tightly behind his back. His body was trembling slightly. Hua Qing's eyes were deep and his expression was calm. However, there was uneasiness and an unknown fear in his eyes. "Your Majesty, this subject observes the stars at night. The morning star is dim, but the demon star beside it is bright. This means that there is an evildoer around His Majesty. This fire is heaven's warning to His Majesty." The imperial astronomer said agitatedly, "The fire falling from the sky is heaven's warning to Yen Kingdom." "A bunch of nonsense. It's a bunch of nonsense." Hua Qing's body was trembling. An evildoer was causing trouble. These people were simply audacious. Chapter 249. The little fox didn't understand what the imperial astronomer was saying, but when she heard the word evildoer, her eyes widened in horror. Was he talking about her? Although she was a fox, she was still human. She wasn't an evildoer. The little fox clutched tightly to Hua Qing's clothes, her heart filled with unease and fear. Astronomical phenomena are nonsense. Imperial astronomer, I asked you to check the weather, not to exaggerate things like astrology. Hua Qing said coldly, "I don't have any evildoers by my side. You're overthinking things. Your Majesty." The imperial astronomer kowtowed to the ground and cried out mournfully, "Your Majesty, you must believe this humble subject's words. Planet Qiming is currently dim and lightless. Planet Qiming is the brightest star and represents Your Majesty. But now that it's dim, I'm afraid it won't just affect Your Majesty, but also the entire country, Your Majesty." The imperial astronomer kowtowed to the ground, his forehead bruised and his expression pained. The little fox was so frightened that she clutched Hua Qing's clothes tightly and hid behind him. She felt even more uneasy. "Your Majesty, it's better to believe than not. Let the imperial astronomer investigate if there's an evildoer by Your Majesty's side. This way, Your Majesty and the ministers can rest assured," Ning Shu said gently. Hua Qing turned his head to look at Ning Shu. His eyes were dark and fierce as he roared at Ning Shu, "Shut up." Ning Shu closed his mouth and didn't say anything. Hua Qinhuang saw his mother being scolded and wanted to say something, but Ning Shu squeezed his hand and he quieted down. "Your Majesty, Her Majesty the Empress is thinking for Your Majesty. Please forgive Her Majesty." Dressed in armor, the white-bearded Marshal Xiao was practically begging Hua Qing. It made one's heart ache inexplicably. Hua Qing was angered to death by Marshal Xiao's behavior. It was as if he was an incapable ruler who couldn't distinguish between right and wrong. "Your Majesty, the most important thing now is to find out who the evildoer is and who the person who is harmful to the country of Yen is. There are so many buildings in the palace, but why was this strange building destroyed by the heavenly lightning? This kind of thing shouldn't exist in the palace. Your Majesty, the woman beside you is a demon." The Grand Preceptor was heartbroken. "Your Majesty, you have been bewitched by the woman beside you. She is a demon that has transformed into a human to bring disaster to the Yen Kingdom." When Hua Qing heard the Grand Preceptor's words, he was so angry that he almost fainted. He had clearly concealed Hu's identity well and was very careful. How did these people know that Hu had transformed into a human? Hua Qing's eyes were red. He gritted his teeth tightly and the muscles on his face were trembling. Ning Shu hurriedly pulled Hua Qinhuang back and asked in fear, "Your Majesty, didn't you say she was the county magistrate's daughter? How could it be a monster? Your Majesty, come over quickly. Don't stand with the monster. Shut up, poisonous woman." When Hua Qing heard Ning Shu calling Hu a demon, he roared, "She's not a demon at all." Hua Qing looked around and saw the Empress hugging Hua Qinhuang tightly. A group of ministers were kneeling in the rain. He felt powerless as if he was against the world. Behind him, was trembling in fear. Your Majesty, you are really muddle-headed. You can't see such an obvious fact. Marshal Shao said, this woman is a fox spirit that has transformed into a human. She wants to shake the country. Does your Majesty not know about King Zhou of Shang and Su Daji? Your Majesty, are you going to ignore the Yan kingdom? Since this demoness entered the palace, many things have happened. She has harmed the imperial heirs and has no regard for seniority. Your Majesty has been bewitched by this demon and doesn't care about it. If this continues, the country will no longer be a country and the ministers will no longer be ministers. The Grand Preceptor knelt in the rain, his body swaying. He was supported by the ministers beside him, but he still insisted, Your Majesty, for the sake of the people of the Wei Kingdom, please kill this demoness and return the Yan Kingdom to its former glory. Your Majesty, please kill this demoness and return the Yan Kingdom to its former glory, the ministers shouted in unison. They kowtowed as if they were not afraid of pain. The little fox's face turned pale with fright. She couldn't help but cry out, You stubborn old fogies. You want me to die because of a single star? You're treating human life like grass. You'll suffer retribution for this. This demoness has brought disaster to the Yan Kingdom. She deserves to die. The Grand Preceptor looked at the little fox with disgust. The little fox was stunned. How was she a demoness? How could she bring disaster to the country? How could a woman like her have such ability? The little fox was afraid and wronged. She had no grudge against these people. Why should they decide her fate so easily? Hua Qing's blood boiled in his chest. A bloody taste rose in his throat. His head was throbbing with pain. He was angry and afraid. He was afraid that he would not be able to protect Hua Qing swallowed the bloody taste in his mouth and said calmly, There is no evidence to prove that this woman is a demoness. Your Majesty, this demoness was transformed from the fox beside your Majesty. The imperial astronomer pointed at the little fox. Hua Qing immediately retorted, The little fox by my side has already been killed. It's ridiculous that a beast can transform into a human. If I want officials like you to guard my country, I'd rather give up the country of Wei. Your Majesty, I have solid evidence today. That is why I am purging you. The Grand Preceptor said, Shaoan Zi, who is by your Majesty's side, can prove it. Shaoan Zi. Hua Qing looked in shock at Shaoan Zi, who walked over with his back bent. Then, he knelt down with a plop. Shaoan Zi greets your Majesty and everyone. There was no fear on Shaoan Zi's face. Hua Qing felt uneasy when he saw Shaoan Zi like this. He snorted and said, Shaoan Zi, be careful with your words. If you lie, I will have your head. Shaoan Zi kowtowed and said, I will definitely tell the truth. The woman beside your Majesty is transformed from the golden fox. The dead fox in the imperial garden was made by your Majesty. Your Majesty asked me to skin the dead fox. Shaoan Zi kowtowed to the ground. If I lie, I will fall into the 18th level of hell and never be reincarnated. Shaoan Zi said coldly. His words were like a knife that scraped Hua Qing's body. Hua Qing did not expect that the dog beside him would bite him back. This damned eunuch actually dared to say such things. Hua Qing shouted coldly, Shaoan Zi, I have treated you well. How dare you betray me? I did not betray your Majesty. I am loyal to the entire Yan Kingdom. Your Majesty connives with the evildoer and has an illicit relationship with the evildoer. Even if I am killed by your Majesty now, I will die without regrets. I only hate that I cannot kill the evildoer with my own hands. Shaoan Zi looked at the little fox with hatred in his eyes. Do you hate me? The little fox could not figure out how she had offended him. Of course I hate you. You made the emperor cruel. As a human, I was actually teased by a beast like you. Shaoan Zi said hatefully. Ning Shu smiled faintly in his heart. No matter how small the nail was, it would still hurt. This was the price of being willful. Chapter 250. Hua Qing regretted not taking down the marshal's residence. He wanted to take it slow, but with Hu by his side, he was afraid that if he was too aggressive, someone would hurt Hu. He wanted to slowly take the military power from old Marshal Zhao's hands. But now, he was forced to kill Hu by these officials. Hua Qing wanted nothing more than to chop these officials up. Time waits for no one. Now, he was a fish on the chopping board. He couldn't even protect the woman he loved. Hua Qing gripped the little fox's cold hand tightly. His eyes swept across the faces of these righteous officials. He calmly and coldly said, "I've said it before. The woman beside me is not some golden fox in disguise. Little Anzi, that dog of a slave, actually dares to frame me. Emperor, why are you so stubborn?" The old Grand Tutor straightened his back and said harshly, "If the emperor doesn't kill this evildoer who brings disaster to the country, this old official will kill himself here with all the officials. This old official doesn't want the emperor to do anything that will harm the foundation of our ancestors, Emperor. Emperor, please kill this evildoer who brings disaster to the country." The officials knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Hua Qing with serious expressions. Hua Qing was so angry that he staggered. Were they threatening him with death? Hua Qing didn't care about the lives of these officials at all, but he couldn't be labeled as muddle-headed. "Hua Qing, I'm so scared." When the little fox heard these people saying that they wanted to kill her, she was scared out of her wits. She felt very wronged. She was just a woman. What did she have to do with these people if she wanted to be happy? These people just wanted to kill her. Hua Qing tightly held the little fox's hand and said firmly, "With this one here, no one dares to do this to you. Emperor, you can't keep this witch alive. She really is a fox in disguise. This official has proof." Marshal Zhao knelt and cupped his hands to Hua Qing. He waved his hand to the deputy general beside him. Then, guards came over with Taoists. "Tell me the truth. Is the woman next to the emperor a fox spirit?" Marshal Zhao fiercely said to these Taoists. Several Taoist priests knelt on the ground. The rain soaked their Taoist robes, making them look miserable. They looked haggard and dispirited. The Taoist priests looked at each other and finally said, "The woman beside the emperor is a fox spirit. When the emperor found us, he wanted the golden fox to turn into a human." "Ridiculous, this is simply ridiculous," Hua Qing shouted. "How can an animal turn into a human? Make a human for me." Hua Qing felt very uneasy. These people had come prepared. He was really careless. He should have killed old man Zhao first. Then, the civil officials and military generals would not have joined forces to force him to abdicate. Animals can't transform into humans. It was me who offered the 1,000-year-old mermaid pearl. The golden fox swallowed the mermaid pearl to transform into a human, an elderly Taoist said hurriedly. "Ning Shu, didn't they say that there was only one shark pearl in the world? Why was there another one?" You. Hua Qing pointed at the people kneeling on the ground below. The moisture from the rain hit his body. It was very cold. Hua Qing suddenly felt very cold. "Are you going to rebel and force me to abdicate?" Hua Qing roared. "We don't dare. We can only disregard life and death and get rid of the evildoers around us. The evildoers who bring disaster to the country." The Grand Preceptor said righteously, "Your Majesty, you have been bewitched by this evildoer. You can't see the country and the people. If you let this evildoer do whatever she wants, I'm afraid that the Yan kingdom will be destroyed." Hua Qing was so angry that his body was trembling. He forced himself to calm down and said coldly, "Jin Ling is just a woman. She can't overturn the Yan kingdom. You think too highly of her." Hua Qing knew who. She didn't care about glory and wealth. She didn't like power and liked to play. How could she overturn the country? "Your Majesty, these ministers are working hard for the Yan kingdom. Everything they do is for the country and the people. Your Majesty, you should give up on Miss Jean Ling. Humans and demons are different. Ning Shu bowed and said to Hua Qing. When Hua Qing heard Ning Shu's words, he immediately said sternly, "Shut up. I suspect that you are jealous of Jean Ling. That's why you did this. Empress, your Shao family has a lot of troops and wants to rebel. I have known about your ambitions for a long time." Ning Shu's face was immediately filled with grievances, as if she had been wronged. She said, "Your Majesty, Qinxia is just a woman in the imperial harem. How could I have the ability to make the ministers do such a thing? You are a woman. Jean Ling is also a woman. Why did you do this to her? Are you happy to hit her when she is down? I really misjudged you." Ning Shu was speechless. He was speechless. He wasn't going after little fox, he was going after you. Ning Shu wiped his tears with a handkerchief. The little fox looked at Ning Shu unkindly and said resentfully, "Your Majesty, even if you hate me, you can't put Hua Qing in such a dilemma." Ning Shu, "Bah, the one who put Hua Qing in such a dilemma is not me. It is you. It is your willfulness that put Hua Qing in such a dilemma." Ning Shu didn't speak. He kept wiping his tears. His aggrieved look made people feel sad. "What right do you have to point at my mother? She is the empress of the Yan kingdom. She manages the harem diligently so that my father has no worries. My mother did nothing wrong. Instead, after you came to the palace, the entire palace was in a mess," Hua Qingwang said disdainfully. Hua Qingwang said disdainfully, "You don't have proper etiquette. You never salute my mother when you see her. You're really an animal." Hua Qingwang, "Shut up." Hua Qing shouted at Hua Qingwang with bloodshot eyes. "You have no right to speak here." Hua Qingwang was frightened by Hua Qing's ferocious face. He burst into tears and shouted, "Father, you don't want me anymore. Father has an evildoer. You don't even want your wife and children. Father, wake up. Father, wah 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 wah." Ning Shu hugged Hua Qingwang. He wiped his tears and said, "Qingwang, don't cry. Qingwang, don't cry. Mother, father only wants the vixen. He doesn't want me and mother anymore." Hua Qingwang cried. This desolate look really made people's hearts ache. Hua Qing was instantly labeled as someone who had abandoned his wife and child. You. Hua Qing's blood boiled in his chest. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He stared at Ning Shu and Hua Qingwang with wide eyes. He said to Hua Qingwang with hatred, "Little wolf, you actually want to kill your father." "Father, I didn't. I just want father to leave this vixen. Mother and I can't live without father." Hua Qingwang's face was full of sorrow. Hua Qing looked at Hua Qingwang and said coldly, "The blood of the Shao family flows in your body. You have wild ambitions. When you were born, I should have strangled you to death." Hua Qing's sudden words stunned all the officials. Even a vicious tiger would not eat its cubs. Now, the emperor wanted to kill his son. He was the same as King Zhou of Shang. Chapter 251. The rain stopped, but there was a cold chill. The atmosphere outside the bedchamber was extremely solemn. Hua Qing suddenly laughed. He looked at these officials and said coldly, "Speak, what do you want to do?" "Your Majesty, we just want you to mend your ways and kill the evildoer to restore order." The Grand Preceptor did not budge an inch. Hua Qing sneered. His aura was very frightening. "What if I don't? I am the son of heaven, but I can't even protect the woman I love. I am a useless emperor. Your Majesty, you are carrying the people of the Yan kingdom. Even if we die, we will lead you to the right path." The imperial censor said loudly to Hua Qing. Hua Qing's expression was very cold. "If you want to die, I will fulfill your wish." Hua Qing pulled out the large knife hanging from the waist of the guard beside him. With lightning speed, he stabbed the knife into the imperial censor's stomach. It happened too quickly. Everyone was shocked. The imperial censor who was stabbed said with difficulty, "Your Majesty, please kill the evildoer. With this evildoer here, the Yen kingdom will not be safe." Hua Qing's face was livid with anger. He had actually helped the imperial censor achieve his eternal reputation. He was afraid that future generations would remember this official who had died for his remonstrance and was killed by him. Hua Qing's hand holding the knife trembled. His head was buzzing and cold sweat broke out on his back. Ning Shu was also shocked by Hua Qing's actions. He quickly said to Qing Zhu, "Quickly call the Grand Preceptor. Don't let anything happen to Lord Wang." Qing Zhu quickly turned and ran. Ning Shu did not expect Hua Qing to make a move. The little fox was indeed his reverse scale. He would go crazy when others touched him. The imperial censor who was killed spat out blood. Until his last moment, he tried to persuade Hua Qing. "Your Majesty, please kill the evildoer. Kill the evildoer." Before the imperial physicians could arrive, Lord Wang had already breathed his last. His blood flowed into the distance along with the rainwater, and the guards immediately carried Lord Wang away. Ning Shu looked at Hua Qing with heavy eyes. When he turned his head, he saw the little fox covering her mouth in shock. He coldly said to the little fox, "The emperor did such an irrational thing for you. If you really love the emperor, you should end your own life. Don't make things difficult for the emperor. The emperor has labeled you as an incapable ruler." Ning Shu had only said it casually. He was sure that little fox would not dare to commit suicide. In essence, little fox was a selfish person. "Xiao Xiao, shut up." Hua Qing stood in front of the little fox with a knife dripping with blood. "Jin Ling is my beloved woman. No one in this world can hurt her." Ning Shu was speechless. "All right, as long as you're happy." Hua Qing's actions stunned everyone. The officials kneeling on the ground were livid. The Grand Preceptor was so angry that he staggered. His voice trembled as he said, "Your Majesty, you might as well kill this old official. If you kill all of us, the Yen kingdom will be in danger." As the Grand Preceptor spoke, he began to cry. "Previous Emperor, this official has wronged you. I did not assist the emperor properly and allowed the emperor to be bewitched by the evildoer and do such a cruel thing. Your Majesty, the officials just want to know your stance. Why don't we lock up this vixen first?" Ning Shu walked in front of Hua Qing and bowed. "Shut up, Xiao Xiao. Don't think that I don't know what you're thinking." Hua Qing looked at Ning Shu with cold disgust. Ning Shu said aggrievedly, "Your Majesty, everything this concubine has done is for your Majesty. But in this situation, someone has to take a step back. Lock up Jin Ling. Whether or not the next step is to kill her, I won't back down. Without Jin Ling, I don't want the throne or the Yen kingdom." Hua Qing's gaze swept over Ning Shu's face like a sharp knife. "Oh my, so affectionate. So touching." Ning Shu cried as she pulled on Hua Qing's sleeve. "Your Majesty, this concubine is begging you. Don't make mistakes again." Hua Qing waved his hand and shook off Ning Shu's hand. "Xiao Xiao, stop pretending. I never had any feelings for you. Now you dare to have thoughts about my Jinling. If you want her life, I will kill you first." Hua Qing raised the knife in his hand and stabbed at Ning Shu. "Your Highness, be careful." Marshal Xiao and Ning Shu cried out in alarm. They wanted to stand up, but after kneeling on the ground for so long, their legs were numb. They could only watch as the knife stabbed at their granddaughter. Imperial Mother, quickly dodge." Hua Qingwang shouted at Ning Shu with all his strength. Ning Shu screamed and rolled on the ground. She used the most embarrassing posture to dodge Hua Qing's knife. She looked at Hua Qing with a shocked and sad expression. "Your Majesty, are you going to kill this concubine?" Hua Qing's eyes were red. He tried to calm down, but there was a surge of anger in his heart that wanted to destroy everything. Hua Qing knew he had fallen into a trap. "Hua Qing, don't." The little fox held Hua Qing's hand and shook her head as she cried. Hua Qing, don't kill for me anymore. I don't want to make things difficult for you. I can leave the palace as long as you live well. Hua Qing quickly grabbed the little fox's shoulder. You are mine. I won't allow you to leave me. Ning Shu touched her already crooked hair and comforted the frightened Hua Qingwang. Now that things had developed to this point, it was even more impossible for the civil and military officials to keep the little fox. The little fox was terrified and wanted to run away, but Hua Qing kept her by his side domineeringly. The little fox's heart was in a mess. She was so scared that her body was trembling. She cried and shouted at Hua Qing, I don't want to die. I really don't want to die. No one can let you die. With me here, no one can hurt you. Hua Qing hugged the crying little fox. Ning Shu felt his teeth ache. It was so boring to be all lovey-dovey. Your Majesty, if you want the evildoer to live, then please abdicate. This way, the evildoer will do the least damage to the Yen kingdom. The Grand Preceptor threw caution to the wind and asked Hua Qing to abdicate. We agree. Your Majesty, please abdicate. The officials knelt on the ground and said in unison. Hua Qing's body shook and his teeth seemed to be chattering. So you were waiting for me here. You want to dethrone me? The Yen kingdom belongs to the Hua family. This country was conquered by the Hua family. When did it become your turn to make decisions? We are all doing this for the future of the Yen kingdom. If your Majesty doesn't want to abdicate, then kill the evildoer. I have lived for so long and don't have much time left. If I can do something for the Yen kingdom in the end, I can say that I have fulfilled my duty to the late emperor in the afterlife. The Grand Preceptor didn't care about life and death. Hua Qing felt cold all over. He just wanted to have a woman he loved. Why did these people have to be like this? They had to make him a high and mighty loner. Without there would be no joy to speak of. Now, there were two paths before Hua Qing. If he wanted the throne, he couldn't have the little fox. If he wanted the little fox, he couldn't have the throne. Chapter 252. Now, Hua Qing was deserted by everyone. For the woman he loved, he stood against everyone. No one objected to Hua Qing doting on a woman, but there was a limit to everything. Once this limit was crossed, there would be repercussions. Hua Qing's love for the little fox was without any principles or bottom line. He allowed the little fox to break the rules that everyone should abide by without restraint. Moreover, this love was built on the basis of hurting others. Everyone looked at Hua Qing, including the little fox. At this moment, Hua Qing felt as if he was standing on a mountain surrounded by cliffs, unable to advance or retreat. Hua Qing gritted his teeth. The muscles on his face trembled and his eyes were red. His heart felt like it was being tortured in a pan of oil. Hua Qing couldn't understand how things had turned out like this. This was a complete conspiracy. They were using the excuse of dealing with to deal with him. Hua Qing swallowed hard. His expression was dazed, as if his soul was about to leave his body. Why? We'll discuss this matter later. Hua Qing said with difficulty. We will give everyone an explanation for this matter. How will your Majesty deal with this evildoer? Lord Wang is already dead and the Empress almost lost her life. We can't just let this matter rest. Marshal Xiao said agitatedly. Someone has to take responsibility for tonight's matter. Hua Qing rubbed his forehead. He staggered and almost fell. The little fox quickly supported Hua Qing. She looked at Hua Qing with her watery eyes. Hua Qing's heart softened when he saw her. Hua Qing loved it when looked at him with such eyes. It was pure, beautiful, innocent, and clear. It was as if she had received the whole world. We'll talk about this later. Hua Qing's face turned green and he couldn't stop trembling. Hua Qing was forced into a corner by these people. He could only say, capture Jin Ling first. The little fox's eyes widened as she stared at Hua Qing in a daze. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she complained, Hua Qing, you gave me up for the throne. You keep saying that you love me but you gave up on me. Hua Qing wanted to grab the little fox's hand, but the little fox took a step back. You gave me up. Hua Qing felt as if someone was stabbing his heart with a knife. The pain was excruciating. He really wanted to tell the little fox that this was just a temporary measure. He would definitely not let anything happen to the little fox. But little fox had no idea what Hua Qing was thinking. All she knew was that Hua Qing had given up on her for the sake of power. Hua Qing said he loved her, but he couldn't win against power. Hua Qing, I hate you. This is your love for me. You want my life for the sake of power. The little fox wept silently. She looked especially miserable and beautiful. Ning Shu was speechless. Ning Shu suddenly sympathized with Hua Qing. How tiring was it to like someone whose thoughts were not on the same channel as yours? Any woman in the imperial harem would know what to choose now. As long as Hua Qing was still the emperor, she would be fine. At the end of the day, women from ancient families were different from modern women. The little fox looked down on the ancient women, but from a certain point of view, the ancient women were much more sensible and intelligent than modern women. They were willing to make sacrifices for their own goals. Little fox was acting as if she had been betrayed and was heartbroken. She simply couldn't understand. The ministers were probably shocked by little fox's actions. After kneeling for so long, they simply sat on the ground and looked at the two people. Hua Qingwang quietly asked Ning Shu, Mother, what will imperial father choose in the end? Qingwang, what do you think? Ning Shu asked Hua Qingwang. It's not worth giving up the throne for a woman, especially one like her. Hua Qingwang was silent for a moment. Finally, he concluded, Imperial father will give up on her. Is that so? Ning Shu didn't deny it. Marshal Xiao stood up and said, If your majesty can't make a decision, this old official is willing to make a decision for your majesty. This old official will kill this demoness for your majesty. After this, if your majesty wants to kill me, this old official will have no objections. Old man, don't you dare. Hua Qing stood in front of Little Fox and coldly shouted at Marshal Xiao, Are you trying to rebel? In order to set things right, even if this official is accused of rebellion, this old official will have no regrets. Marshal Xiao's beard was white. When he said such words, it made people's hearts sour. It made Hua Qing seem even more foolish. Eunuch Qiu rushed over and said in Hua Qing's ear, Your Majesty, Marshal Xiao's army has taken control of the entire capital. The palace has been surrounded. Hua Qing's hand trembled. This day had indeed come. Hua Qing regretted not getting rid of the Xiao family earlier. Now, he was being harmed instead. Now that things had developed to this point, there were no three paths for Hua Qing to take. Hua Qing looked at the heartbroken little fox and the aggressive ministers. It was as if all his strength had been sucked away. He felt indescribably helpless. Can I send this woman away? Hua Qing was already showing weakness by saying this. The ministers shook their heads, This woman is a demoness. If she's not of our race, we will kill her. If she harbors resentment, it will also be harmful to the Yan kingdom. Hua Qing, I was wrong about you. I thought you truly loved me, but you did it for the throne. Little Fox shook her head with tears streaming down her face. She looked as if she couldn't accept it. Okay, I'll leave. I don't want to see you again. She came to the ancient times and fell in love with a man, but this was the result. Little Fox clutched the front of her clothes in pain. Little Fox was in pain, but Hua Qing was in even more pain. Hearing Little Fox's words was like cutting his heart. This woman had already integrated into every corner of his body. She was a part of him. Hua Qing couldn't imagine what it would be like without Little Fox. Mother is betting that your imperial father will choose Little Fox, Ning Shu said quietly to Hua Qingwang. Hua Qingwang immediately frowned. His expression was especially serious. He shook his head like a little adult. How can that be? It wasn't easy for imperial father to ascend to the throne. How can he give it up so easily? Back then, the fight for the throne was so tragic. In order to ascend to the throne, Hua Qing married Xiao Xiao. But now, he had to give up the throne for a woman. Even Hua Qingwang felt that it wasn't worth it. But if he didn't do this, how could he show Hua Qing's love for little fox? Veins popped out on Hua Qing's forehead. Ever since he ascended to the throne, he had never been in such a sorry state. He was really in such a sorry state. He was forced to this extent. I give up the throne, Hua Qing said through gritted teeth. His gums were bleeding. I give up the throne. The ministers, Hua Qingwang, everyone looked at Hua Qing in a daze. They looked at him as if he was crazy. He had lost his mind. Little Fox looked at Hua Qing sadly and was stunned. Her tears suddenly burst out like a dam. She murmured, Hua Qing, for you, everything is worth it. Chapter 253. Hua Qing gave up the throne. No matter how the ministers persuaded him, it was useless. Hua Qing took the opportunity to say that if the little fox stayed by his side, he would continue to be the emperor. The ministers immediately calmed down and didn't say anything. Hua Qing had no choice but to give up the throne. Otherwise, the little fox would die. Now that the entire palace was surrounded, he was like a crab with its claws tied. He couldn't bear to let Hu-Er get hurt. Seeing the tears of joy and the deep affection in Hu-Er's eyes, Hua Qing felt that it was worth it. Perhaps he and Hu-Er would have a different life. In the end, Hua Qing and the little fox were restrained in the bedchamber. Hua Qing's eyes landed on Ning Shu. He said coldly, Empress, you are the one who brought disaster to the Yan kingdom. Ning Shu didn't understand. She said with grievance, I don't understand what you are talking about, Emperor. You led the wolf into the house. Your Shao family wants to be the master of this country. You have wild ambitions. I have always been on guard against your Shao family. I didn't expect you to be one step ahead. I missed a good opportunity. Hua Qing looked at Ning Shu with disgust. I have always hated you. Back then, it was as if I begged to marry you. I have always hated you. I should have strangled Hua Qingwang. Ning Shu bowed and said lightly, Thank you, Your Majesty, for tolerating Qinxie for so many years. Back then, Qinxie did not force Your Majesty to marry Qinxie. Instead, Your Majesty married Qinxie for the throne. Qinxie has nothing to feel wronged about, so why should Your Majesty feel wronged? Not to mention, Your Majesty has been using Qinxie since the beginning. Then, were you the one who planned tonight's incident? Hua Qing's poisonous eyes scraped Ning Shu. Ning Shu shook her head. Your Majesty, this matter has nothing to do with this concubine. This concubine is just a woman in the imperial harem. The people you look down on don't have the ability to move the court officials. Your Majesty, you think too much. Ning Shu held Hua Qingwang's hand and left. Walking on the wet road, the rain seeped into their shoes and made them feel cold. Hua Qingwang looked at the Empress's back. Her hair was messy, but she walked calmly. He had never understood this wife he had married as a decoration. When they returned to the bedroom, Ning Shu asked someone to boil water for a bath. It was not good to catch a cold. Hua Qingwang was a little depressed. How sad must Hua Qingwang be to hear his father say that he should be strangled when he was born. Qingwang, you don't need to mind your imperial father's words. This kind of person doesn't deserve to be a father. Ning Shu patted Qingwang's head. No matter what, imperial mother will protect you. Hua Qingwang raised his head. He looked at Ning Shu and said, Mother, I feel bad for you. You've done so much for father, yet father treats you like this. Ning Shu smiled. Hearing this, his heart felt warm. Because your imperial father doesn't like your imperial mother. He likes little fox. He can do anything for little fox. Does imperial father not have any sense of responsibility and justice for imperial mother? Hua Qingwang looked at Ning Shu and asked. Imperial father has gone crazy. See, even a child knew this. But Hu Qingwang had fallen into his own fantasy of a beautiful love. He only wanted the beauty and not the country. Who knew if he would regret it in the future? Hu Qing gave up the throne, and the country also gave up on him. Hu Qing and Little Fox were sent out of the palace. They lived in a spacious manor. Many people were sent to guard it. Hu Qingwang was now the retired emperor. No one could stop the love between him and Little Fox. As Hu Qing's only son, Hu Qingwang would inherit the throne. After Hu Qing left the palace, Hu Qingwang would inherit the throne in 3 days. The palace was bustling with activity. The sound of bells rang out. Ning Shu wore a palace robe embroidered with gold and silver yuan birds and a phoenix coronet. He held Hu Qingwang's hand, who was wearing a dragon robe and a crown with 12 beads. Under the worship of hundreds of officials, they walked step by step toward the gilded dragon throne. Hu Qingwang tightly pursed his lips. He walked step by step steadily. His lips were tightly pursed, and his expression was serious. Ning Shu wore flame-red makeup. The ends of his eyes were raised, making him look fierce and aggressive. He stepped on the steps and walked up step by step. Hu Qingwang sat on the dragon throne. His legs couldn't even touch the ground, but his back was straight. He looked abnormally solemn. Ning Shu sat on a chair next to him and gave Hu Qingwang an encouraging look. Long live the emperor! The hundreds of officials knelt down. Their voices were loud and clear. Hu Qingwang's voice was a bit tender. It even trembled slightly. He said loudly, "Everyone, pay your respects." Ning Shu watched from the side. Seeing Hu Qingwang's appearance, he felt relieved. At least he didn't become a useless prince like in the plot. Perhaps Hu Qingwang could become a good emperor. In a high position, even if he had power, he couldn't be too willful. Hu Qingwang made the Grand Preceptor the head of the cabinet. Marshal Shao handed over his military power. Hu Qingwang held the commander's seal and compensated Marshal Shao by making him the Duke of Zhen. His descendants had the right to inherit the title. Since then, the Grand Preceptor and Marshal Zhao's families dominated the court. In addition to Hu Qingwang's military power, they formed a stable triangle. The distant sound of the bells spread throughout the capital. Hu Qing stood in the courtyard and looked in the direction of the palace. The little fox was nestled in Hu Qing's arms. She looked at Hu Qing and said, "Do you regret giving up the throne?" Hu Qing lowered his head and kissed the little fox's forehead. He said, I told you. You are the most important thing to me. Hu Qing, meeting you is my greatest fortune." The little fox hugged Hu Qing's neck. She stood on her tiptoes and kissed Hu Qing's lips. Hu Qing hugged the little fox tightly. He had nothing left but the little fox. From now on, she was his everything. Hu Qing kissed the little fox passionately. He tried not to let himself regret. After a series of complicated ceremonies, Ning Shu finally accompanied Hu Qingwang through the process of ascending the throne. She was exhausted. Hu Qingwang's face was pale. Ning Shu quickly had someone prepare hot water for washing up. After the two of them washed up, Hu Qingwang looked at Ning Shu in a daze and asked, "Mother, I am now the emperor?" Ning Shu looked at her silly face and smiled. "Yes. You are now the emperor. You need to call yourself I, okay? Mother, I will protect you from now on. I will never let you get hurt again." Hu Qingwang hugged Ning Shu and gritted his teeth. Ning Shu patted him on the back. She felt Hu Qingwang cry. She immediately said, "Don't cry. Qingwang, no one will be able to hurt you anymore. With Qingwang protecting me, no one will dare to bully me." Hu Qingwang wiped away his tears and said, "But father, don't worry about your father. He is no longer the master of this country. He gave it up himself." Ning Shu said calmly, "As long as I am here, no one will be able to hurt you. Not even your father. I should be the one protecting you now. I hope you won't be sad for my father." She wasn't sad at all. "Really, Chapter 254. Hua Qinhuang handed the commander's seal to Ning Shu, but Ning Shu did not accept it. He said to Hua Qinhuang, "Emperor, from now on, this is yours. Keep it safe. This commander's seal is what you rely on. If you encounter any problems, ask the officials for advice. Mother will retire in the back palace." Hua Qinhuang smiled and said, "Imperial mother is not old at all. If imperial mother wants to live with imperial father, it is possible. Please don't. Your father hates me to the bone. I don't want to go. My days in the back palace are comfortable." Ning Shu quickly waved his hand. "Emperor, you are the ruler now. Emperor, you are now the ruler of all the people. You must think twice before you do anything. Learn more from your teacher. The imperial court pursues the doctrine of the mean. There must be a limit to everything. Mother Empress wants to say so much. You must keep the commander's seal. You must not be deceived by others. This is what you need to settle down and live your life." Ning Shu wanted to reach out and pat Hua Qinhuang's head, but he remembered that Hua Qinhuang was now the emperor. It would not be good to touch him. Hua Qinhuang grabbed Ning Shu's hand and placed it on his head. He said, "I know mother has done a lot for me. I hope mother can be happy. Mother used to say this to me. Now, I hope mother can be happy." Hua Qinhuang's eyes were watery and sincere as he looked at Ning Shu. Ning Shu smiled and said, "Mother is very happy." Although Hua Qinhuang had become the emperor, he did not have the right to make decisions in the court. Hua Qinhuang was not in a rush. He was slowly learning. Most of the court matters were decided by the old Grand Tutor. For a time, he was very powerful. However, the old Grand Tutor did not dare to be too arrogant. First, the emperor had military power. Next to him was the Duke Shen. There was also the Empress Dowager, who did not seem to care about the back palace. "Greetings to the Empress Dowager." Royal Noble Consort Xian, no, Royal Noble Consort Ning Shu, bowed. "Why don't you take good care of your body? You look thinner than before." Ning Shu looked at her and asked. Now that she was able to eat and sleep well and didn't need to scheme against each other, her days were too comfortable. Thus, when Ning Shu saw Imperial Noble Consort Xian's haggard appearance, he felt a sense of disappointment. "Many thanks for the Empress Dowager's concern. As long as this concubine wants that demoness, it's like a fishbone in this concubine's throat. This concubine's heart is filled with hatred." Imperial Concubine Xian said hatefully, "Imperial Concubine, back then you said that you could take revenge. But now, that demoness is still alive and well." Ning Shu looked at her. Speaking of which, it was all thanks to Imperial Noble Consort Xian that they were able to cooperate with the Imperial Tutor's residence. The influence of the Imperial Tutor's residence was weakening in the Imperial Court. Furthermore, they did not have any outstanding descendants. They had originally hoped that the Imperial Noble Consort in the palace would be able to give birth to a successor. If they gave it a shot, they might be able to bring their clan back to glory. It wasn't easy for her to get pregnant, but in the end, she had a miscarriage. Furthermore, her body was severely injured, and she wouldn't be able to get pregnant in the future. Ning Shu promised that as long as Hua Qing was defeated and Hua Qinhuang ascended the throne, the Imperial Tutor would enter the cabinet and become the Grand Secretary. This position could be considered the highest rank among the civil officials. The Imperial Tutor agreed. Furthermore, if a little radish ascended the throne, his authority would naturally be greater. The Imperial Tutor probably didn't expect that the Shao clan would actually hand over their military power. With the military power in the hands of the emperor, the throne would be even more stable. Out of self-preservation, the Shao clan wanted to pull Hua Qing down. The reason why the Shao clan wasn't willing to hand over their military power was because they knew that Hua Qing was afraid of the Shao clan. However, handing over the military power meant death. Without the military power, the empress and the little prince in the imperial harem would probably not be able to protect themselves. The military power was actually a hot potato, but they had no choice but to hold on to it tightly to save their lives. Death isn't the best outcome. You don't have to be too anxious. Ning Shu said, not all love is so strong. Their love might not be as beautiful as imagined. Let's go out of the palace and take a look. Ning Shu suddenly wanted to see how Hu Qing and the others were doing. The little fox's life was saved, but she couldn't leave the retired emperor's residence. It could be said that the two of them were under house arrest. When Ning Shu and the imperial concubine arrived at the retired emperor's residence, the little fox's voice came from inside. She was shouting at Hu Qing, I'm too bored. I want to go out and play. I'm afraid we can't go out. There are people guarding outside. Hu Qing's voice said lightly. The little fox said indignantly, they are illegally restricting other people's freedom. This is against the law. Hu Qing didn't say anything. The retired Empress Dowager has arrived. The imperial concubine has arrived. The eunuch shouted in a sharp voice. Ning Shu and the imperial concubine walked in. Ning Shu saw that the little fox's stomach was slightly bulging. He hadn't noticed during this period of time, but the little fox was actually pregnant. However, it didn't seem to be very far along. When the imperial concubine saw the little fox's bulging stomach, her body trembled. Her expression was extremely bad. When Hu Qing saw the bright and beautiful Ning Shu, she said coldly, what are you doing here? Ning Shu looked around the room and finally nodded. It seems like the retired emperor's living environment is not bad. Seeing the two women, the little fox immediately covered her stomach and hid behind Hu Qing. The previous incident of the forced abdication had made the little fox tremble. Now that she saw Ning Shu, the little fox's heart trembled. In addition, Hu Qing often said that his throne was taken away by the empress. The little fox was quite afraid of this evil empress. So what if she was powerful? How could a woman whose husband didn't love her be happy? Your Shao family supported a puppet emperor. Are you going to usurp the throne soon? Hu Qing looked coldly at Ning Shu. Her lips were extremely red and her makeup was extremely sharp. It felt like one would be suppressed by her aura if they stood in front of her. Ning Shu raised her eyebrows. My Shao family has already given up their military power. Qingwang is not some puppet emperor. Your Shao family handed over their military power. Hu Qing's expression was somewhat shaken. Ning Shu smiled. Her face was like a slowly blooming rose with thorns, beautiful and piercing. You schemed to take the Shao family's military power, but now your son has effortlessly obtained it. Hu Qing pursed her lips. As long as the country is still in the hands of the Hu family. You are now the retired emperor. You don't have to worry about the country's affairs. Ning Shu smiled. I wish you all happiness. Ning Shu turned and left. She could tell that Hu Qing wasn't doing well. There was a hint of depression between her brows that couldn't be dissolved. When a man's power was taken away, his glory would be reduced by more than half. Knowing that you all aren't doing well, I feel much better. On the way back to the palace, Imperial Consort Xian's face was gloomy. Ning Shu knew that she wasn't willing to accept it, but Ning Shu didn't want to care. Whatever Imperial Consort Xian wanted to do, Ning Shu wouldn't stop her. Not long after, news of the little fox's miscarriage came. The little fox had a playful personality to begin with. In the end, she fell down the stairs and reddened on the spot. Hu Qing almost went crazy. Even so, the little fox still miscarried. Chapter 255. Ning Shu felt that little fox's miscarriage must have been caused by Grand Concubine Xian, but Ning Shu did not say anything and pretended not to know anything. After little fox's miscarriage, she lay on the bed with a blank expression. Hu Qing hugged little fox and kept telling her that she would have a child in the future. Little fox looked at Hu Qing. His face was much thinner and his eyes were filled with worry and love. But for some reason, little fox felt sick of it and was even glad that the child was gone. If she really lived like a hostage in the retired emperor's residence with Hu Qing, what joy would there be in such a life? Seeing Hu Qing every day really made her feel a little bored. Little Fox felt that her love for Hua Qing had entered a period of weakness. There was nothing new about it anymore. Little Fox wanted to go out for a walk. Was her ancient life like this? To be imprisoned in the retired emperor's residence for the rest of her life. Little Fox also felt that Hua Qing was far less charming than before. What she loved was not power and money, but power and money were definitely the embodiment of charm. Men were only charming because of their career. But Hua Qing had been stripped of his position as emperor and his halo had been stripped away. Little Fox felt suffocated at the thought of living a mediocre life in the retired emperor's residence for the rest of her life. She wanted to escape from this prison. Hua Qing clearly felt the change in Little Fox's attitude towards him, but he did not say anything. He had given up everything except for Little Fox. No matter what, he had to capture Little Fox. She was the only thing left in his life. Without the throne, his wife and son were like enemies. His life was so lonely that Little Fox was the only thing left. Hua Qing treated Little Fox better and better, but the more Hua Qing was like this, the more frustrated Little Fox was and the more she wanted to leave this suffocating place. Hua Qing was depressed all day. Looking at the palace, he felt a little regretful. He was supposed to be the high and mighty emperor. Why couldn't the throne and Little Fox coexist? Hua Qing and Little Fox began to argue. Little Fox cried and threw a tantrum to leave, but Hua Qing could not let her go. If Little Fox left, everything he had done and given up would be meaningless. In any case, he couldn't have a peaceful day. When Ning Shu found out that Little Fox had escaped from the retired emperor's residence time and time again, only to be caught by the people who were monitoring her, he was so angry that he almost went crazy. Hua Qing did not care about it, but there was only resentment between the two. Hua Qing complained that Little Fox did not understand him, and that he had sacrificed so much for Little Fox, but Little Fox complained that Hua Qing was selfish, trapping herself in such a place and making life boring. It was only then that Hua Qing truly felt the difference in Little Fox. No other woman was as passionate about running outside as Little Fox. Other women and women would never step out of the house, but Little Fox would die if she stayed at home. Ning Shu smiled faintly. He seemed to be extremely loyal, but he couldn't withstand the ravages of time and details. The giant wheel of love sank just like that. Ning Shu called Hua Qingwang to the palace for a meal. Now that her mission had been completed, it would not be long before she left this world. Before she left, she wanted to have a meal with her temporary son. Hua Qingwang grew very quickly. He was already at Ning Shu's chin. He ate everything during meals, but he didn't eat much. No one could tell what he liked to eat or what he disliked to eat. He hid his preferences so that no one would know about it. Ning Shu placed Hua Qingwang's favorite food on his plate and said to him, "Mother's Qingwang will definitely be a good emperor. Your son will not disappoint mother's expectations." Hua Qingwang said very seriously. Ning Shu smiled and said, "I hope that in the future, when you have a woman you like, it's okay to dote on her. Don't ever be like your father, who only left behind exhausted ashes in the end due to overly intense feelings. A gentle flow of water is beautiful. Most importantly, don't fall in love with a woman who is too stupid. Your son understands. If I have a woman I like in the future, I will definitely let mother take a look." Hua Qingwang nodded and said with a smile, "With father's example, your son does not dare to fall in love with women. As long as you have a sense of propriety." Ning Shu said. Finally, he patted Hua Qingwang's head and said, "Qingwang, good luck." After the meal, Hua Qingwang left. Ning Shu lay on the bed and took a nap. Ding, Ning Shu, moi, did you miss me? 2333's voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Ning Shu said, "Scram. Humph, would it kill you to be nicer to me?" 2333's voice sounded very wronged. Mission completed, Livren world. Ning Shu's head buzzed and then he did not feel anything. When he woke up, he was in the dimensional space. He looked down at his soul. Although it was a bit dim, it was not as exhausted as before. 2333 system sir, see how many points I have this time. Okay. Ning Shu's status panel appeared in front of him. Number, 23333 name, Ning Shu age, 27 experience, 80000600000 soul, 200 HP, 50 wisdom, 85 charm, 3 luck, 34 spirit, 120 martial strength, 10 aptitude, 26 merit, 5 skills, 5 ring spear technique, trash fighting technique, trash entry level peerless martial arts honorary title, goddess of war aura, mother of the world, queen's blessing, mission completion, 100. Received 10 attribute points. Ning Shu raised his eyebrows and asked 2333, what the hell is this mother of the world aura? You changed Hua Qingwang's fate. The original owner, Xiao Xiao, is grateful to you. You have the halo of being the mother of the world. Actually, this is the original owner giving you some of the people's faith. He also gave you some of his luck. That good? Ning Shu was a bit surprised. With 60,000 points and 10 attribute points, the biggest reward was probably this mother of the world aura. Ning Shu added the 10 attribute points to his HP and luck. Number, 23333 name, Ning Shu age, 27 experience, 140000 soul, 200 HP, 505 wisdom, 85 charm, 3 luck, 345 spirit, 120 martial strength, 10 aptitude, 26 merit, 5 skills, 5 ring spear technique, trash fighting technique, trash entry level peerless martial arts honorary title, goddess of war aura, mother of the world, queen's blessing, Ning Shu, you can do it. Now you have 140,000 points. Wait for 200,000 points and you can open the beginner system mall. Beginner system mall? Is there an advanced system mall? Ning Shu asked. 2333's tone was filled with longing. The best is still the super system mall. There are all kinds of treasures in there. I've seen someone exchange for a plane. Those who can open the super system mall are like gods. It's good that you can open the beginner system mall. Damn, I can't imagine. Chapter 256. Ning Shu counted with his fingers when he would be able to open the system store. He estimated that he would only need to do one more quest before he could open it. Suddenly, he was filled with fighting spirit. Once he opened the system store, he would be able to exchange for soul training. He wouldn't have to train like a tortoise anymore. Every time he stayed in the quest world, his soul would be greatly depleted. Ning Shu, do you have a quest to complete? 2333 Ning Shu asked. Ning Shu asked, what's a quest? It's a quest to make the target fall in love with you. 2333 explained. Ning Shu was speechless. Ha ha ha, fall in love with me. Ning Shu pointed at his own nose. With my 3 points of charm, do you think I can make someone fall in love with me? Don't belittle yourself. You're actually quite handsome. 2333 said, besides, you're using the body of the defiant attacker. You're using your soul to conquer him. Ning Shu waved his hand. I'm not going. Why not? 2333 was puzzled. This quest is very popular. It wasn't easy for me to get it. It's also very easy. This quest is easy. How can it be easy? Ning Shu's expression was calm. It's to make someone fall in love with someone else. 2333 quickly said, that's right. You just have to make the target fall in love with you. It's better than fighting and killing. It's easier and easier than the tiring quests. Fall in love with me or the original owner? Ning Shu frowned. 2333 immediately said, of course it's the original owner. If not, why would the target pay the price to be conquered? Ning Shu, is there something wrong with your brain? Can't you understand something as simple as this? Ha ha ha, you're the one with something wrong with your brain. The original owner and I are not the same person. After I left, the original owner returned to his body. How can love be gained through a quest? Ning Shu waved his hand. I'm not going to do this quest. Can a relationship gained through someone else's quest last? She could leave the mission world without any reluctance because she didn't have any emotional entanglements with the people inside. Love was mutual. It wasn't as if you could win someone's heart by doing a few things. You also had to give your heart. This kind of thing is the most mysterious. Even the true love between the male and female lead can be torn apart, let alone this kind of illusory love. Since the Wishmaster wanted to use her soul power to make the target fall in love with her, it meant that the target didn't love the Wishmaster at all. Ning Shu felt that she didn't have the ability or charm to make the man fall in love with her. If he didn't love her, then he didn't love her. Emotional debt was the hardest to repay. Furthermore, using such a method to get close to the target meant that this relationship wasn't simple from the start. 2333 system, don't give me this kind of quest in the future. I can't do it, Ning Shu said directly. Ning Shu would rather do some fighting and killing quests. At least he felt happy. Alright, you really don't know how to appreciate my kindness. I think you're working too hard on the quests. You can make simple quests so complicated. Take the Empress quest for example. You can totally woo the Emperor Huqing. With Huqing around, nothing will be a problem, 2333 said. In the end, you made it so complicated. You formed factions and usurped the throne. Aren't you tired? Ning Shu was speechless. I'm happy. Do you want to sleep with me and Huqing? Do you really think the Empress wants to see another woman in her body sleep with her husband? Ning Shu dared to guarantee with his own head that if she really slept with Huqing, the Empress would never give her the halo of being the mother of the world, even if this man had wronged her a lot. However, if her husband fell in love with someone suddenly appeared and slept with her, it would be even more humiliating for the Empress. 2333, you're a system after all. You don't understand humans, and you don't understand human women. This kind of creature is so complicated that it will burn your main brain, Ning Shu said disdainfully. 2333, don't give me this kind of quest in the future. I can't do it. Ning Shu reiterated again. He didn't want to do this kind of quest that was deceptive. It was too tiring. Ning Shu sat cross-legged on the ground and began to cultivate. After some time, Ning Shu opened his eyes. He saw that his soul had become thicker and felt a sense of accomplishment. 2333, let's start the quest, Ning Shu said as he stood up. 2333 said weakly, okay. He was probably dissatisfied with Ning Shu's rejection. Ning Shu also felt that rejecting 2333 was too stiff. He wanted to say something, but his mind went blank and then he lost consciousness. When Ning Shu woke up, he found that his body was flying. Then, he fell to the ground with a bang. He was in so much pain that he couldn't stop breathing. His body was about to fall apart. A hot and sticky liquid surged up his throat. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn, what's going on? It's so painful. Niece, aren't you a little too vicious? A man's voice was filled with resentment. Uncle Wei, it's hard to avoid accidental injuries in a duel. If Hui Di makes you unhappy, you can punish her as you wish. A clear and cold female voice rang out. This voice was very pleasant to the ears, like the sound of spring water splashing on jade. The tinkling sound carried boundless coldness. Just by hearing this voice, one could imagine the appearance of a peerless beauty in one's mind. Ning Shu endured the pain in her heart. When she opened her eyes, she saw a woman in white. Her hair fluttered in the wind. Her face was covered by a thin veil, revealing her cold eyes and a forehead as bright as moonlight. Although she was wearing a veil, she could feel that the face behind the veil was definitely a peerless beauty. Cold like Chang-yi from the Cold Palace. Her temperament was ethereal. Seeing this woman, Ning Shu's brain didn't react. He said first, it's okay, it doesn't hurt. Motherfucker, it hurts so much. Wait, what's with this coarse male voice? Ning Shu quickly touched his chest. It's flat. Ning Shu didn't give up and touched his lower body. There was a lump hanging down there. Damn, what's going on? Shirhuidi saw this man doing such a vulgar action in front of her. She held the thin veil in her hand and prepared to hit Ning Shu again. Ning Shu still hadn't recovered from the shock of transmigrating into a man. He saw this woman with a veil swinging a cloth-like weapon towards him. Although it was a cloth, it carried a swift and fierce wind. It made Ning Shu feel as if he was facing a sword. Ning Shu couldn't move now. He quickly shouted, "I admit defeat, I surrender." Ha! The sound of laughter came from below the stage. It was obvious that they were laughing at Ning Shu. Suddenly, there was a strong qi that knocked away Shirhuidi's cloth. A person stood in front of Ning Shu and stuffed a pill into his mouth. After swallowing the pill, Ning Shu felt much better. Chapter 257. After taking the pill, Ning Shu slowly got up from the ground and looked at the woman with a veil on her face. This woman was quite ruthless. She couldn't even move and didn't have the strength to fight back, yet she still wanted to hit her when she was down. The middle-aged man standing in front of Ning Shu also had an ugly expression. He glanced at the cold and cheerless Shirhuidi, then turned his head and snorted coldly at Ning Shu, exasperated that she had failed to meet his expectations. Ning Shu was dumbfounded. She could only lower her head. Her body really hurt. Her heart was hurt. How did she become a man? A man's body, a woman's soul, a transvestite. Hongmen sect versus Tiandao sect. Hongmen sect's Grandmaster Hui Di wins. The referee shouted. Ning Shu looked around. It was probably a competition between disciples of different sections. She was defeated by this woman called Shirhuidi. Looking at this woman, Ning Shu's heart was restless. This wasn't Ning Shu's feeling but the reaction of this body. The middle-aged man saw Ning Shu's expression and his face turned ugly. He poured out another pill from the jade bottle and stuffed it into Ning Shu's mouth. Go back to your room and heal yourself. If you don't cultivate properly in the future, this kind of shameful thing will happen again. Yes. Ning Shu responded. She had no idea where her room was, so she simply covered her chest and fell asleep on the ground, unable to get up. Ha! The crowd laughed again. The middle-aged man looked around coldly. Only then did the laughter die down. He ordered people to carry Ning Shu away. Ning Shu, who was carried to her room, was lying on the bed. She roared at 2333 in her mind. How did I become a man? I'm sorry. I located you wrongly. You know that I used a lot of energy to save you last time. 2333's voice was filled with guilt. Ning Shu, I'm short of breath. But this man is also a rebel. Since you transmigrated into his body, you should help him complete the task. 2333 said weakly. I don't want to talk anymore. I don't have any energy left. Ning Shu was speechless. Ning Shu was at a loss. He was used to peeing while squatting. Suddenly, he had to stand up and take out something to pee. Ning Shu felt that he couldn't do it. With grief, anger, and helplessness, Ning Shu began to accept the plot. This was a world of cultivation, where the strong were respected and the weak were treated like dogs. The original owner was called Wei Liangyue, and people called him Prince Liangyue. His father was an elder of the Tiandao sect, and he was a true rich second generation. He had a lot of cultivation resources, but because of his powerful father, the original owner was always successful in the Tiandao sect. Even when he went out, people would give face to his father and not make things difficult for him. The original owner didn't like to cultivate at all. She was passionate about the matters between men and women. This kind of reputation spread out. Moreover, the original owner had a fiancé, Shirhuidi, who was on the stage before. The original owner really liked this fiancé. Shirhuidi looked like a human character. Even if the original owner had slept with so many women, he still liked Shirhuidi in his heart. However, the original owner was a useless man who relied on his father's protection. He was also a man who ruined many women. Shi Huidi hated this fiancé of hers. She even wanted to kill Wei Liangyue time and time again. This marriage was a marriage between the Hongmen sect and the Tiandao sect. To put it bluntly, Shi Huidi couldn't make the decision. However, she didn't want to marry such a man. The main character of this world was a male disciple of the Hongmen sect, Yi Yu. He was a man with great luck. His cultivation was like a cheat. Moreover, he could kill people above his level. All the geniuses would be killed in an instant in front of him. All kinds of fortuitous encounters and magic treasures were piled up on him. An outstanding man would always have many women by his side. Even Shi Huidi was awed by the brilliance of this junior brother. Moreover, Yi Yu loved every woman. He loved every woman. It was like he was collecting stamps. He took in all kinds of beauties and started the rhythm of a harem of 3,000 beauties. Yi Yu also liked this cold and fairy-like Shi Huidi. When he found out that his senior sister's fiancé was such a man, he loved Shi Huidi very much. He gave all the cultivation treasures he obtained to Shi Huidi. At first, Shi Huidi refused. However, she was moved by Yi Yu's words. Only when she was strong enough would she be able to escape from her fate. Shi Huidi hated that the original owner, Wei Liangyue, didn't work hard. She obviously had good cultivation resources, but she didn't care about anything. This world was very cruel. Without strength, there was no right to speak. The gap between her and Wei Liangyue would only get bigger and bigger. To put it bluntly, Shi Huidi was the bright moon in the sky and Wei Liangyue was the mangy dog on the ground. When Wei Liangyue found out that his fiancé was entangled with another man, he immediately brought people to deal with Yi Yu. However, he was humiliated by Yi Yu every time. Then, all the equipment on his body was plundered by Yi Yu. Wei Liangyue was simply Yi Yu's gift boy. Wei Liangyue and Shi Huidi were finally going to get married. During the wedding, Yi Yu flew into a rage because of the beauty and snatched Shi Huidi away. Meanwhile, Shi Huidi, who was about to become his wife, was crying in another man's embrace. She looked as though she was moved beyond words. This made Wei Liangyue so angry that his liver hurt. Wei Liangyue's father was very protective of his son. When he saw his son being humiliated, he wanted to kill Yi Yu. However, who was Yi Yu? He had divine artifacts, divine beasts, and all kinds of trump cards. Wei Liangyue's father, who had underestimated his opponent, was heavily injured. He snatched the bride in front of the Heavenly Tao sect and heavily injured an elder of the Heavenly Tao sect. This was simply slapping the Heavenly Tao sect's face. How would they still have the face to stay in the cultivation world? Therefore, he wanted to kill Yi Yu. No matter how powerful Yi Yu was, he was just a powerful junior. He couldn't be compared to an old ghost who had cultivated for a long time. When he was surrounded by so many people, Yi Yu was injured. In the end, he had to rely on his trump card to escape with Shi Huidi. Before he left, he even said that he would come back and destroy the sanctimonious Heavenly Tao sect. This marriage was ruined just like that. Wei Liangyue became a joke. His father was heavily injured. Yi Yu was very insidious, causing Wei Liangyue's father to die not long after. From then on, the original owner had no one to rely on in the Heavenly Tao sect. Those who flattered him in the past were now looking at him with cold eyes. How much they flattered him in the past was how much they mocked and trampled on him now. Wei Liangyue had tasted the warmth and coldness of the world. At this time, he wanted to cultivate diligently. However, he realized that he didn't have any cultivation resources. Cultivation was originally a path that went against the heavens. Wei Liangyue's aptitude wasn't that good. It was simply a fool's dream to want to find Yi Yu, who was better at cultivation. Only then did Wei Liangyue realize that without his father's protection, he couldn't even take a single step. When Yi Yu came back to take revenge, Wei Liangyue was eliminated by Yi Yu with a raise of his hand. It was as easy as blowing off dust. Looking at Shi Huidi who was standing together with Yi Yu, he shed tears of regret. He had lost everything for a woman. He lost his father, his woman ran away with someone else, and his former underlings were bullying him. Ning Shu lit a candle for this girl. Chapter 258. Wei Liangyue's wish, I don't want my father to die. His father lost his life because of him. He let down his father who loved him dearly. Ning Shu looked at this wish. It was only true between his father and family. There was no mention of revenge or Shihuidi. The person that the original owner regretted the most was his father. Actually, this Wei Liangyue was just a small cannon fodder. He was just a small stumbling block on the male lead's path to glory. He was just a bug that prevented the male lead from hugging the beauty. He just needed to stomp him to death. Ning Shu sat up and started cultivating according to the original owner's memory. The original owner encountered all these things because he wasn't strong enough. If he was strong enough, Shihuidi wouldn't have abandoned the original owner and thrown herself into the male lead's embrace. She would have shared a husband with someone else. Shihuidi was such a proud person, yet she actually shared a husband with someone else. Only strength was everything. When he circulated his qi, his meridians were very difficult and his chest was very painful. Ning Shu clutched his chest. Shihuidi was quite ruthless. However, Ning Shu stood from a woman's point of view and could understand Shihuidi. Marrying such a notorious second generation was like jumping into a fire pit. It was the original owner's fault for not living up to expectations. His chest was very painful. Ning Shu gave up on cultivating and lay on the bed to sleep. He was really too tired. Ning Shu was awakened by the urge to pee. When he opened his eyes, he saw a person standing at the bedside. Ning Shu didn't think of attacking this man. Damn, I was sleeping and you were actually watching from the side. Too horrifying. Ning Shu suddenly punched out, but the middle-aged man grabbed his fist. He couldn't pull it back no matter how hard he tried. Stinking brat, you're capable now. You actually attacked your father. When facing Shihuidi, you're acting like a coward. Useless thing. Wei Ming said in a bad mood. Ning Shu just remembered that he was a man. His bladder felt uncomfortable. Ning Shu said with a twisted face, Father, can you leave first? Your son wants to go to the toilet. Then go to the toilet. Your father raised you since you were young. What place haven't you seen? Wei Ming sat on the chair. Ning Shu was speechless. She couldn't urinate in front of a man. Ning Shu felt like his bladder was about to explode. In the end, he left the room and found a secluded place. Trembling, he took out something and peed. After peeing, Ning Shu quickly fastened his pants and washed his hands many times. When he touched something soft, Ning Shu felt that his pure hands were going to rot. Ning Shu returned to his room and saw Wei Ming drinking tea. Wei Ming was tall and had the aura of an expert. Ning Shu walked in front of Wei Ming and said directly, Father, I want to break off the engagement with Shihuidi. Ning Shu decided to generously help these two people. If they didn't get married, Yi Yu wouldn't come to steal the bride and Wei Ming wouldn't be injured by Yi Yu. Wei Ming's expression froze as he sized up Ning Shu. Brat, have you been beaten silly by Shihuidi? Don't you like that girl a lot? She hates me. During the competition, she wanted to kill me. If it wasn't for the soft armor father gave me, I would have been killed by her. Ning Shu shook his head, she doesn't like me. Wei Ming slammed the table, looking angry, I said that Shihuidi is arrogant and not suitable for you. But you like her. The Rainbow sect wants the Heavenly Tao sect to develop the Yuan crystal vein, so they made this engagement. Yuan crystal is a cultivation item in this world. It contains heaven-earth yuan qi. Cultivators absorb heaven-earth yuan qi. Yuan crystal vein is related to the rise and fall of a sect. This woman is vicious and merciless. Sooner or later, you will fall in the hands of this woman. As he said this, Wei Ming glared at Ning Shu as if he expected better from her. Don't mess around with the impure female disciples of the sect. Ning Shu, then what about my engagement with Shihuidi? Ning Shu was concerned about whether he could break off the engagement. Fighting with the male lead for a woman, he was simply impatient to die. Wei Ming looked at Ning Shu seriously. How can marriage be so trivial? If you want to break off the engagement, then break off the engagement. Ning Shu opened his eyes wide and asked Wei Ming, what should I do? Anyway, I don't want to be beaten by that woman Shi. I'll go talk to the sect leader and see what the sect leader has to say. Wei Ming sighed, when you have nothing to do, you should cultivate more. Shi doesn't like you because you are useless. A man is despised by a woman, you don't feel embarrassed. Okay, Dad. My chest hurts. Do you still have medicine? Saying that his chest hurt to a man, this feeling was really good. When Wei Ming heard that his son's chest hurt, he directly pulled open Ning Shu's clothes. Ning Shu jumped in fright and hurriedly covered his chest, shouting, what are you doing? Why are you covering your chest like a woman? Dad, let me see what's wrong with your chest. Wei Ming said unhappily. Ning Shu, damn, he felt like his 3 views were being challenged. Ning Shu put down his hand and looked down to see a clear palm print on his chest. No wonder his chest hurts so much. Wei Ming's expression was ugly as he coldly said, Shi is really ruthless. Useless thing, every time I see this woman, my legs go soft. Wei Ming gave Ning Shu a bottle of pills. Ning Shu took the bottle and pitifully said to Wei Ming, Dad, I don't want to be beaten to death by Shi. You must break off the engagement for your son. Ning Shu's eyes were red and he almost cried. The original owner acted like a spoiled child in front of his father like this. How did I give birth to a thing like you? It's all because I spoiled you too much. From tomorrow onwards, you are not allowed to take a single step out of your room. Only when you become a spirit master can you come out. When that time comes, Dad will get you a contract beast. Ning Shu made an oh sound. In this world, there were many spirit beasts and even mythical beasts. With a contracted spirit beast, one's battle strength would be even stronger. For example, the male lead, Yi Yu, had a mythical beast. It was very powerful, but Yi Yu was very low-key. Usually, he would let the mythical beast disguise itself as a trash spirit beast so that it could pretend to be a pig to eat the tiger. Dad, don't forget about the engagement. Ning Shu shouted at Wei Ming's back. Wei Ming's strength was very strong. In the entire Tiandao sect, he was ranked at the top. Otherwise, how could Wei Liangyue, this second-generation ancestor, be like a fish in water in Tiandao sect? Wherever he went, there would be lackeys behind him. Ning Shu poured out a fragrant pill from the jade bottle and swallowed it. He felt a cool flow of energy in his body slowly healing his body. He used the little energy in his body to dissolve the pill. When the pill's effect disappeared, he stuffed another pill into his mouth. During this period of time, Ning Shu did not go out. He hid in his room to heal and cultivate. During this time, Wei Ming came to see his son. When he saw that his son was actually cultivating honestly and did not fool around with women, he was so shocked that his eyeballs almost fell out. He understood his son. He could not endure even a little bit of hardship. Now that he was willing to calm down and cultivate, it seemed like he was really stimulated by Shi. Chapter 259. Ning Shu really felt that this body's aptitude wasn't that good. Even after cultivating for a long time and receiving the crystals from Wei Ming, he still hadn't broken through to Spirit Master. Spirit Apostle, Spirit Master, Spirit Overlord. There were many more levels above that, but the original owner was just a beginner Spirit Apostle. He was so low that he actually dared to compete with Shi, who was a few levels higher than him. He was really looking for trouble. Could it be that he wanted to get closer to the goddess? It was too boring to stay in the room, so Ning Shu decided to go out for a walk. As soon as he went out, there were people greeting him and asking him if his injuries were better. Ning Shu looked at these people with disdain and ridicule, all kinds of envy, jealousy, and hatred. However, his words were very sincere. These people all knew that Wei Liangyue was generous and wanted to curry favor with him to get cultivation resources from him. Ning Shu felt that the original owner was quite pitiful. Only strength, great strength, could make others respect him. Even though the original owner was like a child that spread wealth in the Tiandao sect, he didn't make any true friends. Instead, others treated him like a fool. Also, because of Wei Ming, many people wanted to curry favor with him. It could be said that Wei Liangyue was living in a fake world. With Wei Ming's death, Wei Liangyue fell into the cruel reality. Along the way, he met female disciples. Some of them looked at Ning Shu with extreme disgust, while others looked at Ning Shu flirtatiously. They lifted their skirts to reveal their slender white thighs. They were just short of directly saying to Ning Shu, "Handsome, do you want to date?" Ning Shu's mood was very complicated. One day, he would be seduced by a woman. After wandering around, Ning Shu still felt that he should go back and cultivate. Facing all kinds of gazes, Ning Shu felt very stifled. Sitting on the bed, Ning Shu looked at the crystals in his hand. These crystals were a kind of transparent stone that contained impurities. They contained heaven-earth yuan qi that could be directly absorbed by people. Ning Shu suddenly thought of 2333's excessive energy consumption. This kind of heaven-earth yuan qi was also a kind of energy. He didn't know if it would be useful to 2333. 2333 system, sir, can you see if this crystal's energy is useful to you? Ning Shu called out in his heart. The energy level is too low. Thank you for your kindness. 2333 said directly. His disdain was obvious. Ning Shu, fuck. He felt as if he was asking to be humiliated. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have asked. Ning Shu, moi, if there is a suitable energy source, I will let you know, 2333 quickly said. Ning Shu absorbed the yuan qi from the crystal. After a long time, Ning Shu finally broke through the barrier of a spirit master and became a weak spirit master. The current Ning Shu could only be considered a beginner in cultivation. The yuan qi in his body would disappear after releasing a big move. After breaking through to spirit master, Ning Shu continued to cultivate. Wei Ming couldn't protect her all the time. If she was too weak, she could be killed in an instant if she wasn't careful. Then, her mission would fail. Wei Ming came over and saw that his son had finally become a spirit master. He was comforted and released a spirit beast from the spirit beast bag. Ning Shu said, "This will be your contract beast from now on." Ning Shu looked at the large eagle that was almost as tall as a person. It had a sharp beak and a pair of sharp eyes looking at Ning Shu. She didn't know if it was an illusion, but Ning Shu felt that the bird looked at her with disdain. Being disdained by others was one thing, but being disdained by a bird was another. "Dad, this is my contract beast." Ning Shu pointed at the large eagle. The image of the one-armed hero Yang Guo cuddling with the large eagle appeared in her mind. She didn't want a large eagle. Wei Ming patted the large eagle's closed wings and said, "This is a flash-wind eagle. It has a trace of the ancient Kun Peng's bloodline and is very fast. If you encounter any danger, the flash-wind eagle can carry you and escape." It seemed that Old Man Wei also knew what kind of character his son was. The contract beasts he prepared were all used for escape. Cold Moon, release your spiritual power and imprint it in the flash-wind eagle's consciousness, Old Man Wei said to Ning Shu as he helped Ning Shu control the flash-wind eagle that might resist. Ning Shu asked Old Man Wei with a confused face, "How do I do it?" She really didn't know how to contract a spirit beast. She had never experienced this kind of world before. Moreover, the original owner didn't have any knowledge in this area. Old Man Wei's old face suddenly darkened. "I told you not to mess around with women. You don't even know this kind of basic knowledge. If you embarrass yourself like this again in the future, don't say that you are my son. Concentrate and imprint your consciousness in the flash-wind eagle's consciousness." It was so abstract. Ning Shu was still a little confused, but she still focused her mind. Then, she thought about contracting this spirit beast. Then, a red dot and a white dot appeared in her consciousness. The two small balls of light resisted each other. Ning Shu controlled the white dot and merged it with the red dot with difficulty. She immediately felt that she had a connection with the Flash Wind Eagle and could do anything she wanted. It was as if she was ordering her arm. However, Ning Shu was exhausted. Her whole body was covered in cold sweat as if she had just been fished out of the water. When Old Man Wei saw that Ning Shu had finally succeeded, he smiled. However, when he saw Ning Shu's sorry state, he immediately said in a bad mood, "Look at you. You are really embarrassing your father." "Okay, it was quite embarrassing. Keep this spirit beast bag. The Flash Wind Eagle is usually in this bag. The Flash Wind Eagle also needs to eat. If you have nothing to do, you can let it out and let it find its own food. If you find any good treasures, give it some to eat. It will be of great help to you when it grows stronger," Old Man Wei instructed Ning Shu. Ning Shu nodded. He took the spirit beast bag and opened it. He pointed at the Flash Wind Eagle that was standing there motionlessly and said, "Go in." However, the Flash Wind Eagle ignored Ning Shu. It still stood there motionlessly and stared at Ning Shu. "Go in," Ning Shu said again. "Aya." Old Man Wei slapped his forehead. Looking at Ning Shu's stupid appearance, he simply didn't know what to say. Directly giving orders to a spirit beast in your consciousness. I really want to turn you into a disgraceful brat. I should have shot you into the wall back then. Ning Shu, is it really okay to say such dirty words in front of your son? He had never entered this kind of world before. There was always a process of adapting to new things. Every time he entered a new world, it felt like he had to rebuild his worldview. Ning Shu gave the order to the Flash Wind Eagle in his consciousness. Then, the Flash Wind Eagle turned into a ray of light and entered the Spirit Beast bag. Ning Shu shook the Spirit Beast bag. The Flash Wind Eagle that was so heavy and tall entered the bag, but the bag was still so light. It felt quite magical. Hanging the Spirit Beast bag on his waist, Ning Shu asked Old Man Wei, "Dad, how is the engagement between Shi and I? What did the sect leader say?" "This matter can be taken slowly. Although it is an engagement, the two sects are sincere in their cooperation. If we break off the engagement like this, the Hongmen sect will think that we want to tear up the agreement," Old Man Wei said. Then, he said to Ning Shu, "You brat, why are you so useless?" Ning Shu, I. Chapter 260. When Ning Shu heard that this matter was hopeless, he immediately felt bad. He quickly asked Old Man Wei, "Can't we cancel the engagement?" "It's impossible to cancel the engagement for no reason. The Hongmen sect will definitely demand an explanation. Then our Tiandao sect will be at a disadvantage. It will be very difficult for us to cooperate," Wei Ming said. He was an elder of the Tiandao sect and had to consider the interests of the Tiandao sect. However, when he thought of his only son being beaten up by his fiancée, he couldn't help but feel angry. Shi was beautiful and talented. She was proud and arrogant. Even if Old Man Wei lied with his eyes wide open, he couldn't boast that his son was a top expert. Well, Ning Shu also knew that canceling the engagement was a bit difficult. He immediately said indignantly, "The Hongmen sect is much weaker than our Tiandao sect. Why do we need to cooperate to dig the Yuan crystal vein? We can dig it ourselves. Your table manners are too ugly. You won't go far." Old Man Wei patted Ning Shu's shoulder, causing half of Ning Shu's body to tilt. "Your father will deal with this matter. I can't let Shi bully you like this. Useless thing. You were beaten up by a woman and you still need me to step in. The 18 generations of Wei clan's ancestors have all been lost by you." Ning Shu's expression didn't change as he listened to Old Man Wei's words. He only said, "I will definitely work hard and not lose face for you. In any case, it's impossible between me and Shi. My talent isn't very good. Shi is walking in front of me. Sooner or later, I will be left behind by her." Old Man Wei nodded his head in relief and then left. He left Ning Shu a lot of yuan crystals and told Ning Shu to work hard in his cultivation. Ning Shu began a life of cultivation that didn't leave the house. The only thing that was more distressing was going to the toilet. Every time, he couldn't hold it in. His bladder was about to burst. Although there was a psychological barrier, at least he didn't have his period. But after so many years of having her period disappear just like that, she always felt like she owed something in her heart. It was painful when her period came, but when it didn't, she kept thinking about it. She was so cheap. Ning Shu was too lazy to complain about the original owner's aptitude. Even if she cultivated non-stop all day long, her progress was still very slow. Ning Shu relied on Old Man Wei's love and ran to ask Old Man Wei for a heavenly treasure that could change one's aptitude. The results of her one day of cultivation were not even comparable to the results of the male lead's one breath of time. The gap between them was like a chasm between heaven and earth. It was truly heartbreaking. Old Man Wei roared at Ning Shu, "Do you think heavenly materials and earthly treasures that can change one's aptitude are cabbages? If I had such a thing, I would have fed it to you long ago." Ning Shu, even Old Man Wei doesn't have such a thing. Yi Yu probably has it. Yi Yu's heaven-defying aptitude was accumulated from luck and fortuitous encounters. He definitely has a heavenly treasure that can change one's aptitude. But she couldn't beat the male lead. Was she supposed to let her father fight him? The reason she broke off the engagement was to prevent her father from coming into contact with Yi Yu. She was afraid that Old Man Wei would be injured by Yi Yu and steal the male lead's equipment. In the end, he would be killed by the male lead and give the equipment to the male lead. Her heart was so tired. It felt like she had been abandoned by the world. After a while, a secret realm will open. It's probably a senfu left behind by ancient cultivators. There are many things inside. Every sect will send their disciples in. When the time comes, I'll leave a spot for you. Go in and see if you're lucky enough to bump into a spirit herb that can change one's aptitude. Bump into it? Usually, she would bump into the male lead's arms. How could she bump into a cannon fodder? Am I going alone? Ning Shu looked expectantly at Old Man Wei with dark circles under her eyes. "Old man, will you come with me? You won't be able to enter if your cultivation is too high." Old Man Wei rolled his eyes at Ning Shu. "Don't worry. Other than the other disciples in Tiandao sect, I'll let the others take care of you." It was better to rely on herself than on others. What's more, if she encountered any treasures in the secret realm, not only would they protect her, they might even kill their fellow sect members. Cultivation was unscrupulous. Plundering the heavens and earth to replenish oneself. But Ning Shu still had to go. Cultivation was about not advancing or falling behind. One had to be strong enough to survive and complete the mission. "Old man, does this senfu not have an owner?" Ning Shu asked. "No. All these years, no one has taken this senfu. Every sect has treated this senfu as a training ground for their disciples." Old Man Wei looked at Ning Shu. "Once you enter, you must protect your own life no matter what." "Old man, I know." Ning Shu nodded. He inexplicably felt that this senfu should be the male lead's fortuitous encounter. The male lead would take this senfu. If he could destroy Yi Yu's fortuitous encounter, that would be good too. Yi Yu hated the original owner for killing his father and stealing his wife. Although the original owner didn't ask for revenge, if he could do something for the original owner, the points would be higher. For the rest of the time, Ning Shu persevered in cultivation every day. While he was at it, he also cultivated a peerless martial art. In his body, a coiling dragon-like chi force was formed. The chi force and the chi force in his body each occupied a space in his dantian. They did not invade each other. This made Ning Shu feel that the chi force and the chi force were like spiritual chi. In order to prepare for the secret realm, Ning Shu made a lot of preparations. He even filled his storage bag with hidden weapons and poisons. During this time, Ning Shu let out the flash wind eagle whenever he had nothing to do. He fed it with Qi Jin crystals or spirit herbs with abundant Qi Jin. Under Ning Shu's feeding, the flash wind eagle finally changed its attitude towards Ning Shu. However, it still looked down on Ning Shu's strength. Strength was very important. The cultivation world followed the law of the jungle. The strong were respected. Strength was the truth. Even a spirit beast looked down on him. When he reached the secret realm, he must find a heavenly treasure that could change his aptitude. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to escape the plot. Although his aptitude was poor, Ning Shu still cultivated day and night. At least he would gain something from his cultivation and slowly become stronger. A month later, when the secret realm opened, Old Man Wei came to pick up Ning Shu. The first thing he said was, "Your engagement with Shi Huidi has been annulled." Ning Shu didn't react for a moment. It was annulled so easily. So fast. Ning Shu only felt empty in his heart. The original Ning Shu still liked this Shi Huidi. When he heard the news, his body reacted like this. Old Man Wei rolled his eyes at Ning Shu. "For this matter, you know the price your father has to pay. Your father has to mine for 50 years. Ning Shu, father, you are an elder. How could you be sent to mine?" Ning Shu quickly asked with an anxious expression. Seeing his son's concerned expression, Old Man Wei's expression softened. He said, "Your father gave a set of cultivation methods to the Rainbow Sect. He also has to guard the Qi Jin crystal vein for 50 years. Ning Shu suddenly felt uncomfortable. Old Man Wei really loved his son. His son said that he wanted to annul the engagement and paid the price. Although the original Ning Shu's aptitude wasn't good, his father's love for him was the only warmth in his sad life. Therefore, he didn't want revenge, nor did he want Shi Huidi. He only wanted his father to live. Ning Shu slightly forced back the tears in his body. He said to Old Man Wei, "Father, thank you." Chapter 261. Ning Shu didn't expect that Old Man Wei would make such a sacrifice in order to break off the engagement. He was even punished by the sect to guard the crystal vein. Old Man Wei waved his hand, "Don't think that I didn't see that Rainbow Sect look down on you. They wanted to break off the engagement, but they were afraid that they wouldn't get a share of the crystal vein, so they dragged it out. I gave them a cultivation method, but they weren't satisfied. In a fit of anger, I said that I wanted to bring forward the wedding date so that you two could quickly get married." The fact that the Rainbow Gate had pulled out their most talented and promising female disciple for a marriage alliance showed that they cared a lot about this Yuan crystal vein. But if they really married their most promising female disciple to Wei Liangyue who had accomplished nothing, the people of the Rainbow Gate would still feel heartache. Now that Old Man Wei proposed to break off the engagement, he gave Rainbow Sect face. After receiving benefits from Old Man Wei, he still acted like a victim. It was a bit annoying. But at least now it had nothing to do with Shi Huidi. Whether she wanted to be with Yi Yu or Yi Yi, it had nothing to do with her. Thinking that he was going to marry a woman, even if it was a peerless beauty, Ning Shu still felt goosebumps all over his body. "Take off your clothes," Old Man Wei said to Ning Shu. Ning Shu immediately covered his chest. "What are you doing?" Old Man Wei frowned. "What are you doing? What's wrong with you recently? Always acting like a shy woman. Did you get beaten silly by Shi Huidi?" Ning Shu immediately put down his hand and coughed. "Why are you taking off your clothes?" Old Man Wei took out a soft armor as thin as a cicada's wing from his storage bag and threw it to Ning Shu. "Wear this. It was made by your martial uncle. It should be able to avoid some injuries." "Thank you, father." In order to show off his heroic and manly temperament, Ning Shu stripped his upper body in front of Old Man Wei and put on the soft armor. "Let's go. The others are waiting. When we reach the secret realm, we must be careful." Old Man Wei walked in front. Ning Shu followed behind him and asked, "Father, is guarding the mine tiring?" "It's all right, it's just a little trivial," Old Man Wei said indifferently. Managing these things should be a waste of energy, and Old Man Wei wouldn't have time to cultivate. "Father, Why don't you plead with the sect to not guard the mine? It will affect your cultivation. Father Wei turned around and watched Ning Shu as he raised his eyebrows, saying, "Brat, it's my first time to hear you say such sweet words to your father. Actually, your father is in a bottleneck. No matter how hard I cultivate, I'd better stop cultivating and do something else. Let nature take its course." Really? Ning Shu was in disbelief. How could it be fake? Old Man Wei said carelessly. Ning Shu thought that if Old Man Wei went to guard the pulse, he would definitely not be involved in this bullshit matter. It was a good result. As they spoke, they arrived at the plaza. There were many disciples gathered there, and a few of them were standing together. There were 4 men and 2 women. The surrounding disciples looked at the 6 of them with respect. Ning Shu knew from the original owner's memories that these 6 people were the more powerful disciples of the Tiandao sect. Each of them had a decent cultivation, unlike Wei Liangyue, who was just an embroidered pillow. Wei Liangyue knew that his cultivation wasn't high, so he didn't interact with these people. Moreover, these people always looked down on Wei Liangyue because of their high cultivation. Wei Liangyue must be crazy to come in front of these people. These people are going to the secret realm. You should follow them, Old Man Wei said to Ning Shu. Ning Shu walked over, and the few of them took a few steps back. When the 2 female disciples looked at Ning Shu, their eyes were filled with undisguised disdain and vigilance. Ning Shu thought it seemed like he would have to carry this title until he died. Wei Liangyue, this damn brat, was really courting death. No matter where he went, the female disciples looked at him as if he was a pervert. This feeling was really strange. Old Man Wei asked the leading elder to take care of his son. The elder nodded. When they boarded the spirit ship, Old Man Wei pulled Ning Shu and said, "Nothing is more important than your life. If you encounter something that you can't solve, just sit on the Flash Wind Eagle's back and run." "Father, I will remember. I will definitely come back alive," Ning Shu said seriously. However, Old Man Wei's face was still filled with worry. When the spirit ship was far away, Ning Shu saw Old Man Wei standing at the plaza and looking at him. To have such a father was really a blessing from 8 lifetimes. The leading elder, Ning Shu, said, "Although I don't know why your father let this good-for-nothing go to the secret realm, it's good. You should know that cultivation is difficult. If you continue like this, your cultivation won't be enough. When the time comes, you will die in front of your father and let him send you off." Ning Shu sweated. Everyone really didn't like Wei Liangyue. However, Wei Liangyue didn't feel anything. He just muddled along and was happy. "Thank you, elder. Liangyue understands." Ning Shu nodded. Ning Shu sat on a chair in the cabin. She was surrounded by a kind of vacuum. Especially the 2 female disciples. They stayed far away from her as if they would lose their chastity if they stayed close to her. The original owner didn't force any of the women. It was all consensual. Just like the female disciples of the sect. If they sent themselves to his door, Wei Liangyue would be stupid not to take them. In the end, he would give them some cultivation resources. It was a matter of mutual benefit. However, he didn't expect his reputation to be so bad. The main reason was that he was engaged to Hung Men sect's female god teacher, Hui Di. This made Wei Liangyue even more unsightly. "Brother, I heard you and Hung Men sect's Shi Huidi broke off the engagement." A round-faced man came over and asked Ning Shu. Ning Shu knew from his memory that this person was called Lu Qinyang. His cultivation was ranked in the top few disciples of Tiandao sect. "How do you know? How did the news spread? Could it be Hung Men sect?" "No way. Shi Huidi was a girl after all. Breaking off the engagement wasn't something glorious." Lu Qinyang opened his eyes wide and asked, "You really broke off the engagement? Did you break it on your own accord?" Lu Qinyang's words attracted the attention of several disciples. Ning Shu nodded and said, "I did break off the engagement with Shi Huidi." "Oh my, I said at the beginning that the marriage between you and Shi Huidi was going to break off." Hung Men's sect wouldn't let such an outstanding disciple like Shi Huidi marry you. It was completely a stopgap measure. Lu Qinyang slapped his thigh and excitedly said, now everyone has a chance. It's also because you are not worthy of her. Lu Qinyang didn't care about Ning Shu's feelings and directly said the truth. Ning Shu's heart was filled with anger. This was the original owner's emotion. Ning Shu said with an indifferent expression, even if I am not worthy of Shi Huidi, it is because I broke off the engagement with Shi Huidi. Chapter 262. Brother, in my opinion, you should have broken off the engagement long ago. Shi Huidi clearly doesn't like you, but you can still save some face by breaking off the engagement. Although Lu Qinyang said this, his tone was filled with schadenfreude. Obviously, he looked down on Ning Shu. Ning Shu felt that these people were just envious and jealous. She was just a useless second generation who relied on her father to get such a beautiful fiancé that men could only dream of. Now that she had broken off the engagement, they were mocking her. If you have the ability, you should have a father like Old Man Wei. Reincarnation is also a skill. Ning Shu closed his eyes, not wanting to talk to these people. Even if Shi Huidi didn't like Wei Liangyue, did these people have a chance? The beauty was reserved for the male lead. Lu Qinyang saw Ning Shu like this and gave up talking to him. A man beside him frowned and said to Lu Qinyang, why are you talking to him for no reason? That's right, that's right. Even if he enters the secret realm, he will only drag us down. A female disciple glanced at Ning Shu and said with disdain. Ning Shu opened his eyes and looked at the female disciple who spoke, when did I say that I want to go with you? Can't I go by myself? Ning Shu never intended to follow these people. Although they were disciples of the same sect, it didn't mean that they could be trusted. Especially when these 6 people hated him so much. A look of disdain flashed across the female disciple's face, with your strength, entering the secret realm is just courting death. Any iron-teeth rabbit in the secret realm can deal with you. I didn't ask you for help. What are you talking about, bitch? Ning Shu didn't do anything to this female disciple. It was as if he had raped her. How bad was the original owner's reputation? Wasn't it because some people in the Heavenly Tao sect were jealous of the original owner? Wei Liangyue was indeed unrestrained in the matters between men and women, but he wasn't a vicious pervert who would eat any female. The female disciple was angered by Ning Shu's words, you dare to talk to me like that, a low-level cultivator. My father is Wei Ming. If you're not convinced, you can go and find my father. Ning Shu was now a genuine hedonistic son. The female disciple was so angry that her chest heaved as she glared at Ning Shu. Ning Shu immediately felt refreshed. He knew that these women didn't like him. Ning Shu, who was hiding far away, pretended not to see them and didn't care. However, if they had to step on others to prove how pure they were, Ning Shu couldn't stand it. Sigh, it's all because of strength. Alright, we're all disciples of the Heavenly Tao sect. There's no need to make our relationship so tense. Wei Liangyue, your strength isn't enough and you need to rely on your companions to save you. Don't talk nonsense. The leading elder, Ning Shu, said. Clearly, he was reminding Ning Shu. Ning Shu grinned at the captain but didn't say anything. The other 6 disciples of the Heavenly Tao sect were even more unfriendly towards Ning Shu, but Ning Shu didn't care. Half a day later, they arrived at the entrance of the secret territory. There were already many people at the entrance of the secret territory. Each sect was clearly divided, waiting for the secret territory to open. When Ning Shu got off the spirit ship, he heard a very coquettish female voice, big pervert, you actually dare to appear. The surrounding people immediately snickered and jeered, big pervert, big pervert. The disciples of the Heavenly Tao sect immediately distanced themselves from Ning Shu, acting as if they didn't know Ning Shu at all. Ning Shu still hadn't figured out what was going on. He looked at the coquettish girl in front of him. She was full of vitality and had a bell on her wrist that jingled. Who are you? Ning Shu looked at the proud girl and said in a bad mood, why wouldn't I dare to come? Is this place your home? Big pervert, you actually dared to break off the engagement with senior sister. I'm going to take revenge for senior sister today. The girl was filled with righteous indignation. A piece of trash like you actually dared to break off the engagement. Ning Shu was speechless. He looked around and saw Shi Huidi not far away. She was dressed in white with a veil covering her face. She was cold and there was an imposing and handsome man standing beside her. Ning Shu didn't need to guess to know that this should be the male lead, Yi Yu. It wasn't enough to just be strong. He had to have a handsome face that women couldn't resist. He had to be the male lead with his own BG background music. Shi Huidi glanced at Ning Shu. Her eyes were indifferent as if she didn't know Ning Shu. Ning Shu didn't care. On the other hand, Yi Yu sized up Ning Shu and then revealed a look of disdain. He then moved close to Shi Huidi's ear and said something. His actions seemed very intimate. Facing Yi Yu's intimate actions, Shi Huidi moved to the side uncomfortably. She seemed to be a little shy. Hey, big pervert, what are you looking at? Now that senior sister is no longer your fiancé, if you look again, I'll dig your eyes out. The girl Ning Shu fiercely shouted. Ning Shu looked at the girl. Your senior sister didn't say anything. Why are you in such a hurry to stand up for others? So what if I break off the engagement? If I don't break off the engagement, should I wait to be beaten to death by the disciples of your rainbow sect? Ning Shu curled his lips. He walked around the girl and prepared to leave. The girl stopped Ning Shu again. At least you know what's good for you. Even if you want to break off the engagement, it should be my senior sister. Ning Shu was speechless. Then why didn't your senior sister break off the engagement? We've been engaged for such a long time. If she wanted to break off the engagement, why didn't she say so? Ning Shu stared at the girl and asked. The girl was a little speechless. She then said, this is the decision of the sect. Senior sister can't make the decision herself. Then she can't make the decision. I propose to break off the engagement. Why are you looking for trouble with me? What do you want people to do? Send you to your death. Ning Shu was really fed up. Don't act like you're a good girl. You're a whore but you still want to set up a monument to your chastity. Who took advantage of this matter? The girl was so angry that her face turned red. She pointed at Ning Shu. Who are you calling a whore? If I don't destroy you, I won't be called Yan Jiao. Ning Shu sneered. Your man is flirting with another woman. You're actually standing up for your love rival. Why are you so stupid? What man? What love rival? I don't know what you're talking about. Yan Jiao couldn't help but look at Yi Yu. Ning Shu rolled his eyes. Sure enough, this hot-tempered girl liked Yi Yu. This girl with a proud mouth and an upright body was obviously a member of the male lead's harem. Senior brother Yi Yu is such a good person. Of course there are many who like him. If senior sister likes senior brother Yi Yu, I can't be happier. At least I won't have to marry a big pervert like you. Ning Shu was speechless. Ning Shu was completely unable to understand this woman who was illuminated by the protagonist's aura. This kind of strange situation where she didn't have any resistance to sharing a man and instead got along harmoniously with the harem. He couldn't understand it even if he racked his brains. Generally speaking, the male lead's ability to ooks was very strong. These harem women enjoyed it painfully and very much wanted a woman to share it with them. Therefore, these women didn't blame Yi Yu at all for taking in a harem. Instead, they were happy to have sisters. What a strange way of thinking. Chapter 263. Ning Shu didn't want to pay attention to this little girl, so he walked around Yan Jiao and left. Yi Yu walked over and put his hand on Ning Shu's shoulder. Yi Yu's hand was very heavy, making Ning Shu almost unable to control himself and kneel down. Senior brother, aren't you being too rude to a girl? Yi Yu lightly said, every girl should be protected and loved. Senior brother Yi. Yan Jiao shouted towards Yi Yu, this person is too hateful. Ning Shu looked at Yi Yu. He had sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes, but his eyes were flashing with coldness and killing intent. This killing intent was directed towards her. Fuck, so heavy, I'm about to kneel down. Ning Shu suddenly wailed and fell to the ground with a plop. His face was twisted in pain. He pointed at Yi Yu and shouted, "You're so vicious, you actually used underhanded methods on me. You almost broke my shoulder." Yi Yu looked at his own hand and saw many people looking at him. Seeing this useless trash rolling on the ground in pain, his expression was very disdainful. Truly a useless thing. Fortunately, Hui Di didn't marry such a man. Otherwise, her life would be ruined. Hong Men's sect's disciple attacked my Heavenly Dao sect's disciple for no reason. Do you want to provoke a fight between our two sects? The Heavenly Dao sect's leading elder coldly asked Yi Yu. Yi Yu was a proud person, so he immediately said, "I didn't attack him. As long as you peel off his clothes, you will know." "Elder, I was injured by this person's origin chi. It hurts." Ning Shu struggled to get up from the ground and pitifully said to the elder. The elder gave Ning Shu a dan. "Does Hong Men's sect want to become enemies with our Heavenly Dao sect?" The leading elder watched from the side and also saw the Hong Men's sect's male disciple make a move. "Martial uncle, this is just a joke that junior brother Yi is playing with your sect's disciples. He doesn't have any intention of fighting." The incomparably cold Shi Huidi came over. She first gave a junior's salute to the leading elder and said, "Cold moon." The leading elder looked at Ning Shu. After all, this was a matter between the younger generation. If he interfered too much, he would lose his bearing. At this moment, the disciples of the Tiandao sect came over. Ning Shu said, "Wei Liangyue, forget it. It's not a big deal. Senior apprentice Sister Hui Di has already explained the matter clearly." Another disciple also said, while glancing at Shi Huidi. Ning Shu was speechless. "Big bitch, are you trying to get entangled with senior sister? There's clearly nothing going on, yet you're being so serious. Are you even a man? Nothing's going on, yet you're rolling on the ground," Yan Jiao said snappily. "I'm not a man, you're a man." Ning Shu and Yan Jiao rolled their eyes. "Sister, don't be so silly. You don't even know that you've been sold. Who are you calling sister? Who is your sister? If you call me sister again, I'll tear your mouth apart." Yan Jiao said unruly. "See, you can't even grasp the main point." Ning Shu clutched his chest and said, "I'm really injured. I see that the storage pouch on senior apprentice brother Ye's waist is not bad. Give it to me to play with." Ning Shu looked at the storage pouch on Yi Yu's waist. Who knows how many good things were inside. Yi Yu was a southern bamboo monarch with many treasures all over his body. Yi Yu used his hand to press on the storage pouch on his waist. His expression was cold as he looked at Ning Shu's wretched appearance. He almost couldn't resist the urge to instantly kill this disgusting person. "This is for you. It's a very good healing pill." Shi Huidi took out a bottle of pills and threw it to Ning Shu. "These pills are enough to heal your injuries." Ning Shu took the pills that Shi Huidi threw over. He opened it and smelled it. "It's really good stuff. Thank you, great beauty." Shi Huidi's expression became extremely cold. She was clearly angered by Ning Shu's flirtatious tone. Moreover, Shi Huidi found that this man was not sad at all after breaking off the engagement. He looked at her with a very strange expression. Originally, Shi Huidi's heart was a bit bothered by the broken engagement. She was a woman with a very strong self-esteem. She wanted to break off the relationship with this man, but not in this way. Other people looked at her with a very strange expression. They said that she was abandoned by a useless second generation. This kind of humiliation was unbearable for the strong Shi Huidi. "Junior apprentice brother, let's go. The enchantment is about to open." Shi Huidi didn't want to stay together with this man. Yi Yu nodded. He turned around and walked away. When he turned around, he looked at Ning Shu with eyes full of killing intent. Humph. Yan Jiao put her hands on her hips. Ning Shu coldly snorted. Big bitch, I won't let you off. She swung her long ponytail and walked away. The lead elder snappily said to Ning Shu, "You're quite the hateful one. Anything can happen in the mystic realm. I can see that the strength of the Rainbow Gate sect's disciples isn't weak. Be careful." Seeing these people, she immediately jumped on the back of the Flash Wind Eagle and fled. She didn't have the ability to fight against the male lead. Wei Liangyue, I'll use this spirit tool to exchange for the pills in your hand. The chubby Lu Qinyang looked at the pills in Ning Shu's hand. The other 3 male disciples were also ready to make a move. They wanted to exchange with Ning Shu. They even wanted to directly snatch the pills. Damn, could it be that the pills were some kind of treasure? Ning Shu immediately held the bottle tightly. He vigilantly asked. What are you guys doing? This is something given by the peerless beauty, Master Hui Di. Keeping it by my side is like being in close contact with a goddess. Lu Qinyang said with a face full of ripples. Ning Shu, damn, these men are cold on the outside but passionate on the inside. Ning Shu even suspected that these men wanted the pills. Then they would look at the pills and masturbate. Ning Shu shook his head. He felt that he was too dirty. Ning Shu smiled and said. You can exchange, but only 1 pill at a time. If I don't like your things, I won't exchange. Okay. Lu Qinyang took out a dagger from his storage pouch and gave it to Ning Shu. This dagger can cut through iron like mud. It is very useful to keep it by your side. Ning Shu accepted the dagger and gave Lu Qinyang a round pill. Hey, Wei Liangyue, this is for you. Give me a pill too. A male disciple gave Ning Shu a spiritual herb fruit. Ning Shu happily accepted the spiritual fruit and gave him a pill. Shi Huidi saw this scene from not far away. She was so angry that her body was shaking. This Wei Liangyue was really, Shi Huidi saw the intoxicated expression of the male disciple who received the pill. The feeling of being fantasized by a man was too humiliating and disgusting. A disciple came over and gave Ning Shu a crystal filled with impurities. Ning Shu asked for a pill. Ning Shu held the crystal against the light. Are you fucking kidding me? You want to exchange this crystal for Goddess Shi's pill? In your dreams. Ning Shu, this is a chaos stone. Hurry up and keep it. Hurry up and keep it. 2333. A terrifying sound wave sounded in Ning Shu's head. Ning Shu's expression didn't change. He threw a pill to that disciple and said with disdain, look at your poor appearance. This is a reward from me. That disciple took the pill and laughed at Ning Shu in his heart. What an idiot. Chapter 264. Ning Shu used Shi Huidi's pills to trade for a lot of treasures. The most precious one was the chaos stone that 2333 mentioned. Just hearing about chaos made him feel inexplicably high. She had once absorbed chaotic purple gas in the sky Dao space. Could the chaos stone also have chaotic purple gas? Ning Shu turned his head and saw Shi Huidi's cold eyes and Yi Yu's gaze that looked like he was looking at a dead man. Yi Yu looked at the wretched Ning Shu, then turned to Shi Huidi and said, this person can't be left alive. Keeping him alive will hurt senior sister's reputation. He's doing this on purpose to humiliate senior sister. Once we enter the secret territory, junior brother will avenge senior sister and make sure he never leaves the secret territory. Shi Huidi's lips moved under the veil. She bit her lip with her pearly white teeth, but in the end, she didn't say anything. Yi Yu knew that senior apprentice sister agreed with his decision. Moreover, he was just a rich second generation. As long as he did it cleanly, no one would be able to find out. Senior apprentice sister, who was as bright as the moon, should not be looked at differently by the world because of this disgusting man. Hey, big bitch, why did you trade the pills senior sister gave you for something else? Yan Jiao asked unruly Ning Shu. Ning Shu said casually, since your senior sister gave it to me, it's mine. I can do whatever I want with it. But you shouldn't have given the pills to these men in front of senior sister, Yan Jiao said to Ning Shu. Ning Shu looked at Yan Jiao and said, little girl, what did I do to you? You're always looking for trouble. If I keep your senior sister's things, you'll say that I still have feelings for her. No matter what I do, I won't be happy. What do you want me to do? I'll send you to your death. You. Yan Jiao was so angry that her face turned red. She pulled out her whip and pointed it at Ning Shu. She shouted angrily, I'll send you to your death first. As she spoke, she lashed out with her whip at Ning Shu. Ning Shu quickly dodged. Looking at the whip in Yan Jiao's hand, he felt very sad. She also wanted to use her whip to whip people. You actually dare to dodge. Be a good boy and let this great ant whip you. See if this great ant doesn't whip your stinky face into a pulp. Yan Jiao shouted in a very spoiled manner. She was dressed in a tight-fitting blue robe with a simple long ponytail. She looked exceptionally lively. Ning Shu hid behind the leading elder and complained, Elder, she wants to kill me. The leading elder's face darkened. He felt a little embarrassed. Yan Jiao was so angry that her face was distorted. She pointed at Ning Shu and shouted, Are you still a man? How dare you complain? Do you have any shame? So what if I'm shameless? Ning Shu's Yan Jiao said with grief and indignation, You think you're in the right when you hit him? You're the shameless one. You can't win an argument, so you hit him. You're simply shameless. You're the shameless one. You're the shameless one. Yan Jiao immediately retorted. Oh my, this girl is too cute. It would be even better if I didn't whip her. Such a cute girl would be drowned in Yi Yu's harem. Every time Yi Yu met a beauty, he would take that beauty into his bag. There were all kinds of beauties. There were romantic ones, charming ones, pure ones, dignified ones, cold ones, lively ones. In short, there were all kinds of beauties. Moreover, these women loved him to death. When they met Yi Yu, they would all be attracted to Yi Yu. Yi Yu saw Yan Jiao and Ning Shu quarreling and felt a little uncomfortable. He hurriedly called out to Yan Jiao. All right, Yan Jiao, there's no need to be so serious with this kind of person. Facing Yi Yu, Yan Jiao's expression became much better. She walked towards Yi Yu and even turned around to threaten Ning Shu. Just you wait. If you fall into my hands, this great ant will definitely make you suffer a fate worse than death. Ning Shu, I'm so scared. The barrier of the secret realm was getting weaker and weaker. It looked like it would open soon. Ning Shu's expression became serious. He held the spirit beast pouch tightly. If anything happened, he would release the flash wind eagle and run. Nothing was more important than his life. For his life, he could give up his integrity. It's open. The barrier is open. Following the sound of people's voices, everyone went into a big hole in the barrier. Ning Shu was in the middle of the crowd and was directly squeezed in. Before he could react, his head buzzed and he didn't feel anything. When Ning Shu woke up, he was already in a desolate place. There was a familiar person lying next to him. It was Lu Qinyang. Not long after Ning Shu woke up, Lu Qinyang woke up as well. He then began to vomit. When the dizziness disappeared, Lu Qinyang noticed Ning Shu next to him. He was a little surprised. You were sent here by the teleportation array. Why didn't you have any reaction? Of course I had a reaction. I wanted to vomit a long time ago, but I swallowed it down. Ning Shu smacked his lips. Lu Qinyang, who had just vomited, began to vomit again. Ning Shu ignored him and directly released the flash wind eagle from the spirit beast pouch. He was ready to leave. Hey, where are you going? Seeing Ning Shu's flash wind eagle, Lu Qinyang's eyes flashed. He said, the secret realm is dangerous. Let's go together. If anything happens, we can help each other. Lu Qinyang looked at the flash wind eagle with envy. He then asked Ning Shu, how many people can your flash wind eagle carry? 1. Ning Shu controlled the flash wind eagle to fly into the air. Seeing Ning Shu leave, Lu Qinyang's face suddenly turned ugly. He hurriedly shouted at Ning Shu, who was in the air, you are so weak. You want to go alone? Let's go together. Ning Shu didn't want to stay with someone with bad intentions. He also had to guard against the people around him. The flash wind eagle was very fast. In an instant, it disappeared in front of Lu Qinyang. Lu Qinyang cursed and regretted that he didn't make a move earlier. He didn't expect that trash whale Yangyue would have a spirit beast like the flash wind eagle. Ning Shu sat on the back of the flash wind eagle and looked around. This space had a desert and forests. He could faintly hear the sound of beasts roaring in the lush forest. There was also the sea in the distance. If this was a cultivator's senfu, it was too big. Ning Shu let the flash wind eagle land and then put it away. Walking in the forest, Ning Shu picked the spirit herbs he saw. Moreover, this secret realm was full of heaven and earth yuan qi. Ning Shu only needed to take a sniff, and his breath was full of yuan qi. He felt refreshed. If he could accept this senfu and cultivate in this senfu, it would be great. This should be the male lead's fortuitous encounter. It had nothing to do with her. Ning Shu touched some herbs that spirit beasts hated. In her heart, she was drooling over this senfu. However, her current strength was too weak. She simply didn't have the strength to fight with the male lead. Sigh. This senfu isn't anything good. It's just trash. 2333's voice in her mind was full of disdain. Ning Shu indifferently replied, forgive me for not seeing the world. I don't know what else is good. Why do you say this senfu is trash? Ning Shu's feelings were complicated. The thing she wanted but couldn't get was looked down upon by others. Chapter 265. Then why don't you tell me why this senfu is trash? Can you give me a piece of trash like the senfu? Ning Shu said indignantly. She still wanted to snatch this piece of trash from the male lead, Tui, senfu. This shouldn't be some senfu, but a plane, a very very low-level plane. It didn't even have its own laws, so it can't give birth to its own unique creatures. In the end, it was sacrificed and used as a senfu, a shelter. 2333 said faintly, obviously looking down on this senfu. This plane has no future. If it can't form its own laws of heaven and earth, it will slowly disappear. If that's the case, it should have grown into a plane. It's an immature plane. The place where the plane was born prematurely peeled off. 2333 said. The place where the plane was born. There's such a place? Ning Shu asked curiously. She felt like she had opened the door to a new world. 2333 said impatiently. Planes can also die. If the plane can't maintain and repair its laws of heaven and earth, the plane will collapse and naturally disappear. However, new planes will also be born. Your role is to repair these planes and prevent them from collapsing for some reason. After all, every plane has countless creatures. If the plane collapses, these creatures will also disappear. Ning Shu suddenly felt that her current job was so great. She could live forever and also repair planes. Okay, now how was she going to snatch this plane from the male lead? If this thing fell into the male lead's hands, then the male lead would be invincible. If she couldn't beat him, then she could just hide in the senfu. Ning Shu took out the map that old man Wei gave her. It marked the places where treasures grew. However, they were all guarded by vicious beasts. Ning Shu couldn't beat them. Getting these things was basically a dream. Her strength was too low. Ning Shu felt that the mission was getting harder and harder. Senior Brother Yi, where are we going now? A familiar lively female voice sounded. Then, a group of people appeared in front of Ning Shu. They were basically all disciples of the Rainbow Sect. Yan Jiao was stunned for a moment, then she laughed sinisterly. Big bitch, you're out of luck. When Yi Yu saw Ning Shu, he sneered. His eyes were cold. Ning Shu said, you shouldn't humiliate your senior sister like that. Ning Shu didn't say anything. He released his flash wind eagle and ran away. Yi Yu was stunned for a moment. He hadn't even finished speaking and this person had already run away. It seemed like this person knew that he wasn't strong enough and ran away first. Yi Yu was particular about getting rid of weeds. Don't think that just because you have a flying spirit beast, you can run away. Yi Yu turned to Yan Jiao and Shi Huidi and said, wait for me here. I'll be back soon. Senior brother Yi, you must kill that despicable bitch. Don't let your senior sister be sad for this kind of person. He insulted your senior sister like this. You must cut him into 10,000 pieces. Yan Jiao angrily said. Yi Yu seriously looked at Shi Huidi, who was wearing a thin veil, and said, senior sister, don't worry. I will definitely kill this person. Xiaohua. Yi Yu shouted. A red light came out from the spirit beast bag. Then, a clear bird cry sounded. A fiery red bird affectionately called out to Yi Yu. Okay, Xiaohua. Let's go chase after the rat. Let him see the grace of your divine beast. Yi Yu jumped on Xiaohua's back and chased after Ning Shu. Ning Shu, who was running in front, felt that something was wrong. The flash wind eagle's consciousness transmitted a feeling of fear. Moreover, its speed also slowed down. Ning Shu looked back and saw Yi Yu standing on the back of the fiery red bird. He was chasing after him, and the distance between them was gradually shortening. Is this a phoenix? The other party's speed was getting faster and faster. It was clearly faster than the flash wind eagle. Ning Shu was a bit anxious. If the male lead caught up, would he still be alive? Fly towards the seaside. Ning Shu ordered the flash wind eagle. The flash wind eagle wanted to get rid of the pressure of the divine beast. When it heard Ning Shu's order, it immediately flapped its wings and flew towards the seaside. Yi Yu saw the flash wind eagle increasing its speed and coldly sneered. Struggling before death. Xiaohua, hurry up. Senior sister is still waiting for us. There's no need to waste time here. The divine beast phoenix cried out. It flapped its beautiful fiery red wings and chased after the big stupid bird. Ning Shu was very anxious. He saw Yi Yu getting closer and closer. Moreover, his speed was very fast. Don't run. Even if you run, you won't be able to escape. Yi Yu mobilized the energy in his body and attacked Ning Shu. Ning Shu suddenly felt his internal organs shift. Blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. If it wasn't for the soft armor given to him by Old Man Wei, Ning Shu would have already died. Ning Shu didn't care about the pain in his body. He transferred his energy into the flash wind eagle. With Ning Shu's assistance, the flash wind eagle desperately increased its speed. It flapped its big wings and flew towards the seaside. Yi Yu saw that his attack didn't injure the other party. He was surprised. He had used 80% of his strength. He thought that this person would be directly smashed into minced meat. However, he was actually fine. It seemed like he only spat out a mouthful of blood. Yi Yu's eyes flashed with a burning light. This person must have some kind of protective treasure on him. Yi Yu's expression became serious. He said to the phoenix, Xiaohua, hurry up. What kind of treasure does this person have? The phoenix let out a clear cry and increased its speed to catch up to the flash wind eagle. Ning Shu had already been chased to the seaside by Yi Yu. Ning Shu stood on the back of the flash wind eagle and looked at the phoenix. Yi Yu stood majestically on the phoenix's back. He was handsome like a powerful god, making others worship him. Ning Shu spat out a mouthful of blood. He directly let the flash wind eagle enter the spirit beast pouch. He directly jumped into the sea. Moreover, he was lucky to jump into the sea. Yi Yu's face suddenly sank. He stared blankly at the splashing waves in the sea. His heart was very worried. He thought that this person was just a useless piece of trash. He didn't think that he would have the courage to jump into the sea. Moreover, he didn't hesitate to jump into the sea. He couldn't not be caught. Yi Yu's heart suddenly had a trace of fear towards this second-generation young master. He clearly knew that there were all kinds of spirit beasts in the sea. However, he still jumped in. Yi Yu put himself in the other party's shoes. If it was him, he would rather fight to the death than jump into the sea like this. However, Yi Yu forgot that Ning Shu was just a cultivation rookie. He didn't even have the ability to fight. Yi Yu regretted not killing him earlier. He kept thinking about the other party's protective treasure. He wanted to use the least damaging method to kill him. He wanted to capture him alive and kill him. Unexpectedly, the other party managed to escape. Chapter 266. After Ning Shu jumped into the sea, Yi Yu didn't leave immediately. Instead, he waited above the sea surface. Yi Yu waited above for a long time. Seeing that the person in the sea didn't appear, Yi Yu thought for a moment before jumping into the sea. In the past, he looked down on Wei Liangyue. However, Wei Liangyue was very decisive in this situation. With a tenacious mind, she must be a great enemy. Yi Yu jumped into the sea. Immediately, he felt that the sea water was bone-piercing cold. It was as if he was soaking in ice water. Even if he circulated the essence in his body, he couldn't resist the cold. What kind of sea water was this? It was so bone-piercing cold that it seemed to be able to freeze the essence in his body. Yi Yu looked around but didn't see Ning Shu's shadow. Even with Yi Yu's cultivation, he couldn't resist the cold. He felt that Wei Liangyue's cultivation was too low. She should have been frozen to death by the seawater. Yi Yu jumped out of the sea surface and stood on the back of the phoenix. He frowned and looked at the sea surface. He didn't see anyone. In the end, he left. However, not long after, Yi Yu returned. However, he still didn't see Wei Liangyue. Did she really die? Did she disappear for no reason? Yi Yu stayed for a while longer before he really left. Ning Shu, who was being remembered by Yi Yu, was entangled by something. She couldn't escape. Moreover, the thing that was entangling her felt like kelp or an octopus leg. Now, Ning Shu was holding a dagger and trying to cut off the thing on his ankle. However, when he tried to cut it, it felt like he was cutting a piece of iron or stone. The force of the rebound made Ning Shu's hand go numb. In addition, the sea water was cold. That kind of cold seeped into his bones. Ning Shu felt that his body was frozen numb. If it wasn't for the peerless martial arts in his body supporting him, he was afraid that Ning Shu would have frozen to death. Moreover, the cultivation method of this world was unable to resist the cold. What the hell was this thing? Anyway, this thing just kept pestering her and didn't eat her. It also didn't make any movements. The surroundings were pitch black, and Ning Shu couldn't see anything. Fuck, I'm going to suffocate if I don't go now. Ning Shu didn't care about the thing on his leg and swam desperately at night, wanting to take a breath. She had been at the bottom of the sea for a long time. Just as he floated to the surface, he was dragged down by something on his leg. He only took a breath before he was dragged down. Furthermore, he had been injured by Yi Yu and his internal organs were damaged. Now that he was soaked in the bone-chilling seawater, Ning Shu felt like he was going to die. If he didn't take any medicine to treat his wounds, he would really die. Yi Yu, once I get out of here, I'll definitely hunt you down and let you have a taste of what it's like to be hunted down. Ning Shu released the Flash Wind Eagle. When the Flash Wind Eagle came out, it realized that it was in the sea and was stunned. Ning Shu grabbed the Flash Wind Eagle's claws and ordered it to rush out of the sea. The Flash Wind Eagle's speed was very slow in his hands. Ning Shu was speechless. He still dared to say that his ancestor was the Kuanpeng. The Kuanpeng could fly 9,000 miles in the sky and was invincible. However, the Flash Wind Eagle wasn't so good. Above, the Flash Wind Eagle was desperately trying to fly up. Below, the kelp was tightly holding onto him, pulling him down. Ning Shu felt like he was going to be torn apart. Fuck, this was how miserable it was to be weak. Suddenly, Ning Shu's leg loosened. Without the obstruction, the flash-winged eagle rushed out of the sea. For a moment, it couldn't stop and flew very high. When Ning Shu looked down, she felt dizzy. Moreover, there were astral winds high up in the sky. When the astral winds hit people, they immediately left deep bloody marks on their bodies. They were like flying knives. What Ning Shu couldn't stand the most was that his leg was still wrapped around by that damn thing. That damn thing was also being dragged out of the sea. Go down, go down. Ning Shu ordered the flash-winged eagle. The flash-winged eagle carefully avoided the astral winds and finally came down. As soon as his feet touched the ground, Ning Shu immediately took out some healing pills from his storage bag. Seeing that the flash-winged eagle's body was badly injured by the astral winds, he hurriedly stuffed the pills into its mouth and fed it some crystals. At least he had a helper by his side. It was really important to have a capable companion. Fortunately, he had contracted a spirit beast when he entered the secret realm. Otherwise, he would have been killed by Yi Yu. The thing on his leg was slowly pulling him into the sea. Ning Shu looked at this thing and felt that it was really kelp. It even had roots. However, this kelp was completely black and had a feeling of fine iron. Furthermore, this thing had its own consciousness and was pulling Ning Shu into the sea with great force. Ning Shu was speechless. Fuck, did this kelp become a spirit? Ning Shu let the flash-winged eagle try to use its claws to see if it could pry open the kelp. The flash-winged eagle used its sharp and cold claws to scratch at the kelp on Ning Shu's leg. Sparks flew when the claws came into contact with the kelp. It seemed that there was no way to pry open the thing around his leg. Fuck, how unlucky. The kelp extended other branches and tried to entangle the flash-winged eagle. The flash-winged eagle immediately flew into the air, making it impossible for the kelp to entangle it. Ning Shu hugged a tree tightly and didn't let this thing drag him into the sea. Fuck, his leg was going to be torn off. What the hell was this? Could it be that he couldn't get rid of the kelp? If the kelp really turned him into spicy shredded kelp, the problem was that he had never seen such hard kelp before. Ning Shu had no choice but to try and see if she could make this thing her spiritual pet. 2 small white dots appeared in his consciousness. Sure enough, it worked. Ning Shu squeezed his consciousness into a small white ball. The kelp was still ignorant and didn't know how to resist. It just kept dragging Ning Shu into the sea. After engraving his consciousness into the kelp's consciousness, Ning Shu realized that this one, let's call it this one for now, didn't have any emotions. Its mind was blank. The emotional fluctuations that were transmitted to Ning Shu were that it wanted to go into the sea. It seemed that it couldn't leave the sea. Ning Shu first comforted the kelp and then asked it to let go of him. However, the kelp didn't understand Ning Shu's intention and just tried to drag Ning Shu into the sea with all its might. Ning Shu was speechless. Fuck, there was no way to communicate. Ning Shu could only communicate with the kelp in his consciousness and ask it to let go of him. The kelp still dragged Ning Shu into the sea. Ning Shu could only sigh and let it drag him into the sea. Once it touched the sea, the kelp seemed to be in a better state. It swam in front of Ning Shu and seemed to be very curious about Ning Shu. Ning Shu floated on the surface of the sea and expressed his goodwill to the kelp over and over again. He also asked it to let go of his leg. The kelp finally understood Ning Shu's intention and finally let go of Ning Shu's leg. However, the whole plant stuck to Ning Shu's body and tightly wrapped around Ning Shu. Then, it suddenly pulled Ning Shu into the sea. Fuck, 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 help. Ning Shu's heart ached when he encountered the first stupid spirit beast. When the flash-winged eagle saw this, it screeched sharply and hurriedly flew on the surface of the sea. Ning Shu was pulled to the bottom of the sea by the kelp. The kelp tightly wrapped around Ning Shu and seemed to be very intimate with Ning Shu. Ning Shu was speechless. Help, I need to breathe. Chapter 267. Ning Shu was dragged to the bottom of the sea by Kelp Lord. What he regretted the most in his life was making Kelp Lord his spirit pet. Without any thoughts, it was so difficult to communicate. Ning Shu was planted beside Kelp Lord like a stalk of kelp. Ning Shu reached out and touched it. He felt that the place under his feet should be some kind of coral. It was hard to the touch. Ning Shu tried to communicate with Kelp Lord in his mind, but Kelp Lord only gave Ning Shu a very monotonous feeling. It didn't even know what Ning Shu was talking about. After being in the sea for a long time, Ning Shu asked Kelp Lord to take him out to breathe. If she didn't breathe, she would die. After telling Kelp Lord many times, Kelp Lord finally got Ning Shu out of the sea. When Ning Shu took a breath, Kelp Lord would immediately drag her down. After a while, Kelp Lord would drag her out of the sea. After a while, Kelp Lord would drag her to the bottom of the sea again. After a while, Kelp Lord would drag her out of the sea again. The flash-winged eagle stood on the shore and watched its master pop up again and again. Ning Shu, my heart is so tired. I don't know what to say. After being tormented by Kelp Lord, Ning Shu found that he had completely adapted to the bone-piercing temperature of the sea. His body didn't feel cold anymore. It was probably because he was numb to the cold and couldn't feel it. Ning Shu stayed beside Kelp Lord. He felt that the vitality in the sea was quite abundant. Ning Shu also felt that his body was slowly strengthening. During this time, Ning Shu understood the situation around him. There was only one spirit beast, Kelp Lord. Sometimes, Ning Shu could even feel some bones. It was probably a spirit beast in the sea that was entangled by Kelp Lord and died here. Ning Shu didn't know how Kelp Lord evolved from seaweed to this. It was simply unbelievable. Ning Shu tried to communicate with Kelp Lord, but Kelp Lord was still confused. Really, why do I always meet these kinds of noobs? It's fine if it's zombies, but now it's kelp. I don't know what kind of creatures will appear in the future. The kelp let Ning Shu squat beside it. Anyway, she didn't have to do anything. Ning Shu wanted to leave, but the kelp wrapped around her tightly, making it impossible for her to escape. Fuck, am I going to die of old age in this plane? There was nothing more tragic than being entangled to death by a kelp. Ning Shu had no choice but to cultivate slowly. However, cultivating underwater was actually much faster than cultivating on land. This was the only consolation amidst his misery. Invulnerable and ignorant. Ning Shu's claws were really numb. This was how miserable it was to be weak. 2333 system, please help me. Ning Shu asked 2333 for help for the first time. The buzzing sound in his head continued for a long time, but 2333 still did not say anything. Ning Shu suspected that 2333 had burned his motherboard. What is it? 2333 asked. Suddenly, it exclaimed, there's a lot of spiritual marrow under your butt. Ning Shu hurriedly searched everywhere. Where is it? Where is it? Ning Shu touched something that looked like a rock. Is this spiritual marrow? Ah, the spiritual marrow is crystallized. Good stuff, good stuff. 2333 quickly said, there's liquid spiritual marrow underneath. Ning Shu touched the spiritual marrow again. The spiritual marrow was very heavy. It was like jelly in the water and did not disperse in the water. Suddenly, he understood that the kelp was able to grow to this size because of the spiritual marrow. It only had strength, but no brains. Quick, these are all good energy. Give them all to me. 2333 finally saw a type of energy. Ning Shu gave the crystallized spirit marrow to 2333 and did not take any more. She grabbed a handful of the jelly-like spirit marrow and stuffed it into her mouth. Suddenly, an endless amount of spirit chi surged through her body. It was as if she could not stop it. Do you want to die? This kind of thing can't be eaten casually. 2333 said, even a drop of spiritual marrow contains a lot of spiritual energy. Ning Shu felt that the spiritual energy in his body was about to burst. Blood was coming out of his pores. Kelp seemed to have noticed that something was wrong with Ning Shu. It dragged Ning Shu to the surface of the sea. When Ning Shu thought that his body was about to explode, the peerless martial arts coiling dragon-like qi in his body actually started to absorb the spirit qi. Moreover, the coiling dragon's body was getting bigger and bigger, occupying the entire position of his dantian. However, it still absorbed the spiritual energy quickly. The dragon's body became smaller and smaller. Finally, it turned into a golden dragon. Its whole body emitted a golden luster. It swam in his dantian like a real dragon. The spiritual qi in the spiritual marrow was completely absorbed by this qi. Ning Shu was simply dumbfounded. She didn't think that this qi would be so fierce. She had obtained this secret book of peerless martial arts when she was a princess in a low-level plane. Moreover, it had such a funny name. Since she didn't have any powerful secret books, Ning Shu could only practice this secret book. However, she didn't think that this peerless martial arts would be so powerful. It was simply beyond Ning Shu's expectations. Sure enough, the simplest and lowest level things could be very powerful when practiced to the extreme. It was reasonable to say that Wei Liangyue's secret book was countless times stronger than the peerless martial arts. However, in the end, he still relied on this spiritual energy to save his life. It seemed that even if he had a powerful secret book in the future, he could not throw away the peerless martial arts. This was the most powerful thing. The flash-winged eagle flew back and forth above Ning Shu's head. Its cry was somewhat anxious. It was clearly worried about Ning Shu. If Ning Shu died, the flash-winged eagle would also die. Ning Shu felt that her body was full of strength. Even with the kelp entangling her, Ning Shu easily went ashore. The kelp wanted to throw Ning Shu into the sea, but Ning Shu pulled on the kelp and easily dragged it away. She had now killed it. Oh, he. The kelp's consciousness transmitted a very wronged feeling. Ning Shu directly let it soak in the sea. Then, she took out a spirit essence crystal and scraped a bit of powder before putting it into the flash-winged eagle's mouth. The flash-winged eagle immediately let out a high-pitched cry. Its entire body was trembling, and the feathers on its body quickly fell off. Soon, it turned into a big fat turkey, much thinner than before. Ning Shu was startled. Fuck, what's going on? Why is its feathers falling off? Thinking that he would have to ride such a thing in the future, Ning Shu felt very sad. But soon, the flash-winged eagle's body grew new feathers. The color of the feathers was darker than before, but its defensive power had increased by a level. The flash-winged eagle rubbed its head against Ning Shu, expressing its current happiness to Ning Shu. However, Ning Shu immediately pushed the flash-winged eagle's head away. Such a ferocious bird head with an even sharper beak. It still wanted to act cute. Go away. Now, Ning Shu had a shadow over the intimate actions of a spirit pet. It was all because of the kelp's fault. 2333 System Sir, seeing that I took so much spirit essence, can you give this kelp some wisdom? I'm tired. Ning Shu asked 2333. Chapter 268. Ning Shu looked at the kelp that was floating in the water. Such an innocent little thing really made people feel helpless. There should be some kind of command aura that gave this guy some pitiful intelligence. Ning Shu asked 2333 to think of a way, but 2333 immediately went silent. Ning Shu said unhappily, you should at least give something back if you take something from others. Now Ning Shu understood. The kelp kept asking her to stay with it probably because it felt that the place it grew up in was a good place and wanted to share it with her. Unfortunately, she could not communicate with the kelp. The kelp was lucky to be able to grow in such a place. It can be exchanged, but your system store is not open yet, so there is no way to open it. 2333 said regretfully. Ning Shu was speechless. Fuck, I must open this damn store. There are low-level wisdom pills. I can use a loophole in the system to exchange some for you. Do you want it? But the spiritual marrow is mine. 2333 said weakly, my energy is about to run out. Fuck, what a black-hearted bitch. Ning Shu waved her hand, exchange it. Okay, please wait. 2333's voice was very excited. Ning Shu felt that he was tricked again. A moment later, 5 round pills appeared in Ning Shu's hand, shining with a rainbow light. Moreover, the fragrance was very strong, making people feel a lot clearer after smelling it. Things that they didn't understand before were now clear. This was the wisdom pill. Ning Shu wanted to feed the wisdom pill to the kelp, but she suddenly realized that the kelp did not have a mouth. How was she going to feed the kelp? Maybe it knew that the thing in front of it was beneficial. The kelp's roots suddenly opened something like a mouth, waiting for Ning Shu to feed it. Ning Shu felt that her worldview was being challenged. Fuck, the kelp had a mouth. After continuously throwing 3 wisdom pills into Kelp's mouth, Kelp was so proud of himself that even his long branches were shaking. Ning Shu thought about it and removed the relationship between him and the kelp. The kelp could only live in the sea, so there was nothing wrong with bringing it with him. For a moment, Ning Shu felt that his consciousness connection with kelp had disappeared. Kelp was a little confused and didn't quite understand what was happening. Ning Shu sat on the back of the Flash Wind Eagle and left. Ning Shu stuffed a wisdom pill into the Flash Wind Eagle's mouth. Then, he ate one himself. The moment the pill entered his mouth, it melted into a warm current. Then, he felt nothing. Ning Shu smacked his lips. That's it. Heavens, you actually ate the wisdom pill? 2333 exclaimed, using the mainframe to simulate a shocked voice, this wisdom pill is for animals, no one has ever eaten it before. Ning Shu, holy shit, will there be any side effects? Ning Shu covered his face. This was a dark history that he couldn't bear to look at. 2333 was silent for a moment, then said, no one has ever eaten it before. I really don't know what side effects there will be. If there are any side effects, you have to tell me so that I can make some data. Ning Shu, I want to die. This was the reason why he didn't know much. Most importantly, he had an unreliable system by his side. The Flash Wind Eagle was now very fast. In a short while, they were far away from the beach. Ning Shu patted the Flash Wind Eagle's wings and asked it to dismount. Ning Shu didn't meet many people along the way. When he came across some spiritual herbs and rare treasures, even if they were guarded by spiritual beasts, Ning Shu didn't let them go. Ning Shu wanted to test his abilities. He came across a spiritual fruit that could expand the meridians. However, this spiritual fruit was guarded by a ferocious bear. Ning Shu looked at the incomparably majestic tyrannical bear and felt a little weak. However, she circulated her chi and stabbed the tyrannical bear with her spirit weapon longsword. The tyrannical bear was enraged and raised its huge bear paw to slap Ning Shu. However, what was more shocking was that Ning Shu's sword pierced through the bear's paw. It shouldn't be because of the spiritual weapon. Ning Shu clenched her fists and felt that her entire body was filled with strength. Ning Shu jumped up from the ground and clenched her fists tightly, smashing them towards the violent bear's head. In an instant, the bear's head exploded like a watermelon. Smelly blood mixed with gray brain matter splattered all over Ning Shu's face. Ning Shu was indescribably shocked. She was now Hercules. Her strength had reached an unimaginable level. Ning Shu didn't react until the bear's body fell to the ground. It was good to have strength. Only then would she have the strength to fight back against the male lead. The Flash Wind Eagle eagerly picked the spiritual fruit for Ning Shu and obediently gave it to her. Ning Shu took the spiritual fruit and placed it in her storage bag. Ning Shu didn't know how long it had been. She was afraid that she would be trapped in this senfu and not be able to leave. After walking for a while, Ning Shu didn't meet anyone. Thus, she caught 2 iron-teeth rabbits and roasted them. The Flash Wind Eagle stood around Ning Shu and vigilantly checked the surroundings for danger. Ning Shu clearly felt that the Flash Wind Eagle had become more spiritual after eating the wisdom pill. In addition, Ning Shu's strength had increased. In its heart, it regarded Ning Shu as its master. The flash-winged eagle transmitted to Ning Shu its feelings of reverence and gratitude. Speaking of the wisdom pill, Ning Shu's cancer of embarrassment flared up. It was too embarrassing. After eating a tasteless iron-teeth rabbit, Ning Shu dug her teeth. After all, it was a spiritual beast. The meat was tough. Ning Shu threw the other one to the flash-winged eagle. Suddenly, there was a rush of chaotic footsteps. Ning Shu was shocked. It meant that there were still people in the senfu. The senfu's enchantment hadn't been closed. The flash-winged eagle immediately held the roasted rabbit in its mouth, stretched its neck, and swallowed it whole. Ning Shu couldn't help but stretch her neck and swallow a mouthful of saliva. Wasn't it afraid of indigestion? 4 people ran over in a sorry state. Their expressions were hurried and anxious, as if there was something terrifying chasing after them. However, these 4 people were familiar. They were the disciples of the Tiandao sect. There were 6 people, but now there were only 4 people left. 2 men and 2 women. The 2 missing disciples were probably dead. When Lu Qinyang saw Ning Shu, he subconsciously exclaimed, "You're still alive." Lu Qinyang was really surprised. This secret realm was full of danger. Although there were many treasures, there were also many dangers. Not only were there powerful spiritual beasts, but there were also other people who had to be careful. Therefore, when Lu Qinyang saw Ning Shu, he was shocked. How could someone with such weak strength survive? When the other 3 disciples saw Ning Shu, they were disappointed. They thought that he was someone powerful, but he was the famous trash of the sect. "What's chasing after you?" Ning Shu asked Lu Qinyang. Lu Qinyang looked at the flash-winged eagle that seemed bigger than before. His eyes flashed. When he heard Ning Shu's question, he quickly said, "Junior brother, there are spine iron wolves chasing after us. Can your flash-winged eagle take us away?" Chapter 269. Lu Qinyang wanted to sit on Ning Shu's flash-winged eagle and leave. The other 2 disciples of the Tiandao sect had already been bitten to death by the ridge iron wolves. "Junior brother Wei, let's go together. The wolf pack will catch up soon," Lu Qinyang anxiously said to Ning Shu. The other 3 disciples surrounded Ning Shu and the flash-winged eagle. Ning Shu's face darkened as he coldly said, "What? You want to steal my flash-winged eagle?" Lu Qinyang dryly laughed, "Don't misunderstand, Junior brother Wei. We are all in danger and want to borrow your spirit pet. Let's go together." In Lu Qinyang's heart, Wei Liangyue was a piece of trash who couldn't help the sect at all. It was better to let them live and let Wei Liangyue do something for the sect. Ning Shu clenched his fists and coldly said, "Don't forget, the flash-winged eagle is my spirit pet. I can kill it with a single thought. If you want to steal my things, I will destroy you." Lu Qinyang was angered by Ning Shu's impolite words. One of the female disciples said, "Wei Liangyue, do you have any sense of the sect? We are all disciples of the Tiandao sect and we should support each other. What's wrong with borrowing your flash-winged eagle?" As soon as the female disciple finished speaking, wolf howls resounded. Immediately after, many wolves jumped over and surrounded the group. These ridge iron wolves had very protruding spines. When they opened their mouths, their saliva dripped onto the ground and corroded it. Moreover, their saliva was very smelly. The spine iron wolf slowly closed in, shrinking the encirclement. The spine iron wolf's eyes were filled with hatred as it looked at the heavenly Tao sect's disciples. Its saliva dripped as it closed in step by step, bringing with it a suffocating aura. The 2 female disciples' faces turned pale. They staggered and almost fell to the ground. One of them almost cried. Ning Shu complained, "If you had lent your flash-winged eagle to us, we wouldn't be in such a situation. I don't want to die." Ning Shu rolled his eyes. Putting aside the fact that the flash-winged eagle couldn't fit so many people, these people didn't seem to have any intention of taking her away. They might even kill her. This weirdo's matter-of-fact attitude really made Ning Shu drunk. Wasn't she just a weakling? Wolves were very vengeful and cunning creatures. These disciples must have offended the pack of wolves or taken something that the pack of wolves valued. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so persistent in chasing them. What did you take? Ning Shu and Lu Qinyang asked. Lu Qinyang said, it's a kind of spiritual fruit. We've already eaten it. You deserve to be chased. Ning Shu shrugged and said casually. Lu Qinyang glared at Ning Shu and took out his own spirit artifact. He took the lead in fighting against the ridge iron wolves. The others also braced themselves to find a breakthrough point and prepared to rush out of the wolf pack's encirclement. No one cared about Ning Shu. Obviously, if they rushed out of the encirclement, they wouldn't care about Ning Shu. TSK, TSK, TSK. Just a moment ago, they were still talking about the sect's consciousness. Now, these people had completely lost the sect's unity. Cultivators were very selfish. In order to pursue the supreme Tao, in order to cultivate, in order to achieve their goals, they were especially indifferent and selfish. So what if these people became immortals? Ning Shu let the flash wind eagle fight. The flash wind eagle flew into the air and then suddenly swooped down. It used its terrifying sharp beak to peck the ridge iron wolf's back. Suddenly, the ridge iron wolf's sad spine was broken. Ning Shu took a deep breath and clenched her fist. She punched the wolf that was pouncing towards her. Her fist smashed into the ridge iron wolf's head. In an instant, the ridge iron wolf's head exploded into a bloody mist. Even its body was turned into pieces of meat. Ning Shu was very excited. She discovered that her strength was really great. Moreover, it was developing in the direction of strength. She didn't need to use any complicated moves. She could directly use her bare hands to heavily injure some spirit beasts or people that didn't have a strong defense. In order to test her strength, Ning Shu clenched her fist and punched the ridge iron wolf's back. Immediately, the ridge iron wolf fell to the ground. Its body was soft and its bones were all broken. Clenching her fist, Ning Shu really wanted to shout. The feeling of being filled with strength was really great. She didn't have to worry about being chased by Yi Yu anymore. Maybe she could even kill him. Lu Qinyang saw Ning Shu's actions from the corner of his eyes. He was so shocked that his jaw dropped. Was this trash that only knew how to play with women and rely on his father's protection? Killing a wolf with a single punch. Lu Qinyang suspected that he was dreaming. Although it was easy for him to kill a wolf, many ants could bite an elephant to death. With so many ridge iron wolves, he was a bit overwhelmed. He watched as this trash easily killed the ridge iron wolves. The reason why the ridgeback iron wolf was called Iron Wolf was because its defensive ability was very strong. The spirit beasts in this secret realm all had very strong defensive abilities. Even an iron teeth rabbit had a pretty good defensive ability, but now it was killed by a single punch. Such a simple and crude move. Did it shake Lu Qinyang's worldview? If this was trash, then what about them? The other disciples also noticed Ning Shu's actions. They were so shocked that their jaws dropped. How could he kill the wolves so easily? Without any discussion, everyone gathered around Ning Shu and resisted the pack of wolves with her. Ning Shu and the flash wind eagle reaped the harvest. The ground was covered with the corpses of the ridge iron wolves. The other ridge iron wolves lowered their bodies and whimpered at Ning Shu. They continuously retreated and finally ran away with their tails between their legs. Seeing the ridge iron wolves run away, everyone let out a sigh of relief. They turned their heads and looked at Ning Shu with a complicated expression. Ning Shu casually grabbed a handful of grass from the ground and wiped the stench of blood on her hands. A female disciple handed a handkerchief to Ning Shu. Ning Shu said, "Junior brother, use the handkerchief to wipe." Ning Shu was not polite. She took the handkerchief and wiped her hands clean. Looking at her own hands, they didn't look very thick or strong. They were just a pair of white and tender hands that had been maintained by the original owner. However, they had so much strength. It should be the coiling dragon energy in her body that had transformed her body. In addition to the effect of the energy, her body was filled with explosive power. The others also stared at Ning Shu's hands. It was hard to imagine that a pair of hands that looked like a woman's could have such great power. They suddenly felt that this pair of hands was filled with charm and beauty. Lu Qinyang and Ning Shu laughed heartily and said, "Junior brother Wei, I didn't expect your strength to be so great. I didn't know before." Ning Shu ignored Lu Qinyang. Lu Qinyang was a bit embarrassed and immediately said, "Where is junior brother Wei going next? Why don't we go together?" "Yes, we are all disciples of the Heavenly Road sect. If we go together, we can take care of each other." The other disciples sincerely invited Ning Shu. This was power. Only the strong deserved the respect of others. Chapter 270. These people saw that Ning Shu was very strong, so they wanted to invite Ning Shu to team up with them. In fact, they didn't believe that this trash was so powerful. Ning Shu didn't want to team up with them at all. Although they were disciples of the same sect, these people actually ostracized her in their hearts. Moreover, these people's eyes were flickering when they looked at her, and they couldn't help but scan her body. Lu Qinyang felt that Wei Liangyue should have some treasures on him. Wei Liangyue's father was an elder of the Tiandao sect and had a rich family background. Since he dared to bring such a trash son into the secret realm, he must have some trump cards. Lu Qinyang's eyes flickered as he sincerely said to Ning Shu, "Junior brother Wei, you can only find a limited amount of spirit herbs and spirit fruits by yourself. Why don't we all work together? We can share the harvest later." Ning Shu faintly asked, "What if we don't divide the spoils equally?" Lu Qinyang suddenly choked. He really didn't know how to respond to Ning Shu's words. It was like finding a spirit fruit. How should they divide it? Should they use a knife to cut it open and each person would get a petal? That was too shameful. Moreover, it would hurt the spirit fruit. Ning Shu jumped on the back of the flash wind eagle and prepared to leave. The few people suddenly became anxious. No matter what, Wei Liangyue dealt with the ridge iron wolf very easily. Moreover, he even scared the ferocious wolf away. If Wei Liangyue left and the ridge iron wolf chased after them, it would be very difficult for them to deal with it. "Junior brother Wei, please don't go." A female disciple's eyes glowed like autumn water. Ning Shu said, "If you leave and the ridge iron wolf comes, what will we do?" Ning Shu very casually said, "Anyway, the spirit fruit isn't for me to eat. The ridge iron wolf won't come looking for me." Everyone was speechless. "Junior brother Wei, I have a spirit fruit that can comprehend the laws of heaven and earth. This spirit fruit is very precious. I will give it to you." Lu Qinyang took out a jade box from his storage bag with a painful expression. When Ning Shu saw Lu Qinyang's expression, he felt that there must be something good inside the box. Otherwise, Lu Qinyang wouldn't look like he was about to cut off his flesh. Ning Shu jumped down from the flash wind eagle's back. He wanted to take the box, but Lu Qinyang held on to him tightly. Ning Shu grabbed the box with all his strength. Lu Qinyang's face trembled. "Junior martial brother Wei, I hope you like this." Opening the box, Ning Shu saw a snow-white fruit surrounded by a complex rainbow light. Just looking at it for a long time would make one feel dizzy. Ning Shu closed the box and put it in his storage pouch. He smiled and said, "I like it a lot. This thing should be useful to old man Wei." Things that could allow one to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth were very precious. When Lu Qinyang saw Ning Shu put away the item, his face twitched. After a long while, Ning Shu said, "Junior martial brother Wei, let's form a team. Of course, we are all disciples of the Heavenly Tao sect. Naturally, we have to help each other." Ning Shu understood that Lu Qinyang took out this thing to let her fight the wolf pack. When they heard that Ning Shu was willing to stay, they all let out a sigh of relief. Regardless of whether they admitted it or not, the current Wei Liangyue was stronger than them. Due to the many ridgeback iron wolf corpses in the surroundings, the few of them changed locations and prepared to rest. The few of them had been constantly chased by the ridgeback iron wolves, so they had not been able to rest properly. In comparison, Ning Shu's condition was many times better than theirs. Some people went out to hunt iron-teeth rabbits and roast them to replenish their energy. Ning Shu sat beside the flash-winged eagle and meditated on the ground. Lu Qinyang sat beside Ning Shu. He rubbed his nose and wanted to talk to Ning Shu. However, the flash-winged eagle glared at him with a warning look. Lu Qinyang looked at the flash-winged eagle with some bewilderment. He felt that this spirit pet was different from before. It was much stronger. He guessed that Wei Liangyue gave it some spirit fruit to make it stronger. She was really a nouveau riche. She actually gave good things to a spirit pet to eat. Having a powerful father was really willful. Many disciples of the Heavenly Tao sect were very jealous of Wei Liangyue. Others were lucky enough to painstakingly collect cultivation resources, but Wei Liangyue had a father who didn't have any resources. Moreover, she had these resources, but she didn't cultivate seriously. This made others feel like scratching their hearts and lungs. They couldn't wait to change places with Wei Liangyue. What's the matter? Ning Shu opened his eyes and saw Lu Qinyang staring at his spirit pet with a very complicated look. He even had thoughts about his spirit pet. Lu Qinyang's chubby face smiled. He looked very kind and said, "I just want to ask you about cultivation. I don't think your cultivation is very high. Why are you so powerful?" Ning Shu said, "I have great strength." Lu Qinyang was speechless. What kind of answer was this? Junior brother Wei, eat something. A female disciple gave a roasted rabbit to Ning Shu. Ning Shu waved his hand. "I've eaten. You guys can eat." The flash-winged eagle looked at the roasted rabbit in the female disciple's hand. Its sharp eyes were fixed on it. Ning Shu took the rabbit and thanked the female disciple. "Thank you, senior sister." Ning Shu threw the rabbit to the flash-winged eagle. The flash-winged eagle ate the rabbit. The female disciple Ning Shu smiled and said, "Junior brother, your spirit pet is very interesting." Ning Shu said, "Ha, your spirit pet is also very interesting. I don't have a spirit pet yet. A good one is hard to come by." The female disciple sat next to Ning Shu. The breeze blew her hair and swept it onto Ning Shu's face. Ning Shu felt very itchy and moved to the side. The female disciple didn't care about Ning Shu's movements. Ning Shu asked, "Actually, you did this on purpose. You pretended to be a good-for-nothing and began to show your talent after you broke off the engagement with Shi Huidi." Ning Shu's face was indifferent. He felt that this female disciple was really thinking too much. She was just a good-for-nothing. Why did she have to pretend? If Shi Huidi saw that her former fiancé was so outstanding, she would definitely regret it. The female disciple fell into her own fantasy. Ning Shu, so what if she was powerful now? It was useless if she didn't have the looks of a male general. Face was very important. "Junior brother Wei, did you get anything in the secret realm?" The female disciple looked at Ning Shu and asked, "If you have something good, and I have something that you want, we can exchange." Ning Shu looked at the female disciple and asked, "What good things did you find? Take them out and let me see if there is anything I need. I will consider exchanging with you." The female disciple smiled stiffly. "How can I find good things? It's just some low-level spiritual herbs. I haven't found any spiritual fruits yet. I haven't found a single spiritual fruit yet." Ning Shu nodded and didn't answer. The female disciple said a few more words to Ning Shu and then left with an embarrassed expression. Didn't he just see that Lu Qinyang had given her a spiritual fruit? Now he was thinking about it. Did she really look like a fool? Chapter 271. Ning Shu had a lot of good things in her hands, but that didn't mean that anyone could take things from her. Did she really look like a fool with a lot of money? The disciples were all very tired. They leaned against the tree to sleep or cultivated to replenish their strength. Ning Shu knew that although she was very strong now, it was all thanks to the coiling dragon qi in her body. This qi could change a person's aptitude. To put it more scientifically, it could optimize genes. However, cultivating was like sailing against the current. Moreover, there was an extremely powerful male lead. If she didn't cultivate, she would be killed by him sooner or later. Now Ning Shu understood. Even if she and Shi Huidi called off the engagement, Shi Huidi's reputation was still damaged. The reputation of a broken engagement was really bad. However, if her ex-fiancé died, it would be different. People would gradually forget about Wei Liangyue's existence. Who would keep thinking about a dead person? Shi Huidi wanted to be with Yi Yu. To a certain extent, it could be said that she was a woman serving two men. Even in this world where strength was respected, there were still many restrictions and malice towards women. Therefore, no matter what, she would have to go against the male lead. Ning Shu covered her face. It felt really strange to fight over a woman with a man. Lu Qinyang moved to Ning Shu's side again. Ning Shu asked, "Junior brother Wei, where are we going next?" "I'm waiting to directly leave the secret realm." Ning Shu asked Lu Qinyang, "Where are you guys going?" Lu Qinyang looked left and right with a very mysterious look. Ning Shu said, "You should know that this secret realm is actually a senfu left behind by a powerful cultivator." "I know." Ning Shu nodded. Lu Qinyang said again, "Then you should know that this senfu actually needs to recognize a master. If you can become the master of this senfu, you can dig up all the treasures inside at will." Ning Shu learned from 2333 that this was originally a plane that nurtured life, but it was enslaved by someone. Ning Shu looked a little hesitant. It shouldn't be that easy to refine such a large space. Lu Qinyang looked at Ning Shu and said, "Elder Wei didn't tell you about this. In fact, this senfu can recognize a master. As long as you have the jade token, you can become the master of this senfu." Ning Shu really didn't know about this. With her ability, Father Wei just hoped that she could return alive. As for the senfu recognizing her as its master, Father Wei didn't even think about it. "How many jade tokens do you have?" Ning Shu asked, guessing that Yi Yu had a jade token on him. Lu Qinyang said mysteriously, "There are 3 jade plates. You don't know yet, but there is actually a palace in this secret realm. As long as you gather all 3 jade plates, you can open it." Why couldn't he just gather all 7 of the 3 jade tokens to summon the divine dragon? "Oh." Ning Shu didn't have any expression, as if he wasn't interested at all. Lu Qinyang was a little anxious. Ning Shu asked, "Don't you want to know who can get the senfu?" Ning Shu said lightly, "I can't get it anyway." "Do you have a jade token?" "Junior brother Wei, you're joking. How can I get something like a jade token? I just want to see the palace in the secret realm." Lu Qinyang revealed his true purpose. He said that he wanted to see, but his heart was restless. In the face of such an amazing adventure, not many people could resist. Lu Qinyang thought that there would be a lot of danger on the way to the palace, and the closer he got to the center, the more powerful spirit beasts and treasures there would be. More than that, he wanted to see the senfu. Ning Shu naturally saw through Lu Qinyang's thoughts. He said, "Since everyone knows about the senfu, how can you be sure that you can get it? Besides, do you know if the 3 jade tokens are gathered?" When he ran over to take a look, he couldn't even get through the door. "Junior brother, you still don't know. This year, all 3 jade tokens are gathered. Besides, the secret realm limits the cultivation of the people who enter, so the disciples who come in for the trial can't have high cultivation. Junior brother, let's fight together." Lu Qinyang's voice was bewitching. He wanted to pull Ning Shu to snatch the senfu. Ning Shu hesitated and immediately said, "Wealth comes from danger. Let's do it." Lu Qinyang immediately patted Ning Shu's shoulder and laughed heartily. "If we work together sincerely, our chances of winning will be much higher." "Well said, well said." Ning Shu didn't think that she could get the senfu. This should be the male lead's opportunity. If she went, she would just cause trouble. If she could prevent the male lead from getting the senfu, Ning Shu would be very happy. Besides, she still had to take revenge for being hunted down. This time, no matter what, she had to fight with the male lead. It would be best if she could kill him. At the very least, she could injure him and put him at a disadvantage in the senfu. Lu Qinyang told the others about the palace. They all agreed to go to the palace. Even if they couldn't snatch the senfu, there should be other treasures in the palace. There should be a lot of secret treasures in the palace. There were also many treasures on the way. Everyone decided to go to the palace in the center. They all looked at Ning Shu's Flash Wind Eagle. Ning Shu directly let the Flash Wind Eagle enter the spirit beast bag. He said lightly, "My spirit beast can't carry so many people. Let's walk. If we fly, it won't be good if we miss any treasures on the way." The faces of the disciples didn't look very good. They wanted to say something, but they were worried about Ning Shu's fist. Lu Qinyang smiled and said, "We should walk. It won't be good if we miss any treasures. Junior brother Wei, we don't have to ride the Flash Wind Eagle. Let the two junior sisters do it. It's not good for the two girls to walk over like this," one of the disciples said. The two female disciples looked at Ning Shu with expectant eyes. Ning Shu said lightly, "Since you don't want to go, you can wait for us here. That way, you won't be tired." She couldn't stand these people's righteous attitude. "What did I owe you? Should the whole world be your mother? Should everyone spoil you? If the two of them wait here, something will happen. The spine iron wolf might come back." One of the male disciples frowned and looked at Ning Shu with an unkind expression. "We are a team now. Why are you so selfish?" Ning Shu pointed at his own nose and said in disbelief, "I'm selfish. I don't even know you guys. Why should I give my things to you? I'm still lacking crystals. Give me your crystals." The disciple was stunned speechless. Ning Shu sneered and said, "No matter how cheap you are, I don't have to follow you guys. Don't point fingers at me." Ning Shu turned and walked away quickly. Lu Qinyang quickly caught up with Ning Shu and pulled Ning Shu's arm. Ning Shu immediately shook off Lu Qinyang's hand. "What are you doing? Junior brother Wei, your temper is a bit too big." Lu Qinyang said helplessly, "Don't worry. No one can force you to do anything. However, we are a team. If there is danger, we can still help." Ning Shu arrogantly grunted. Chapter 272. He didn't know what Lu Qinyang said to them, but these people didn't look for trouble with Ning Shu anymore. At most, they just ignored Ning Shu. In the end, they just felt uncomfortable in their hearts. Wei Liangyue was obviously a weak chicken before, but now, he was stronger than them. Moreover, they had to rely on this person everywhere. They were proud sons of heaven in Tiandao sect, but now, they had to be together with a trash. Naturally, their mentality was high and mighty, and they felt that Wei Liangyue should support them. Even if Wei Liangyue had become powerful, the image of a trash was deeply ingrained in their minds. They felt that it was shameful to be together with this trash. Ning Shu looked at these disciples and felt that the most scheming one should be Lu Qinyang, who had a round face and looked approachable. When he needed help, his attitude was especially upright. The other disciples had the arrogance of Tiandao sect's proud sons of heaven and rarely spoke to him. However, Lu Qinyang was different. He spoke very sincerely to others. If it wasn't for the fact that he didn't have a map to the palace, Ning Shu wouldn't want to go with these people at all. Ning Shu only had a very simple map given to him by Old Man Wei. As for the matter of the palace, it didn't involve him at all. Old Man Wei understood his son's ability very well. Even in his dreams, he didn't think that he would let his son rob the senfu. The group of people went in the direction of the palace. Along the way, they plucked all the spirit herbs and spirit fruits they encountered. When they encountered good things, these people excluded Ning Shu, but generally, the heavenly treasures were guarded by spirit beasts. These people couldn't beat the spirit beasts themselves, so they immediately took out spirit fruits and gave them to Ning Shu, saying that it was for everyone to share. Ning Shu rolled his eyes and felt drunk. These people were really awkward and pretentious. They wanted someone to help them, but at the same time, they were guarding against him. If they could beat the spirit beasts, they wouldn't share the heavenly treasures with them. If they couldn't beat the spirit beasts, they would immediately give something to Ning Shu and let Ning Shu help them beat the spirit beasts. To put it bluntly, he didn't treat Ning Shu as someone on the same level. Ning Shu took the spirit fruit from Lu Qinyang and put it in his storage bag. He clenched his fist and punched the snake-like spirit beast. This spirit beast's defense was very strong. Lu Qinyang and the others had been fighting for a long time but still couldn't kill it. Ning Shu felt as if he had punched a tire. The snake did not suffer any damage. Ning Shu took out his long sword and used his qi to pierce through the snake's head. Then, Ning Shu used his qi to slash the snake's body from head to tail, exposing its white and smelly snake flesh. Blood splattered everywhere. Ning Shu sliced a snake in half. The flash-winged eagle flew down from the sky and grabbed the snake's body with its claws. Clearly, it was treating the snake as its food. Ugh! When the two female disciples saw such a bloody scene, in addition to the smelly snake blood, they immediately vomited while leaning against a tree. The few male disciples looked at Ning Shu with eyes full of vigilance and scrutiny. Was this still the same trash? How could he be so powerful? The 6 of them couldn't break through the snake's defense, but Wei Liangyue pierced through the snake's body like he was piercing through paper. It was as if he didn't use any strength at all. They didn't see him use his qi either. Could he really be that strong? Ning Shu wiped the blood off his sword and put it in his storage bag. Lu Qinyang's eyes flickered as he said in surprise, "Junior brother Wei, you are so powerful. How did you get the title of trash? Others are jealous that I have a fiancé like Shi Huidi and say that I'm trash and not worthy of her." Ning Shu said indifferently, "When did I admit that I'm trash?" Lu Qinyang sighed. It seemed that everyone said that Wei Liangyue was trash, and then everyone thought that Wei Liangyue was trash. No one knew whether Wei Liangyue was trash or not, but Wei Liangyue's cowardly appearance showed that he was trash. Damn, Lu Qinyang was about to be confused. He felt that Wei Liangyue was really a scheming person. He carried the title of trash for so long and fooled around with women every day. What was he planning? After the 2 female disciples finished vomiting, their faces were pale. They said to Ning Shu, "Junior brother, next time before you make a move, tell us first." Ning Shu looked at their weak appearance and felt a deep fear in his heart. Damn, she was also a woman. Why didn't she feel anything when facing such a situation? She didn't feel uncomfortable at all. Could it be that she stayed in a man's body for so long that even her thoughts had been assimilated? Ning Shu immediately said, "Actually, I also feel disgusted by such a scene." Yes. In order to prove that he was a weak woman, Ning Shu repeatedly emphasized that he was also not used to such a scene. The 2 female disciples saw Ning Shu's sincere appearance and their expressions became better. One of them even teased Ning Shu, "Junior brother Wei's appearance when he killed the snake was very handsome." Even senior sister was mesmerized by him. Ning Shu, please don't. Along the way, Ning Shu obtained a lot of things. The others also had some gains, but not as much as Ning Shu. For example, some of the spirit beasts were too strong. Ning Shu killed the spirit beasts and took the spirit fruits. He didn't think about sharing them with the others. Afraid of Ning Shu's strength, the others didn't say anything. If they were the ones who killed the spirit beasts, Ning Shu wouldn't take their things. Everyone was at peace. Just when everyone was exhausted, they finally arrived at the palace. Ning Shu looked at the palace. It was quite majestic. There were 2 huge stone lions at the entrance. They were almost as tall as the door. Moreover, the stone lion carvings were very ferocious and looked very frightening. There were already a lot of people gathered around. The arrival of Ning Shu's group didn't attract much attention. Most people glanced at them indifferently. Lu Qinyang looked at so many people and sighed. Ning Shu said, "It seems that many people have received the news and rushed over to fight for the Senfu." Ning Shu glanced around and didn't see Yi Yu or his harem. Instead, he saw a very beautiful woman. This woman's facial features were very delicate, but she had a pair of peach blossom eyes. When she looked at people, it made people's heart itch, as if there were feathers gently tickling it. If it was a man, his first reaction when he saw this woman would be to have sex with her. Ning Shu's first reaction when he saw this woman was another one of the male lead's women. Charming and affectionate, but deep in her eyes, there was a penetrating coldness. "Stop looking. This woman is the chief disciple of the blood refining sect. She is very powerful and her martial arts are very cruel." Lu Qinyang saw Ning Shu staring at the woman and quickly said, "Stop looking. If you provoke her, especially a man, you will die miserably." Blood refining sect. Hearing such a bloody name, it was probably some kind of evil sect. Ning Shu asked, "Who is she?" "Yu Wenwen." Lu Qinyang whispered to Ning Shu. Chapter 273. Lu Qinyang frowned when he saw Yu Wenwen. His expression was somewhat unsightly. Logically speaking, Yu Wenwen shouldn't be able to enter the secret realm with her strength. How did she manage to enter? Ning Shu, on the other hand, didn't care about Yu Wenwen's strength. He said indifferently, "She must have used something to conceal her strength. She must have hidden her own cultivation." Lu Qinyang felt that his chances of getting into the Senfu had decreased again. Moreover, who knew how many people with high cultivation were mixed in here? How stifling. After that, more people arrived one after another. Ning Shu kept waiting for Yi Yu to arrive. However, there were many people gathered at the entrance of the palace. The male lead didn't come. He estimated that he would only arrive at the end when everyone was looking at him. Chirp chirp. A clear and melodious bird cry sounded. Everyone looked over and saw several people standing on top of a bright red bird. The men were beautiful, and the women were beautiful. They were like immortals descending to the mortal world. Yi Yufeng, who was standing at the very front, was very handsome. On his left and right stood two beauties. One of them was a woman with a veil on her face. Her temperament was even more outstanding, making people want to take off her veil to see just how beautiful she was. Lin Yuanyuan looked at Yi Yu in front of her. She flirted with her hair and narrowed her peach blossom eyes. "Yi Yu, you old thief, eat this young master's fist." Everyone was still immersed in this beautiful scene when a hoarse voice sounded in their ears. They immediately came back to their senses. They felt that this brat really knew how to ruin the atmosphere. Ning Shu's angry roar broke Yi Yu's invisible pretentiousness. Then, he jumped up from the ground and raised his fist to smash Yi Yu. When Yi Yu saw Ning Shu, he was stunned. The ant that he thought was dead was actually still alive. And now, he was actually raising his fist to hit him. It was simply too funny. The sudden appearance of Yi Yu made sure Huidi and Yan Jiao very surprised. Yi Yu swore that this big bitch was already dead. Ning Shu saw that Yi Yu was just casually clenching his fist, as if he wanted to bump fists with hers. Ning Shu sneered in her heart. She sank her chi into her dantian, and the golden coiling dragon chi in her dantian swam even faster. Her whole body was filled with strength, and she suddenly collided with Yi Yu's fist. Ning Shu's expression suddenly changed, and Yi Yu's arm made a slight cracking sound. Yi Yu's arm was fractured. Yi Yu's expression changed. He had been too careless. He felt as if his fist had collided with black iron. This trash actually had such great strength. Ning Shu withdrew her fist, and directly extended her leg to kick the divine beast below them, directly flipping over the phoenix. The phoenix's body was somewhat uncontrollable, and it spun a little. However, the person on its back was unlucky, and fell down. Yi Yu's expression was gloomy as he flew down with a beauty in his arms. He coldly looked at Ning Shu, but his heart was filled with shock. His physical body was very strong. Aside from cultivating vitality, he had also obtained an ancient body refining secret manual. Yi Yu was very confident in his physical strength, but now, when he exchanged fists with Wei Liangyue, his bones were actually shattered by the opponent's strength, and the opponent was completely fine. Wei Liangyue was so strong. Ning Shu rolled up her sleeves, and pointed at Yi Yu. You bastard, you should have chased after this young master. If this young master doesn't teach you a lesson today, you will think this young master is easy to bully. Aren't you dead? Why are you here? Yan Jiao angrily shouted at Ning Shu. Her expression was particularly vexed. You are not a big. How can a big be so powerful? Little girl, if you call me big again, I will really do something to you. Ning Shu glanced at Ning Yanjiao, speaking of which, you are quite pretty as a little chili pepper. You are shameless. Yan Jiao pointed her whip at Ning Shu. She was so angry that her body was trembling. Yi Yu extended his hand in front of Yan Jiao, and coldly looked at Ning Shu. His eyes were filled with sharp killing intent, and he indifferently said, Wei Liangyue, what's the point of bullying a woman? Yi Yu, who do you think you are? At this time, you still need a woman to stand up for you. Ning Shu retorted sarcastically. Chirp chirp. The divine beast phoenix that was kicked by Ning Shu rushed towards Ning Shu. Its entire body was covered in scorching flames. Obviously, it was bearing a grudge against Ning Shu for kicking Ning Shu. When Ning Shu saw the phoenix rushing towards him, he didn't dodge. Instead, he directly stretched out his fist to meet it head-on. Ning Shu wanted to know where the limit of his strength was. When his fist landed on the phoenix's head, Ning Shu felt as if he had hit a piece of scorching and hard iron. Although Ning Shu's hand was burned by the phoenix's flames, the phoenix's head was hit by Ning Shu. It was immediately sent flying. As it flew, it swayed and fell to the ground with a plop. Obviously, it was knocked out by Ning Shu. Little flame. Yi Yu's expression changed. He ran over and kept the divine beast into the spiritual beast pouch. With a face full of killing intent, he looked at Ning Shu and said, Wei Liangyue, you are very good. Thank you for the compliment. This is the reward for chasing after me. Don't think that I am a persimmon that you can pinch as you wish. You want to kill me to please my woman? Keep dreaming. As Ning Shu spoke, he blew on his hand. His hand was burned by the phoenix's flames. Sure enough, Yi Yu's spirit pets were all tough bones. After taking a punch from her, Yi Yu was fine. The phoenix only fainted. Seeing how powerful Ning Shu was, Yan Jiao was so shocked that her mouth opened wide. She pointed at Ning Shu and said, Are you still Wei Liangyue, the big? Senior sister, is he Wei Liangyue? Yan Jiao turned to look at Shi Huidi and asked. Wei Liangyue gave her an unreal feeling as if a toad had turned into a prince. Shi Huidi glanced at Ning Shu with a complicated expression and said indifferently, I am not familiar with him. Shi Huidi was speaking the truth. Although she was engaged to Wei Liangyue, they didn't have any interactions. Moreover, Shi Huidi knew that her fiancé was that kind of person. She even intentionally avoided meeting him. Therefore, she was basically a stranger to Wei Liangyue. Yan Jiao glared at Ning Shu with hatred. She thought that this person was so powerful and deliberately played with her at the entrance of the secret realm. He was really a big. Since you want to fight, I will accompany you. I want to see how powerful you are. Yi Yu had a deep fear of this second-generation hedonistic son of rich parents. Xiaohua had actually suffered a loss in his hands. Little Flame was too careless. If it spat out the phoenix's true flames at the beginning, it would definitely burn him into charcoal. Ning Shu raised his hand and said loudly, I am injured now. Does the handsome Yi Yu want to take advantage of me? Aren't you afraid of losing face in front of so many beauties? Yi Yu looked at Ning Shu coldly. His eyes were calm. There was no longer any killing intent and anger. In his heart, he had already treated this person as an enemy on the same level. They were destined to be enemies because of Shi Huidi. Chapter 274. Right now, Yi Yu hated Wei Liangyue even more than before. In the past, Wei Liangyue was just a good-for-nothing. But now, Wei Liangyue was very powerful. Yi Yu was worried that Shi Huidi would regret her decision. Yi Yu knew that Shi Huidi was an incomparably cold woman. This kind of woman was extremely attractive to men. Yi Yu liked Shi Huidi a lot. If Shi Huidi wanted to be with Wei Liangyue, Yi Yu wouldn't be able to tolerate it. No man would be able to tolerate the woman they liked being under another man's body. Therefore, he had to settle things with Wei Liangyue. It would be best if he could kill Wei Liangyue. I don't care what you guys want. Yu Wenwen, who was watching the battle from the side, walked over. Her posture was graceful and enchanting. When she walked over, she brought along a fragrance that was intoxicating. Yu Wenwen walked in front of Yi Yu. She stretched out her jade-white fingers. Her fingers were painted with a bright red color, which made her skin look even fairer. She pointed at Yi Yu seductively. I have a premonition that the jade token is on you. Take it out. Entering the palace is more important. Now that we have nothing, what can we gain from fighting? Yi Yu reached out and grabbed Yu Wenwen's fingers. He revealed a smile, which made his face look even more handsome. Yu Wenwen, whose fingers were grabbed, was startled. She wanted to withdraw her hand, but this man grabbed it tightly. Yu Wenwen was incomparably angry. There had never been a man so daring to get close to her and even grab her hand like this. Let go. Yu Wenwen snorted coldly. However, there was a charming and enchanting smile on her face. There seemed to be venom surging in the depths of her eyes. Yi Yu smiled indifferently. It was really challenging to subdue this kind of poisonous beauty. What if I don't let go? It's fine if you don't let go. I will make you beg for death. Yu Wenwen smiled exceptionally brightly. Ning Shu. Now, he threw her aside and flirted with another woman in front of his own harem. She wondered how Shi Huidi and Yan Jiao felt now. When Yan Jiao and little Hunyou saw this scene, they pouted and stomped their feet. Although they were a little jealous, they weren't really angry or sad. Shi Huidi was still cold and cheerless, as if she didn't feel anything about this scene. Ning Shu realized that as a woman, she couldn't understand what these women were thinking. Yi Yu and Yu Wenwen were very close to each other. It felt as if their ears were rubbing against each other. Sensing Yi Yu's manly aura, Yu Wenwen panicked for a moment. She completely forgot that she was an expert and didn't know how to resist. Yi Yu smiled indifferently and let go of Yu Wenwen's finger. He took out a spotlessly white rectangular jade tablet from his storage pouch. If you are looking for this thing, I happen to have it. Ning Shu stared with wide eyes at Yi Yu flirting with a girl. As expected, appearance was very important. If Yi Yu was ugly, Yu Wenwen would have beaten him to death long ago. How could they still be so flirtatious? Yu Wenwen's face was a little red. She glared at Yi Yu, then asked the surrounding people, 2 jade tablets have already appeared. Who has the other jade tablet? Everyone looked at each other. Finally, a man in a long robe stood out, holding an identical jade tablet in his hand. Now that 3 jade tablets had appeared, they only had to wait for the palace to open. The atmosphere instantly became tense. The 3 people holding the jade tablets stood at the entrance of the palace and placed the jade tablets in a special mechanism. The disciples of Tiandao sect all followed behind Ning Shu. Ning Shu's strength had shocked all the disciples of Tiandao sect. Until now, they still had a look of disbelief on their faces. Junior brother Wei, let's go in together. The more people there are, the more we can take care of each other. Lu Qinyang said to Ning Shu, his eyes staring at the entrance of the palace without blinking. Ning Shu didn't speak. His eyes were fixed on the 2 huge and ferocious stone lions. She didn't know if it was an illusion or not, but Ning Shu actually saw the eyes of the stone lions move. It seemed like they were about to come to life and had a strong aura. The heavy door of the palace slowly opened. Yi Yu, Yu Wenwen, and the man in a long robe took the jade tablets and quickly rushed into the palace. When everyone saw the 3 of them enter, they also rushed inside. Just as they rushed to the entrance, a stone lion actually raised its foot and stomped on them. The alert people immediately dodged, but those who couldn't dodge in time were trampled into meat paste by the stone lion. Even the sound of bones breaking could be heard. The others suddenly stopped and looked at the stone lion that was as tall as the palace. Their eyes revealed a look of horror. Ning Shu let out a long breath. Fortunately, he was alert and didn't rush inside. The stone lion ignored the 3 people who had the jade tablets. Obviously, only those who had the jade tablets could enter the palace. With such 2 large stone lions guarding, it seemed that it was very difficult to enter the palace. Even if they entered, it would be too late. This. Lu Qinyang was speechless. Before, he wanted to compete for the senfu, but now he found that he didn't even have the qualifications to compete for the senfu. It was really a pain in the ass. Ning Shu was not in a hurry. There were many people with high cultivation in the crowd. Faced with such a great temptation like the senfu, they had to give it a try. Sure enough, it didn't take long for someone to attack the stone lions. But the stone lions were really too big. Compared to them, people were as big as birds. The stone lions dutifully blocked the people who wanted to enter. 2 stone lions blocked the entrance of the palace, making it impossible for people to enter. Damn it! Lu Qinyang was very annoyed. Ning Shu saw that so many people couldn't do anything to the stone lions. She had to go in. Otherwise, Yi Yu would definitely succeed. With the senfu as his trump card, and the treasures and resources in this space, Yi Yu would be even more difficult to deal with in the future. Yi Yu, who was already powerful, could kill even gods and Buddhas who stood in his way. Ning Shu flew onto the stone lion's head. The stone lion immediately went berserk, but its stiff body was unable to move Ning Shu. Ning Shu tried to push the stone lion down, but the stone lion was very heavy. Ning Shu only managed to move it slightly. When the others saw Ning Shu's actions, they all flew onto the stone lion's head and worked together to push the stone lion down. Ning Shu, who had no other choice, took out a thumb-sized spirit marrow crystal from her storage bag and swallowed it. Suddenly, a terrifying wave of spiritual energy swept through her body, causing Ning Shu's body to swell. In the next second, it seemed like it would burst out of her body. The golden coiling dragon energy in her dantian began to absorb the terrifying amount of spiritual energy, as if it could absorb an endless amount of spiritual energy. Ning Shu shouted and used her energy to push the stone lion to the ground. The stone lion hit the ground with a bang, and even the palace trembled. The stone lion that was pushed to the ground moved its limbs, but it couldn't stand up on its own. Ning Shu flew onto the head of another stone lion. When the others saw Ning Shu coming over, they immediately moved aside. It was so fierce that it was practically a beast in human form. Chapter 275. Ning Shu circulated her dantian, kicked over the huge stone lion, and rushed into the palace. The others rushed into the palace like a swarm of bees. As soon as Ning Shu entered the palace, she was dumbfounded. There were many entrances in front of her, and she didn't know which one to enter. When everyone came in, they frowned when they saw so many entrances. Lu Qinyang moved to Ning Shu's side and asked, "Which one should we take?" "Why are you asking me?" "I don't know either." "Just pick one." Ning Shu also frowned. She didn't know how Yi Yu was doing. She was afraid that Yi Yu was about to refine the senfu. Many people who were proficient in array formations began to calculate which entrance to enter from. Ning Shu was anxious. She closed her eyes and pointed with her finger. When she opened her eyes and saw the finger pointing at the entrance, she would enter from that entrance. When the others saw Ning Shu's willful behavior, they all shook their heads. When Lu Qinyang saw Ning Shu leave, he had no choice but to find an entrance and enter. The other Tiandao sect disciples followed behind him. Ning Shu rushed into the entrance, and many spirit beasts pounced on her. Ning Shu's fists smashed on the bodies of these spirit beasts. The spirit beasts were defeated by her and turned into heaven and earth yuan qi. Then, They turned into spirit beasts. There was an endless number of them, and she couldn't kill them all. Although these spirit beasts formed from heaven and earth, Yuan Qi didn't cause much damage to Ning Shu, they slowed her down. Ning Shu waved her fists and rushed inside. The endless spirit beasts rushed towards her. Ning Shu coldly snorted and took out her long sword. These spirit beasts formed from heaven and earth. Yuan Qi were defeated by the tip of Ning Shu's sword. In the end, they finally made it through the first stage, only to be met with another stone golem formation. Every stone golem held a spear in their hands. Although their movements looked slow, they were extremely fast. Ning Shu stabbed at them. Ning Shu kicked the stone man to pieces, picked up the spear on the ground, and hit the stone men one by one, smashing the stone men into pieces. These stone men blocked Ning Shu from passing through the palace. Ning Shu stepped on the heads of these stone men and quickly flew to the other side. If they continued fighting like this, they would die of exhaustion sooner or later. When Ning Shu exited the stone man's array, he suddenly heard a cry. It was a cry of endless pain, as if it had been subjected to some inhumane torture. This voice belonged to a man. Could something have happened to Yi? Ning Shu quickened his pace and prepared to run in the direction of the sound, but he was stopped. The palace was filled with snakes of all sizes and colors. On the ground, on the pillars, there were snakes everywhere. Many snakes were entangled together, and there was no place to step in the entire palace. The air was filled with the hissing of snakes sticking out their tongues, and it was filled with an incomparably fishy smell. Ning Shu's face turned green, and goosebumps appeared all over his body. His trypophobia was acting up. These snakes had been locked in this palace, and they kept breeding. There were more and more of them, and it was simply a snake cave. Fuck, this is too disgusting. When the snakes sensed that an unfamiliar creature had entered the palace, they surged towards Ning Shu. With so many snakes crawling over together, Ning Shu's hair stood on end. It was too fucking terrifying. Ning Shu didn't want to be entangled with these snakes at all. Furthermore, the wailing sound was starting to weaken, and he didn't know what was going on. Ning Shu took out her long sword and killed the snakes that wanted to entangle her. Then she took out some poison from her storage bag and sprinkled it on the bodies of the snakes. As soon as the poison powder came into contact with the snakes, their bodies turned over and died. Although these snakes were dead, they were devoured by the other snakes. These snakes didn't even have time to deal with Ning Shu. They first swallowed the dead snakes, but after swallowing the poisoned snakes, they stopped breathing and were quickly devoured by other snakes. Ning Shu took out the poison from his storage bag. He covered his nose and sprinkled the powder everywhere. The snakes that came into contact with the poison all turned over and gradually died. Ning Shu hurriedly ran. The room was filled with snakes, and it was terrifying to look at. Before Ning Shu could escape, something thick like a tail swept towards him. Ning Shu quickly dodged the attack. He focused his eyes and saw that there was a snake hidden in the shadows. This snake was very large, and its body was as thick as a man's waist. The snake's body was almost 2 feet tall. The snake's body was pitch black, but its eyes were red. It looked down at Ning Shu and stuck out its forked tongue, confronting Ning Shu. Ning Shu took a deep breath. Immediately, a fishy smell spread through his nose to his lungs. He wanted to take a deep breath, but all he smelled was the stench. He almost vomited. Ning Shu couldn't take it anymore. It was too smelly, too disgusting. Ning Shu took the initiative to attack. He held a long sword in his hand and stabbed the tip of the sword towards the snake's head. The giant snake used its strong and powerful tail to sweep towards Ning Shu. Ning Shu dodged the tail and raised his long sword to stab at the snake's head. The giant snake spat out red-hot lava. Ning Shu quickly dodged, but his clothes were still burned. Ning Shu saw that his skin was red and swollen. He quickly threw the sword in his hand at the snake's head. The sharp spirit artifact sword, coupled with Ning Shu's strength, directly pierced through the snake's head. Smelly blood splattered. The giant snake frantically struggled. Its huge body broke the pillars. The little snakes in the palace seemed to be sticking out their forked tongues. They seemed to have sensed something that made them excited. They actually swarmed towards the giant snake. The giant snake was covered with little snakes. These little snakes actually wanted to devour the giant snake. Ning Shu's scalp exploded. Goosebumps appeared all over his body. He didn't even want his long sword. He turned around and ran. Was the purpose of these snakes guarding the checkpoint to disgust people? Ning Shu rushed out of the snake palace and entered a spacious palace. There were 3 people in the palace. Ning Shu saw Yi Yu in front of Yu11. Not far away, a man in a green robe was lying on the ground. His whole body was spasming. He was howling in grief. His body was twitching at an unnatural angle. The man's facial features were distorted. His eyes, nose, and lips were bleeding. He was bleeding from all 7 orifices. Ao ao ao. The man howled in pain. Finally, his body twitched violently. His eyes were wide open. He was no longer breathing. Why did he see such a scene as soon as he entered? Ning Shu was disappointed that the one who died wasn't Yi Yu. There were only 3 people with jade tokens in this palace. Other than Ning Shu, no one else had entered. Seeing the man die, Yu11's face turned pale. Clearly, seeing someone die in such a painful manner in front of her made Yu11 very afraid. She couldn't help but want to get closer to Yi Yu. Yi Yu turned his head and saw Ning Shu. His pupils shrank. He said coldly, "You actually came in." Ning Shu calmly brushed his hair aside and said, "You came in, why can't I?" Ning Shu looked at the man on the ground in pain. It seems that the senfu isn't that easy to get. Chapter 276. Yi Yu's heart was once again filled with dread towards Wei Liangyue. The others had yet to come in, but she actually took the lead and ran in first. Although her clothes didn't cover her body and she looked battered, she wasn't injured. Ning Shu suddenly thought of Shi Huidi and said to Yi Yu, "Why did you leave your senior and junior sisters outside and come in alone? You should know that these checkpoints are very dangerous." Yi Yu's expression changed. He did not expect that Shi Huidi and Yan Jiao, as well as 2 other competitors, would want to obtain the senfu. Now that Ning Shu said it out loud, Yi Yu was very angry. "Tisk, tsk, tsk. You really love everyone you see and dump them." Ning Shu mocked Yi Yu. Ning Shu looked around the palace and found that there was a round object floating in the middle of the palace. It was the size of a soccer ball and was spinning. Its surface flashed with a complicated and dazzling light. What the hell was this? "Beauty, may I know how this person died?" Ning Shu asked Yu11. Yu11 could see that Ning Shu was not weak. She said coldly, "You overestimated yourself. You wanted to blood bond with the senfu first, and you ended up like this." The 3 people with the jade pendants rushed into the palace. Because they had the jade pendants, it was very easy to pass through the checkpoints. Basically, the things guarding the checkpoints would not attack the people with the jade pendants. The robed man who was walking at the front didn't say a word. He sent his consciousness into the core of Holy Realm Dweller's mansion, which was the soccer-sized sphere. However, he didn't know what happened and died just like that. It was probably the senfu's backlash. It was enough to show that the senfu did not recognize this man as its master. Ning Shu frowned. How could the senfu's backlash be so terrifying? His soul was absorbed by something. 2333's voice rang in Ning Shu's mind. He then said, "Look at how big the core of this realm is. It seems that it will disappear soon. Isn't it bad to be bigger? Why would it dissipate when it's bigger?" Ning Shu asked, somewhat puzzled. The system explained, the bigger the core, the looser the structure inside. Sooner or later, it will disperse. The more solidified it is, the smaller the volume. Trash plane. Ning Shu asked, "Are you saying that his soul is gone? Was it devoured by something?" Could it be that the core of the plane devoured his soul? I don't know about that. 2333 said and disappeared. Ning Shu heard from 2333 that the robed man's soul was gone. Ning Shu wanted to let Yi Yu go. It would be best if the core could absorb Yi Yu's soul. Ning Shu bared his teeth and said to Yi Yu, since you guys are not going to blood bond with the Senfu, it would be impolite of me to refuse. Yu Wenwen heard that Ning Shu wanted to blood bond with the Senfu and said with a cold face, Senior brother, you don't have a jade tablet. How can you blood bond with the Senfu? Ning Shu spread his hands and said to Yi Yu and Yu Wenwen, who said that only those with a jade tablet can blood bond with the Senfu. The person with the jade tablet suffered a backlash in the end. Since I am here, it means that I am fated with this Senfu. The treasures belong to the fated person, and I am that fated person. With me here, Wei Liangyue, you won't have the chance to blood bond with the Senfu. Yi Yu said coldly to Ning Shu. He then turned to Yu Wenwen and said, Yuan, go blood bond with the Senfu. Yuan. Ning Shu looked at the two of them. How long has it been since they met? The way they addressed each other was so intimate. Yi Yu's flirting skills couldn't be underestimated. With the example of the long-robed man, Yu Wenwen hesitated. She felt that the Senfu was difficult to blood bond with. Moreover, Yu Wenwen didn't believe that Yi Yu would give the Senfu to her. What if I blood bond with the Senfu? Yu Wenwen asked Yi Yu. She was like a little girl testing her lover. Yi Yu smiled and said gently, since you blood bond with the Senfu, it means that this Senfu should be yours. Moreover, there are many treasures and fortunes in this world. If you don't have the Senfu, you will find something better next time. Yu Wenwen blushed and said, are you serious? Of course. Yi Yu nodded firmly. Ning Shu was speechless. Ning Shu realized that he was being ignored again. This public display of affection made Ning Shu want to burn the two of them to death. Yu Wenwen took a deep breath and shook her head. I don't think I can blood bond with the Senfu. You should blood bond with it. I will guard it for you. No one can hurt you. Yu Wenwen looked at Ning Shu with vigilance. I can feel that this Senfu should belong to you. Don't doubt my feelings. They are very accurate. This is a talent that can predict the future. Yu Wenwen looked at Yi Yu with a gentle gaze. Yuan, thank you. Yi Yu couldn't help but hold Yu Wenwen's hand. Yu Wenwen smiled and said, hurry up and blood bond with the Senfu. Ning Shu thought, I'm being ignored again. I'm only watching Yi Yu flirt with girls. Just as Yi Yu was about to blood bond with the Senfu, someone rushed into the hall. When the person saw the core, he immediately shouted, Senfu, Senfu, more and more people rushed into the hall. When they saw the spinning core, everyone's eyes glowed with passion. Ning Shu looked. Although many people came in, he estimated that more people died in the checkpoint. There were a lot of people in the beginning. Now, there were less than 1/10 of them. The weak ones were all dead. When they saw the core, some people tried to invade the core with their consciousness. They wanted to blood bond with the Senfu, but the result was the same as the long-robed man. The person who was devoured by the Senfu clutched his head. His eyes bulged and blood flowed out of his orifices. In the end, he fell to the ground and died. Many people fell to the ground one after another, calming down the crowd. The hall was quiet. Everyone looked at the spinning core in horror. They didn't expect this to happen. Ning Shu looked at these people's corpses. His pupils were dilated. Their souls were really devoured by something. Ning Shu stared at the spinning core. He guessed that maybe the owner of the Senfu wasn't dead and was hiding in the core. As long as someone tried to blood bond with the Senfu, their soul would be devoured. If it encountered a talented person, it would probably take over the body. Ning Shu glanced at Yi Yu. People came in one after another. Seeing more and more people in the hall, Yi Yu's expression turned ugly. Yu Wenwen comforted Yi Yu. It doesn't matter how many people there are. This Senfu will be yours in the end. Please believe in my feelings. Yi Yu smiled at Yu Wenwen. Ning Shu didn't look at the lovey-dovey scene between the two of them. Instead, she saw Shi Huidi and little Hunyo Yen Jiao in the crowd. These two people were very calmly watching the man they liked being lovey-dovey with another woman. Chapter 277. Some people didn't give up and still wanted to immerse their consciousness into the core, but the result was the same and they died very miserably. One after another, inhuman screams sounded in the palace, causing everyone to keep quiet out of fear. This thing was too evil. Ning Shu didn't find any disciples of the Tiandao sect in the crowd. Could it be that they were all wiped out? If these disciples really died, the Tiandao sect would tremble in heartache. They could be considered the most talented disciples of the Tiandao sect. Hopefully they were fine. After all, Old Man Wei was an elder of the Tiandao sect. Ning Shu didn't have any sense of belonging to the Tiandao sect. Ning Shu moved to the side of Yen Jiao and asked her, "How does it feel to see the man you like being intimate with another woman?" Yen Jiao was obviously shocked by Ning Shu, seeing that it was Wei Liangyue, this big pervert. She immediately frowned and said hatefully, "None of your business." "TSK, TSK, TSK, I really sympathize with you. If I were you, I would go up and give you 2 big slaps, then kick the place 3 inches below his navel," Ning Shu said. Shi Huidi looked at Ning Shu coldly, then shifted her gaze away and ignored Ning Shu. Yen Jiao said very disdainfully, "You speak as if you are a good thing. Didn't you also spoil so many women?" Luckily for others, Senior Brother Yi is a very good person. It's normal for women to like him. Senior Brother Yi respects women a lot. Such a gentle person like him can't be compared to you. Ning Shu, alright, these girls who were shrouded in the male lead's halo, their thoughts were very strange. As long as they saw the male lead, they would be attracted to him. Moreover, they would have no complaints and no regrets, deeply loving the male lead. They were also very glad that there were so many sisters who liked Yi Yu like them. Ning Shu shook his head, coughed and broke the silence in the palace, and said, "Since no one has a way to refine the senfu, this young master will give it a try." Yi Yu saw that Ning Shu was actually standing together with Yen Jiao and Shi Huidi. His face immediately sank and walked over. Yu Wenwen immediately followed by Yi Yu's side. "Senior sister, Yen Jiao, it's great that you guys are fine." Yi Yu looked at the two people with concern, Yen Jiao's mouth, and said with jealousy, "I'm afraid that you didn't even think about us. Now that you have such a beauty by your side, you already forgot about me and senior sister. You bad." Hearing Yen Jiao's words, Yi Yu knew that this outspoken junior sister wasn't angry, but he didn't know what the incomparably cold Shi Huidi was thinking. Yi Yu glanced at Ning Shu, and Ning Shu immediately said, "What are you looking at me for? Could it be that you think there is something between me and this little chili? I don't like this little she-wolf, always chasing after me and biting me." "Wei Liangyue, what did you say? Who is the little she-wolf? I will kill you." Yen Jiao pointed at Ning Shu and shouted hatefully. Yi Yu didn't suspect that there was something between Yen Jiao and Wei Liangyue, but he suspected that there was something between Wei Liangyue and Shi Huidi. After all, they were once engaged. Yi Yu suddenly knew what Shi Huidi was thinking, and Yi Yu felt that he was being teased by Shi Huidi's attitude. She seemed to treat him a little special, but at the same time, there wasn't anything special. It was just like an ordinary senior sister and junior brother. The miserable screams in the palace continued. Although so many people had died, everyone felt that they were special, that they were favored by the heavens, and in addition, they couldn't resist the desire in their hearts to join the senfu, so one after another, they threw away their lives. Ning Shu squeezed his consciousness into the inner core, and immediately, he felt a gloomy and cold aura entering his soul. The force was so strong that it wanted to pull his soul out of his body, and there was a huge attractive force that wanted to suck his soul into the inner core. Obediently offer your soul to the god. Your soul is very strong, unprecedentedly strong. An old voice sounded in Ning Shu's consciousness, and Ning Shu didn't enter the inner core, immediately withdrawing his consciousness. Even so, his soul was still exhausted, and his back was drenched in cold sweat. Yu Wenwen looked at Ning Shu's appearance, and was surprised that this person didn't die. The people who wanted to form a blood bond with the Senfu were all dead. This person's strength really couldn't be underestimated. Fuck, my spiritual power isn't good enough, I can't even enter the inner core, Ning Shu cursed. Yu Wenwen heard Ning Shu's words, and immediately felt that he was overthinking. No wonder he didn't die, even his consciousness couldn't enter the inner core. Don't waste your time, you won't be able to obtain this Senfu, Yu Wenwen said very confidently, clearly believing in his own feelings. Ning Shu shrugged and didn't speak. He felt that his soul was exhausted, and that in just a few moments, he had used up a lot of his spiritual power. But Ning Shu had gotten what he wanted, and there was indeed something wrong with the inner core. He was afraid that the jade tablet was the soul's doing, and that it was all to lure people here. Seeing Ning Shu return with a crushing defeat, Yi Yu sneered, and his consciousness entered the inner core. But not long after, Yi Yu's face began to look ferocious. Yu Wenwen and Yan Jiao looked at Yi Yu nervously, and even the cold Shi Huidi looked at Yi Yu. Ning Shu looked at Yi Yu, and with Yi Yu's luck and power, he was afraid that he could kill this soul and obtain the Senfu. Ning Shu pursed his lips, and in his mind, he asked 2333, you said last time that the dimension was born, can you go there? What do you want? Why are you asking this? 2333 asked. Ning Shu said, I'm asking if you can go or not. Well, you really can't go. Ning Shu said with disdain. He saw Yi Yu's mouth was bleeding, and he was probably fighting with the soul. Ning Shu asked 2333, can you go or not? I can go, but I don't have enough energy, 2333 said after a moment of silence. You absorbed so many spirit marrow crystals, and you still don't have enough energy? Ning Shu thought the system was very cunning. 2333 said gloomily, this kind of energy is not enough for us to go to the place where the dimension is born. If you give me the chaos stones, I will have enough energy, 2333 said. Ning Shu thought 2333, the system only cared about his chaos stones. It seemed that chaos stones were really good things. Ning Shu said calmly, system, there are some things that I don't want to be calculative about, but don't treat me like a fool. When the time comes, I will complain about you. You cheated players of their things, and you used a loophole in the system to exchange for things for me. When the time comes, you should prepare to go back to the recycle bin. I exchanged for things for you, and you are so ungrateful. I don't have enough energy to save you. You said you would help me find energy, but now you're going back on your word. You want my help, give me a chaos stone, and you threaten me like this. Ning Shu, what do you take me for? I may be a mainframe, but you can't bully me like this. 2333's voice was full of anger. Ning Shu was speechless. Fuck, why do I feel so guilty? Chapter 278. In the end, Ning Shu and the system came to an agreement. He gave the fist-sized chaos stone to the system, and the system brought Ning Shu to the place where the planar space was growing. Yi Yu was still fighting with the spirit body. Not only was Yi Yu spitting out blood, but his eyes were also bleeding. Clearly, the battle was very intense. A dusky spirit body in Yi Yu's consciousness was clamoring for Yi Yu to give up his body. It wanted to use Yi Yu's body to create an unprecedented legend. Yi Yu was proud and arrogant. He only wanted to kill the person who wanted to steal his body. Not only did he want to kill this old fart, but he also wanted to obtain the Senfu. Yi Yu raised his head, and his body emitted a powerful aura. He roared like thunder, you want my body? Dream on. Die for me first. Yi Yu spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was sinister, and the veins on his forehead were popping out. He looked like he was in extreme pain. Ning Shu saw Yi Yu in this state. Now was the time to hit him while he was down. He immediately clenched his fist and smashed it at Yi Yu's head. Yu Wenwen immediately blocked the attack for Yi Yu. However, she was still hit by Ning Shu's fist and spat out a mouthful of blood. Yi Yu looked at Ning Shu with a pair of red eyes. His eyes were filled with hatred. Because he was absent-minded, he was attacked by the spirit body. He spat out a mouthful of blood. His expression became much weaker, and he took out a medicinal pill and stuffed it into his mouth. Wei Liangyue, you actually dared to attack senior brother Yi. Yan Jiao was furious. She pointed her whip at Ning Shu. Big pervert, you dared to hurt my senior brother. I will make you beg for death. Yu Wenwen wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. She looked at Ning Shu with a malicious expression. You are courting death. Ning Shu saw that Yu Wenwen was injured, but she still wanted to protect Yi Yu. She and Yi Yu had only known each other for less than a day. She already had such deep feelings for Yi Yu. Wasn't this development a little too fast? Logically speaking, how could a woman like Lu Yuanyuan, who was more scheming and seductive, be so devoted to someone so quickly? In fact, Yu Wenwen had her own selfish motives. She didn't have a way to obtain the senfu. She felt that Yi Yu could obtain the senfu, so she could only help Yi Yu obtain the senfu. Only then would she be able to obtain the benefits. Moreover, she had an inexplicable good impression of Yi Yu. Shi Huidi walked over. She looked at Ning Shu and said coldly, treasures belong to those who are fated to obtain them. Just now, you didn't obtain the senfu. Now, junior brother Yi has a chance to obtain the senfu. If you want to take advantage of others, you have to go through us first. Ning Shu deeply understood the principle of, many hands make light work. He saw that there were 3 women protecting Yi Yu. Moreover, they were women with high cultivations. Wei Liangyue, I will definitely kill you. Yi Yu spat out blood and said in a low voice. See, they want to kill me. I can't just wait for death. Beating a drowning dog is the normal way to go. Ning Shu said with a grin. However, he didn't show any mercy as he punched at Shi Huidi. He had long wanted to take revenge. When he first arrived in this world, he was beaten so badly by Shi Huidi. Shi Huidi knew how strong this person was. The 2 squatting stone lions were easily pushed aside. Shi Huidi took out her long silk dress and wanted to wrap it around Ning Shu's body. However, Ning Shu grabbed the long silk dress and used all his strength to throw Shi Huidi's body away. Shi Huidi crashed into the wall and fell to the ground. She spat out blood and the blood soaked the silk dress. Senior sister. Yan Jiao was indescribably shocked. She quickly ran over and helped Shi Huidi up. Shi Huidi ate 2 medicinal pills and sat cross-legged on the ground to heal her injuries. Yan Jiao's eyes were red. She originally wanted to roar at Ning Shu. However, after being glared at by Ning Shu, she immediately felt wronged and shouted, how can you treat senior sister like this? Ning Shu was too lazy to pay attention to her. Yan Jiao was really naive. Although she was lively and cute, she always did things according to her own wishes. For example, she always wanted Yi Yu to kill her. But now, she was complaining like this. Did she really think that he should spoil Shi Huidi just because she was his fiancée? Yi Yu saw that Shi Huidi was injured. His originally red and bleeding eyes were now bleeding even more. Yi Yu took a deep breath. He took out 2 medicinal pills from his storage pouch and swallowed them. Today, I want to see who will destroy who. Yi Yu's words seemed to be directed at the possessed soul. However, it also seemed to be directed at Ning Shu. When Yu Wenwen saw that Shi Huidi was injured, she bit her lips tightly and looked warily at Ning Shu. Ning Shu moved his fist and looked at Yu Wenwen. Then, he threw a punch at Yu Wenwen. To be honest, Ning Shu especially liked the feeling of fighting barehanded. This feeling of punching flesh was the best. When Yu Wenwen saw Ning Shu's fist, she originally wanted to dodge. However, when she thought of Yi Yu behind her, Yu Wenwen chose to take it head-on. A spirit artifact that resembled a shield appeared in Yu Wenwen's hand. The spirit artifact emitted a low glow. Yu Wenwen had injected almost all her yuan qi into the spirit artifact, hoping that the spirit artifact would be able to block the opponent's fist. It was ridiculous. She was clearly holding a spirit artifact in her hand, but she had no confidence against this man's physical body. Yu Wenwen began to doubt whether Yi Yu would be able to obtain the senfu. Ning Shu directly smashed his fist against the spirit artifact. Yu Wenwen took a few steps back. Her hand hung limply by her side. The huge force had shattered her bones. Yu Wenwen's mouth was bleeding uncontrollably. Yu Wenwen hurriedly ate a pill. Her entire body was dispirited and her face was extremely pale. Even her shimmering peach blossom eyes had dimmed a lot. Ning Shu blew on his fist. This was the pinnacle of strength. Ning Shu understood that the path he would take in the future was to walk the path of strength. He would use strength to break through technique. Ah! Yi Yu raised his head and roared angrily. His hair fluttered, and he instantly erupted with a powerful pressure. Then, he stretched out his fist and met Ning Shu's attack. Ning Shu's heart sank. It seemed that Yi Yu had completely dealt with that spirit body. Moreover, he seemed to have absorbed that spirit body and become even stronger. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw that the core's speed of rotation had slowed down, and its volume had also increased. It seemed that in a few years, this plane would disappear and collapse. Ning Shu thought of the kelp in the sea. If this plane disappeared, the kelp would disappear with it. Ning Shu circulated his qi in his dantian. He stretched out his fist and collided with Yi Yu's. The place where their fists met produced a powerful force. Ning Shu and Yi Yu flew backward at the same time. Ning Shu spat out a mouthful of blood and ate a pill. However, Yi Yu seemed to be fine. It seemed that the current Yi Yu was much stronger than before. However, if they really fought, Ning Shu wasn't afraid at all. Ning Shu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He clenched his fist and looked at Yi Yu warily. Yi Yu's eyes were filled with killing intent. He said coldly, "You have to pay the price for injuring them." Ning Shu chuckled. "This young master can hit whoever he wants. What can you do to this young master?" Yi Yu's face was livid. He clenched his fist and charged at Ning Shu. He fought with Ning Shu barehanded. The surrounding people watched the battle between the two in silence. Both of them were human-shaped beasts. Chapter 279. Ning Shu and Yi Yu couldn't do anything to each other. Every time their fists collided, Ning Shu would feel pain in her internal organs. Yi Yu also felt that his opponent's fists were like rocks, and the bones in his hand were about to shatter. Yi Yu was most proud of his tough body that other cultivators couldn't compare to. He cultivated the ancient body refinement technique, but now, a person whose strength and body were stronger than his suddenly appeared. Moreover, it was the person he had always thought was trash. Yi Yu was determined to determine the victor, and he wanted to kill Wei Liangyue. The current Wei Liangyue was like a fishbone stuck in Yi Yu's throat, and he wouldn't be happy if he didn't get rid of him. Ning Shu concentrated her energy in her dantian and used all her strength to strike at Yi Yu. After their fists collided, Ning Shu could clearly hear the sound of her bones cracking. Her body had become incomparably tough after being strengthened by her energy, but now, her bones had actually cracked. The two of them flew out at the same time. Ning Shu spat out a mouthful of blood and quickly ate an elixir. She mobilized the golden coiling dragon energy in her dantian to repair her broken arm. Although Ning Shu's bones were cracked, Yi Yu's entire arm was limp. It was obvious that his injury was more serious than Ning Shu's. Yi Yu ate the elixir and looked coldly at Ning Shu. "Wei Liangyue, I have underestimated you." Ning Shu said arrogantly, "That's because you are blind. Yi Yu, don't bother about him for now. Refine the senfu." Yu Wenwen said to Yi Yu with a weary expression. Now that they were in a life-and-death battle with Wei Liangyue, and there were so many people around, it wouldn't be good if someone took advantage of them. Yi Yu made a sound of acknowledgement as he calmed the rampaging vital energy in his body. Then, he sent his consciousness into the core. He wanted to place his consciousness on the core. That way, he would be able to control the entire immortal estate. Yi Yu had devoured the soul from before and had learned many things from it. This senfu had even more unimaginable treasures. He had to obtain this senfu. If he could let this senfu evolve and give birth to life, he would be able to become an almighty who could control an entire realm. When Ning Shu saw that Yi Yu was about to refine the senfu, he immediately sent his consciousness into the core and sent out a message: I want you to return to the place where the plane was born. Don't let this man have you. A moment later, Ning Shu's consciousness sent a subtle hint of joy, as if asking Ning Shu if it was true. I can bring you back to the place where the plane was born and let you condense the laws of heaven and earth again. The premise is that you can't let another man have you. Ning Shu knew that his luck wasn't as good as Yi Yu's, and such a fortuitous encounter wouldn't happen to him. He could only use this method. Instantly, Ning Shu felt a connection with this senfu and knew that the senfu had chosen him. Yi Yu's expression changed. Previously, he could still feel a trace of connection with the senfu, but now, he couldn't feel anything. Even the core was starting to reject him. Yi Yu reflexively looked at Ning Shu and saw that she was eating elixirs. Yi Yu immediately frowned and looked at her with a scrutinizing gaze. Ning Shu chewed on a large amount of elixirs and rolled his eyes. What are you looking at? Have you never seen someone eating elixirs before? Suddenly, the surroundings turned dark. Everyone instantly lost consciousness and didn't know what had happened. When everyone woke up, they found themselves in a valley. They were no longer in the senfu. Yu Wenwen asked Yi Yu, did you get the senfu? Yi Yu's face was ashen. Just as he was about to tell Yu Wenwen that he didn't get the senfu, he heard a loud voice in his dantian, Yi Yu, I know you got the senfu. Hand over the senfu and I'll spare your life. Wei Liangyue, the senfu isn't with me at all. Don't slander me. I even suspect that the senfu is in your hands. Yi Yu said coldly as Ning Shu roared. Ning Shu put his hands on his waist and laughed, I still hope that I got the senfu. If I got the senfu, I would immediately give the senfu to Shi Huidi and let her marry me. Didn't your Hongmen sect see that I'm too shabby and don't want to marry Shi Huidi to me? Ning Shu suddenly felt that the joke had gone too far. What if the Hongmen sect married Shi Huidi to him, but I don't have the senfu in my hands now? It seems that I and Shi Huidi are not fated to be together in this life. Shi Huidi looked at Ning Shu coldly, Wei Liangyue, how are you going to humiliate me? Even if I die, I won't marry you. Shi Huidi coldly said. Ning Shu shrugged his shoulders, well, even without the crooked tree, I still have the entire forest. Shi Huidi vomited a mouthful of blood. She was already injured by Ning Shu and now she was being humiliated by Ning Shu. She immediately vomited blood. Yu Wenwen's face was filled with astonishment as she asked Yi Yu, you really didn't get the senfu? No. Yi Yu shook his head. Ning Shu pointed at Yi Yu, keep pretending. Aren't you just afraid that people will know that the senfu is in your hands? Don't slander that the senfu is in my hands. My cultivation is really not high. I'm only a spirit master. I rely on brute force when I fight. My cultivation and mental strength are not enough to support me to get the senfu. Yi Yu really wanted to vomit blood. He saw that the surrounding people were looking at him with greedy and burning eyes. What happened? Why are you guys here? Why did the secret realm disappear? The sect's leading elders came over. Ning Shu found the Tiandao sect's leading elder. He pointed at Yi Yu and shouted, Elder, Hongmen sect's disciple Yi Yu has obtained the senfu. Ning Shu's words made the various sect's elders' faces sink. The Hongmen sect's elder had an incomparably pleasantly surprised expression. He directly led the Hongmen sect's disciples away. Yi Yu looked at the elder's pleasantly surprised expression and felt an unspeakable bitterness in his heart. Yu Wenwen saw Yi Yu leave and felt resentful. She really didn't gain anything. She brought the jade tablet but didn't get anything. But who had the senfu? Yu Wenwen suspected that the senfu was in the hands of Wei Liangyue. But his cultivation was indeed not high. He didn't have a strong spiritual power to support it. A small fish couldn't swallow a whale. With Wei Liangyue's cultivation, it was almost impossible for him to obtain the senfu. The power of the senfu was too strong. He simply couldn't withstand it. When the sandpiper and clam fight, the fisherman benefits. She didn't know who was the one who hid behind the scenes and obtained the benefits. But she didn't get anything. She was busy for nothing and was even injured. Yu-1-1 felt so sullen in her heart. She was the chief disciple of the blood-refining sect. She had never been in such a difficult situation before. She was even schemed against like this. Yu-1-1 vomited a mouthful of blood and could only leave. The secret realm had disappeared. Especially since Hung Men had obtained the Senfu. Hongmen's strength would soar like a geyser. Everyone went back one after another. The Tiandao sect's leading elder had a worried expression. He looked at Ning Su and sighed, "I didn't expect you to come back alive. Your father's plan was not in vain. We will go back first." The leading elder Ning Shu said. Ning Shu didn't know how to tell the elder that the Tiandao sect's disciples were all wiped out except for her. Chapter 280. The Tiandao sect's leading elder brought Ning Shu to meet up with the other disciples. Ning Shu saw that the 4 disciples who should have been completely wiped out were fine. "You guys are fine?" Ning Shu asked in surprise. Lu Qinyang looked at Ning Shu with a complicated gaze and said, "We didn't enter the palace. The checkpoint was too dangerous, so we backed out." When they entered the entrance, the first checkpoint was a powerful spirit beast. Without Ning Shu by their side, they couldn't beat the spirit beast at all, so they backed out. They waited outside the palace for Ning Shu to come out. In the end, their consciousness turned black and they left the Senfu. After such a thing happened, everyone knew that the Senfu had been refined. Lu Qinyang still wanted to get the Senfu, but he didn't even enter the palace. His face was burning. Ning Shu felt that these people were lucky not to have entered the palace. Many people had died in the palace, and their souls had been devoured. They couldn't even reincarnate. Ning Shu boarded the spirit ship, and the others followed. As soon as he relaxed, Ning Shu felt very tired. He had been fighting non-stop in the secret realm, and his nerves were tense. Now, he felt pain all over. Ning Shu leaned against the cabin and fell asleep. The others didn't disturb him, but they kept sizing up Ning Shu. Lu Qinyang still wanted to ask Ning Shu about the situation in the palace, but seeing that he had fallen asleep, he gave up. When they arrived at the Tiandao sect, Ning Shu was woken up by the leading elder. The leading elder Ning Shu asked, "Was the Senfu really refined by the disciples of the Hongmen sect?" Ning Shu nodded without hesitation and said firmly, "It was taken away by Yi Yu of the Hongmen sect. Now, the secret realm for the disciples of the various sects is gone. There are many treasures in the secret realm of the elders. I heard that there is also a 10,000-year-old spirit marrow." 10,000-year-old spirit marrow? The leading elder's voice trembled. Is this news accurate? Ning Shu shrugged his shoulders. "I don't know about this, but it's probably true. The secret realm is really big, and there are many good things, but these places are too dangerous." The more Ning Shu said, the more the leading elder's face sank. If this thing was in his own hands, he would probably laugh his teeth off. But in the hands of others, it was simply scratching his heart, and his heart was bleeding with jealousy. The leading elder sighed. The Hongmen sect is really lucky to be able to obtain the Senfu. It was true that the Hongmen sect had such a talented disciple like Yi Yu. That was their luck. Later on, the Hongmen sect became very powerful. At the time, the Tiandao sect was stronger than the Hongmen sect, but during Wei Liangyue and Shi Huidi's wedding ceremony, Yi Yu came to steal the bride, and the entire Tiandao sect offended Yi Yu. In the end, Yi Yu came back to take revenge, and the Tiandao sect completely withered. Struggling at death's door, it was destroyed in the end. Ning Shu repeatedly brainwashed the leading elder, saying that the Senfu had been refined by Yi Yu. Moreover, Ning Shu vividly described the situation at the time to the leading elder. The leading elder listened to Ning Shu's description and truly believed that the Senfu was in the hands of the Hongmen sect's disciples. Ning Shu glanced at the leading elder, whose face had turned black, and patted his butt before getting off the spirit ship. There were many people in the Tiandao Sect Square. Ning Shu saw that Old Man Wei was waiting for him. He immediately walked in front of Old Man Wei and called him father. Old Man Wei's eyes were a little red. It's good that you're back. I thought you would die in the secret realm. I just heard that 2 disciples died this time. I thought something had happened to you. Father, I'm fine. It's all thanks to the flash wind eagle that you gave me this time. Ning Shu spoke to Old Man Wei as he walked towards his room. Father, do you know how to set up a barrier? I have something good for you. Ning Shu closed the door and asked Old Man Wei. Old Man Wei waved his hand. Father doesn't want your things. You can keep whatever you have. It's really good. Ning Shu saw Old Man Wei's expression that said, I don't care about your junk, so he took out a box from his storage bag. Old Man Wei saw his son's serious expression and waved his hand to set up a barrier. Okay, open it and see what good stuff it is. Old Man Wei teased, this is the first time you've given me something. Ning Shu opened the box. Inside the box was a snow-white fruit. The fruit was surrounded by a complex halo. Old Man Wei didn't pay much attention to it before. Obviously, he didn't think that his useless son couldn't take out something good. But when he saw the fruit, Old Man Wei's eyes widened. He quickly closed the lid and said warily, put it away. How did you get this thing? Father, you're pressing down on my hand. Ning Shu said with a wooden face. Her thumb was pinned down by Old Man Wei's strength, and Old Man Wei even pressed down hard. It was really fucking painful. Old Man Wei, Ning Shu gave the fruit to Old Man Wei. After thinking about it, he also gave Old Man Wei a spirit marrow crystal. Father, I picked this up. It's for you. Ah. Old Man Wei looked at the spirit marrow crystal and his eyes almost popped out. He quickly put it away and lectured Ning Shu. You can't take these things out casually, okay? It's too precious. If someone sees it, they'll kill you and steal it. Ning Shu nodded. Seeing that Old Man Wei just put the thing away, he said, Father, you should eat the fruit. It's safest when it's in your stomach. It's a waste to eat the spirit fruit like this. I'll eat it after refining it into a pill. Old Man Wei still couldn't bear to eat it. Ning Shu didn't think that refining it into a pill would be good. If the refining failed, the fruit would be gone. It was better to eat it as it was. Ning Shu snatched the spirit fruit from Old Man Wei's hand and stuffed it into his mouth. The skin of the spirit fruit broke. Instantly, a pure essence of the world and a fresh fragrance wafted out. Old Man Wei's heart ached. He swallowed the spirit fruit in a few mouthfuls and even opened his mouth wide, wanting to suck the overflowing spirit energy back into his stomach. Ning Shu, I'm going into seclusion. You take care of yourself. Old Man Wei's aura was fluctuating. It seemed like he was about to break through. Ning Shu nodded. I know, Father. Be careful when you're in seclusion. Yes, Father knows. I'm much more energetic now. It seems like I have to go out more in the future. I can't always hide in Tiandao sect. Old Man Wei sighed. I'm so jealous to be able to get something from my son one day. Father, set up a barrier in my cave. I want to go into seclusion too, Ning Shu said. Old Man Wei set up a barrier in front of Ning Shu's door before leaving. When Old Man Wei was far away, Ning Shu took out the senfu. The senfu was in her palm. It was only the size of an ice cube. It was quite magical that such a big plane had shrunk to this size. Ning Shuchao said to 2333, let's send this plane back. Since he promised the plane, he had to send it back. Chapter 281. Ning Shu had never thought of owning this dimension. This dimension was on the verge of collapse. Moreover, Ning Shu wasn't sure if leaving this dimension to Wei Liangyue was a good thing or a bad thing for her. Wei Liangyue was just cannon fodder. She didn't have heaven-defying luck. Even if she had something good, it would be a gift to others. With this thing on her, she would probably end up the same way. After thinking about it, Ning Shu still wanted to send this dimension to the place where the dimension gave birth to the laws. 2333 Ning Shu asked, have you really thought it through? You should know that it's very difficult to go there. There are many spatial blades. If your soul is hit by a spatial wind blade, it might dissipate. For such a broken dimension, even if you go back to the place where the laws are given birth, you might not be able to give birth to your own laws. Is it really worth it? Ning Shu bit her lips. She cherished life more than anyone. She didn't want to die. However, she had promised the dimension to give her a place where the laws were given birth. She was in a dilemma. Ning Shu hesitated for a long time. She really couldn't make up her mind. She sat cross-legged on the bed and cultivated. However, she was impatient. She even had a chest ache. She was showing signs of qi deviation. Ning Shu clenched her fists. She was very unhappy. She said to 2333, I've decided to go. Since I promised, I'll go. If I really die, it'll be a gain for me. The most important thing was to have a clear conscience. She couldn't complete the mission in her current state. 2333 was silent for a while. Finally, he said, okay. I'll do my best to protect you. Thank you. Ning Shu smiled. After a while, Ning Shu's soul left Wei Liangyue's body. She held the dimension in her hand. 2333 brought Ning Shu out of this dimension. When they were high in the sky, they encountered astral winds. Ning Shu had some trouble dodging these astral winds. It's not too late to regret now. 2333 said indifferently, these are just ordinary astral winds. Once you leave this dimension, you'll encounter astral winds much stronger. Your soul might dissipate before you reach the place. Ning Shu bit his lips and calmly said, go. Ning Shu, you really have a hole in your head. 2333 sighed. After exiting the quest world, Ning Shu entered a vast expanse of whiteness. 2333 Ning Shu explained, this is the gap between realms. There are spatial collapses, spatial winds, and wind blades. You must be careful, or you will be doomed eternally. No one can save you. I know. Ning Shu focused, paying attention to his surroundings as he walked. A spatial wind blade silently flew towards Ning Shu's face. Ning Shu tilted his head to avoid the wind blade. However, a strand of his hair was cut off by the wind blade. Ning Shu was now a soul body. Every part of his body was soul power. If his hair was cut off, Ning Shu's soul would be weakened. Ning Shu didn't dare to be careless. He became more careful and walked slowly. Not only did he have to be careful of the spatial wind blades, but he also had to be careful of spatial collapses. If he fell into a spatial collapse, his soul would instantly be shattered. There are several spatial wind blades ahead at 10 o'clock and 2 o'clock. Be careful to avoid them. 2333 activated its scan. However, it couldn't scan a large area. 2333 needed to conserve energy. Without enough energy, it and Ning Shu couldn't return. Ning Shu dodged the wind blades. Although 2333 warned him, he could avoid one spatial wind blade. However, it didn't mean that he could avoid them every time. As long as he was hit by a wind blade, Ning Shu's soul power would quickly dissipate. Ning Shu's soul body was a lot thinner than before. Ning Shu was afraid that he wouldn't be able to make it. After all, they hadn't even reached their goal yet. All he could do was cheer in his heart. Ning Shu covered the spatial realm with his hand and asked 2333, how much further? Ning Shu felt that he had walked a lot. Not even halfway. I told you before. You need to think about this carefully. 2333 said. Ning Shu, but I feel like I've walked a long way. Ning Shu didn't believe it. You're mistaken. You haven't walked that far. All right. Ning Shu dodged the wind blade in front of him. 2333's urgent voice sounded in his mind, "Don't go to the left. There's a spatial collapse there." However, if he moved to the right, he would be hit by the wind blade. Ning Shu pursed his lips and chose to take the wind blade head-on. The wind blade passed through Ning Shu's body. Ning Shu groaned. His soul felt like it was being torn apart. Ning Shu looked at his hand. It was almost transparent. It seemed that he was going to die here. As if sensing Ning Shu's predicament, the spatial realm in Ning Shu's hand slowly transferred spatial energy to him. With spatial energy, Ning Shu's soul became stronger. Even if the wind blade hit him, his soul power wouldn't dissipate so quickly. Ning Shu looked at the ice-sized realm and suddenly felt very happy. There were some things that could be done and there were some things that couldn't be done. Even when doing a quest, there were some principles that had to be adhered to. Because of the toughness of his soul, Ning Shu quickened his pace. Walking in the vast expanse of whiteness, Ning Shu didn't know how long he had been walking. He only knew how to dodge the wind blades. The speed at which he dodged the wind blades became more and more nimble. He was rarely hit by the wind blades. "We're here." 2333's voice was full of emotion. Obviously, he didn't expect to really make it here. "We're here." Ning Shu looked around. This was a huge, indescribable place. It was like a sea. Ning Shu compared to the sea was like the difference between an ant and the earth. This place was full of chaotic laws. There were also some undeveloped realms floating in the sea of laws. The edges of the laws were linked to endless realms. These realms were attached to each other. Although there were 3,000 realms, there were endless realms and worlds here. Some realms were very complete and full of life. Some realms were full of holes and dark. This is a realm that is about to be destroyed. 2333 said. Ning Shu said, "Your mission is to prevent this realm from becoming like this. Although every world has its own lucky child, 1,000-mile dike can be destroyed by an ant hole. Every living creature will cause harm to the realm they are in. The resentment of those cannon fodders will also cause the laws of heaven and earth to collapse. If a realm has too many people like this, the laws will collapse." Ning Shu suddenly sighed. The laws gave birth to life. They were like the mother of these life forms, but they hurt their mother. Ning Shu put the realm in his hand into the sea of laws. There were many new realms in the sea of laws. These realms would give birth to countless lives. Chapter 282. After sending the plane space here, Ning Shu's heart relaxed. She felt that this place was filled with Hongmeng purple qi, so she sat down and cultivated. Using her peerless martial arts, the Hongmeng purple qi merged into Ning Shu's body, making her soul stronger. "Don't delay, we should go back. It's been a bit long." 2333 saw that Ning Shu seemed to be addicted to cultivation and reminded her. Ning Shu suddenly thought of something and asked, "There are many creatures in that space, such as kelp, what will happen to them?" "The plane will gradually give birth to its own laws, the animals living in it will adapt to these laws." "Ning Shu, I find that you're too nosy, aren't you tired?" 2333's tone was filled with disdain. Ning Shu curled her lips, "I'm just asking, it's not like I'll lose a piece of meat." Ning Shu stood up and was about to leave when she saw someone in the distance, wearing a black trench coat, tall and straight, walking directly across the sea of law. In 2 breaths, the person disappeared. School doctor uncle. Who did she just see? School doctor uncle. Ning Shu shook her head, "That's impossible, how could the school doctor uncle appear here?" But the person just now was indeed the school doctor uncle. Ning Shu had met the school doctor uncle twice, and when she was a zombie, she stayed with the school doctor uncle for a long time. So Ning Shu was very familiar with the school doctor uncle. Just now, she knew that it was the school doctor uncle, but why was the school doctor uncle here? Why? Ning Shu was scratching her heart and lungs. If she had known, she would have called out to the uncle, but the uncle disappeared too quickly. She didn't even have time to react and the uncle was gone. 2333, did you see that just now? Ning Shu asked 2333 for confirmation. See what? 2333 asked. Ning Shu anxiously said, it's a man wearing a black trench coat, looking very demonic and perverted. He just walked across the sea of law. You're seeing things. 2333 said faintly, no one has ever walked across the sea of law, you have presbyopia. Fuck, I really saw it, such a big lump, do you think I'm blind? Ning Shu said unhappily. You're seeing things. 2333 said. I really saw it, trust me. She just saw it clearly, it was really the uncle, trust me. You're seeing things. Ning Shu. There was a shadow in Ning Shu's heart. Could it be that she was really seeing things? Impossible, her eyesight was 15. Looking at the lake of law, there was no figures figure, there was an endless space that was endless plain space, she couldn't find the one she just now. Ning Shu turned and left, going back the way she came. Her soul power was stronger than when she came, facing the attack of the spatial wind blade. Ning Shu felt very familiar with it, she was rarely hit by the spatial wind blade. Along the way back to Wei Liangyue's body, Ning Shu opened his eyes and moved his body. He found that his body was incomparably stiff, and when he moved, his bones made cracking sounds. Was this rusty? Walking slowly in the room, he moved his body a bit, only then did it not feel so stiff. When the soul and the body were completely merged, Ning Shu sat on the bed and began to cultivate. The golden coiling dragon in his dantian swam, it was like a real dragon. Ning Shu took out a fingernail-sized spirit marrow crystal and swallowed it. Instantly the spirit chi swarmed, rushing towards his dantian. It was as if the spirit chi was going to break through his dantian. The golden coiling dragon in his dantian was immediately excited, it crazily absorbed the spirit chi, and when it finished absorbing it, the golden coiling dragon chi suddenly exploded. Ning Shu was dumbfounded for a moment. How did it suddenly explode? Could it be that the spirit chi was too much to take? Although the golden coiling dragon chi exploded, Ning Shu was not injured. The golden coiling dragon chi exploded out of his dantian, merging into every corner of his body. Ning Shu even felt that his cells were devouring the spirit chi. Clenching his fist, Ning Shu found that his strength had increased. Just lightly slapping the table, the heavy table was smashed into pieces. His body was filled with power. It was only at this time that this seemingly low-level secret manual revealed its outstanding appearance in this plain world suitable for cultivation. Ning Shu had never paid much attention to this secret manual. When she first obtained this secret manual, the system had only given her 100 points when she exchanged for it. It didn't seem worth much, but Ning Shu had always been cultivating it. She never knew that this secret manual was so powerful. From now on, if he cultivated this secret manual, even in a world limited by the laws, he could increase his strength and protect himself. Ning Shu continued to cultivate, recultivating the qi in his body. Once the qi was cultivated, Ning Shu took out the spirit marrow crystal and swallowed it. The spirit qi was finally absorbed by the qi. Ning Shu did not go out to cultivate, she did not know what happened outside. Old Man Wei came out of seclusion to find her. When Ning Shu saw Old Man Wei for the first time, she thought that Old Man Wei's cultivation had been abolished. The current Old Man Wei's body did not have the slightest fluctuation of spirit qi, there was no pressure from an expert, he was simply ordinary, just like an ordinary person. Father, what's wrong with you, did your seclusion fail? Ning Shu hurriedly asked, her powerful father was her strong backing. Old Man Wei said in a bad mood, can't you hope for something good for me? I've broken through the bottleneck and returned to my original state. Stinking brat, the outside world is in chaos, I still didn't know that my son was so powerful. Ning Shu raised her eyebrows and asked, what's wrong? I heard from the disciples that came back from the secret realm that you and Yiyu of the Hongmen sect were evenly matched. When did you become so strong? Old Man Wei asked suspiciously. Ning Shu said proudly, I'm strong, ha ha ha. Cultivation is the most important thing, what's the use of being strong? Old Man Wei sized up his son, let me see how strong you are. Ning Shu followed Old Man Wei out of the room. Ning Shu clenched his fist, circulated his qi in his dantian, and used his greatest strength to hit Old Man Wei. Old Man Wei directly used his hand to grab Ning Shu's fist and took 2 steps back. Old Man Wei's face revealed a shocked expression. His son's strength was simply beyond his imagination. Ning Shu withdrew his fist with a smile. Now he was using his body as a weapon. His body was a powerful weapon. A smile appeared on Old Man Wei's face, but he forced himself to put on a serious expression. He reminded Ning Shu, strength alone isn't enough. Close combat is fine, but what if the opponent wants to compete with you? What if the opponent doesn't want to play close combat with you? That's why you still have to train hard. Ning Shu nodded and said, I know, I will definitely work hard. Father, what happened outside? Ning Shu asked, how did the sky turn upside down? Chapter 283. Ning Shu had previously sent the planar space to the Sea of Law, and this round trip had taken a month, so he had no idea what had happened outside. Old Man Wei looked at Ning Shu with a pained expression, not knowing what to say. Ning Shu, father, if you have something to say, just say it, I can bear it. Ning Shu was baffled by Old Man Wei's gaze. Is the senfu on you? Old Man Wei asked. Ning Shu almost jumped up, father, how could it be on me? If it was on me, I would have told you long ago. That's good. That little bastard from Hongmen's sect said that the senfu was on you. Sure enough, he was under too much pressure and wanted to divert the trouble. Old Man Wei's face was very ugly. Ning Shu quickly asked what was going on. Old Man Wei had gone into seclusion before and only knew about this after coming out. It was in the secret realm that Ning Shu jumped out and said that the senfu had been refined by Yi Yu. Most people believed that the senfu was on Yi Yu. After all, so many people who tried to refine it had died, and only Yi Yu was alive. Everyone in the secret realm agreed with Ning Shu's words and believed what they saw. They all believed that the senfu should be on Yi Yu. After Yi Yu returned to Hongmen's sect, the leaders of Hongmen's sect hinted to Yi Yu to hand over the senfu. After all, there were too many treasures in the secret realm that could allow a sect to develop quickly. Moreover, the entire Hongmen sect was being ostracized by other sections. This kind of monopolization made everyone jealous. If the senfu had no one to refine it, no one would be able to refine it. It would be everyone's. Every time they sent some disciples to test it, they would bring back some good things. Now that it was being monopolized by a sect, everyone's hearts were filled with irritation. The more they ostracized the Rainbow Gate sect, the more pressure the Rainbow Gate sect was under from all sides. The more they wanted Yi Yu to hand over the treasures and obtain the treasures inside. Yi Yu didn't have any senfu right now. The senfu wasn't with him at all. The Hongmen sect thought that Yi Yu wasn't willing to hand over the senfu, so they took a step back and didn't let Yi Yu hand over the senfu. They wanted Yi Yu to get some treasures from the senfu to increase the strength of the Hongmen sect. Right now, the Rainbow Gate sect was being ostracized by the other sections. Although the treasures were given to those who were fated to obtain them, the others didn't have them. Since the Rainbow Gate sect actually had them, they weren't worried about the lack of resources, but rather the unequal distribution. Therefore, they all targeted the Rainbow Gate sect. When the disciples of the Hongmen sect went out to gain experience, they would be attacked by the disciples of other sections. This put a lot of pressure on the Hongmen sect, and this increased the pressure on Yi Yu. However, Yi Yu really didn't have any way to take out anything. Moreover, the senfu wasn't with him at all. The Hongmen sect knew that Yi Yu and Shi Huidi had an ambiguous relationship, so they sent Shi Huidi to persuade Yi Yu to hand over some cultivation resources. Shi Huidi helplessly went to talk to Yi Yu. Shi Huidi could be considered a woman that Yi Yu liked very much. Now that she was standing on the side of the sect and asking him for things, Yi Yu's heart immediately became hostile. Shi Huidi's thoughts were very deep and had her own thoughts. She wasn't like the simple and straightforward Yan Jiao. In the face of this situation, Yan Jiao believed him, but Shi Huidi didn't believe that the senfu wasn't with him. The current situation was caused by the Heavenly Tao sect's Wei Liangyue. Yi Yu even had a conspiracy theory that this was a trap that Shi Huidi and Wei Liangyue had set for him. From the moment Shi Huidi opened her mouth to ask for things, Yi Yu didn't like Shi Huidi that much. Yi Yu's character was that he would rather betray the world than let the world betray him. His woman must belong to him wholeheartedly. Yi Yu felt that Shi Huidi saw that Wei Liangyue's strength had become stronger, so when Shi Huidi said that she wanted things, Yi Yu's attitude towards Shi Huidi became very cold. Shi Huidi pursed her lips and didn't say anything. Her wish was to become a powerful cultivator. Without strength, she would always be the one being dominated. This was the sorrow of being a woman. As for men, perhaps she really didn't have the fate to have them. Shi Huidi also didn't look for Yi Yu anymore. The two of them didn't interact anymore. Yi Yu's heart was very gloomy. He directly used Ning Shu's method to deal with him. He directly said that the things were with Ning Shu and not with him at all. However, not everyone believed Yi Yu's words. After all, the son of heavenly Dao Sect's Wei Ming, Wei Liangyue, was indeed a trash. The senfu taking such a trash as its master was simply an insult to everyone. Although some people in the secret realm saw that Wei Liangyue's strength wasn't weak, everyone thought that it was because Wei Ming had piled up a huge amount of resources. With such resources, even a pig could become a spirit beast. Therefore, when Yi Yu said that the senfu was with Wei Liangyue, everyone was half believing and half doubting. Ning Shu, he suddenly realized that the identity of a trash had such a use. However, the senfu really wasn't with her. Old man Wei gave Ning Shu some more resources and told Ning Shu to cultivate well. Then, he went to guard the mine again. Father, you've already broken through the bottleneck and can be considered a top expert in the sect. Why are you still guarding the mine? Ning Shu saw that Old man Wei was about to leave and quickly asked. Old man Wei glanced at Ning Shu. Is the sect's decision a joke? I naturally have to clean up your mess. I definitely have to guard it for 50 years. Moreover, the crystal vein hasn't been peaceful recently. Naturally, I have to guard it. Cultivate well. Don't embarrass your father. Now that you have the ability, your father can walk with his back straight no matter where he goes. Old man Wei patted Ning Shu's shoulder. In the past, half of his body would tilt when Old man Wei patted him. But now, Ning Shu didn't feel anything at all. Old man Wei laughed out loud and left. Since Yi Yu treated her like this, she had to do something. She couldn't just silently accept it. Ning Shu released the Flash Wind Eagle. He stood on the back of the Flash Wind Eagle and headed towards the Rainbow Gate sect. When he arrived at the Rainbow Gate sect, Ning Shu stood at the entrance and circulated his qi in his dantian. He shouted, Yi Yu, get out here for me. When the disciple guarding the gate saw Ning Shu, he immediately pulled out his sword and pointed it at Ning Shu. He coldly said, Tiandao sect, are you trying to start a fight between the two sects by barging into the Rainbow Gate sect like this? I'm just looking for Yi Yu. Just call Yi Yu out. This is a matter between me and Yi Yu. It has nothing to do with Tiandao sect and Rainbow Gate sect. Ning Shu said indifferently. A disciple of the Rainbow Gate sect went to call Yi Yu. When Yi Yu came out and saw Ning Shu, his eyes immediately turned red. His eyes were especially red when he saw his enemy. Wei Liangyue, you actually dared to come here. Yi Yu's voice came out from between his teeth. It was very sinister. Why can't I come here? Ning Shu saw Yi Yu's haggard expression. There was a lingering gloominess between his brows. It was obvious that he was under a lot of pressure during this period of time. Little Hunyou Yen Jiao stood beside Yi Yu. Her eyes were red as she looked at Ning Shu with hatred. She pointed at Ning Shu and said, look at what you've done to senior brother Yi. Yen Jiao believed in her senior brother Yi unconditionally. She believed that the thing wasn't on Yi Yu. Chapter 284. Hearing Yen Jiao's accusation, Ning Shu rolled his eyes. Which eye of yours saw me harm him? Instead, it was Yi Yu who didn't want to hand over the senfu's resources, so he framed the senfu on me. I've never seen such a shameless person before. Yi Yu looked at Ning Shu gloomily. Who's framing who? You're framing me. Ning Shu continued. He pointed to the sky and swore, I swear by the laws of heaven and earth that if the senfu is on me, I will never be able to make any progress and my cultivation will be crippled. In this world, swearing by the laws of heaven and earth was effective. Ning Shu was just taking advantage of a loophole. The senfu really wasn't on her. Ning Shu swore as soon as he came up, which stunned everyone. Yi Yu's expression turned even uglier. The other party had used this trick to push the blame to him. Even if he could swear now, others might not necessarily believe him. Yi Yu, who had always been smooth sailing, didn't expect that he would one day encounter such a situation. You. Although Yan Jiao was straightforward, it didn't mean that she was stupid. Right now, everything Yi Yu did was useless. Yan Jiao was so angry that tears fell from her eyes. She took the whip from her waist and rushed over, lashing out at Ning Shu. I'll beat you to death, you vicious bitch. Ning Shu grabbed the whip that Yan Jiao threw at him and flung her away. Yan Jiao was thrown to the ground, but she wasn't injured. She got up from the ground and said to Yi Yu with tears in her eyes, Senior brother Yi, no matter what, I believe you. Yi Yu gently wiped away the tears on Yan Jiao's face and comforted her. These difficulties are temporary. Ning Shu looked at the two of them being lovey-dovey. He turned around and jumped onto the back of the Flash Wind Eagle. He said coldly to Yi Yu, if you try to frame me again, I will beat you up. In fact, Ning Shu really wanted to kill Yi Yu, but in front of so many people from the Hongmen sect, he didn't have the advantage. Yi Yu looked at Ning Shu with gloomy and hateful eyes. Today's humiliation, I'll pay you back 100 times over. Ning Shu patted his chest. I'm so scared, just come and find me. Ning Shu stood on the back of the Flash Wind Eagle and looked down at Yi Yu. Sparks flew when their eyes met. After returning to the Heavenly Road sect, Ning Shu met Lu Qinyang, who was obviously waiting for him. Seeing Ning Shu, Lu Qinyang immediately said, Junior brother Wei, are you interested in going out to train together? This time we're going to the Thunder Canyon. There are spirit fruits that can strengthen your body. Let's team up and go. Ning Shu wasn't interested at all. These people wanted to drag him to be their hired thug. Ning Shu waved his hand and said no, then went to cultivate. Lu Qinyang's face trembled. No matter how dissatisfied he was, he didn't dare to say it out loud. He could only look at Ning Shu's back and coldly snort in his heart. Ning Shu returned to his cave and continued to cultivate. Right now, he wanted to cultivate his essence. His current body's aptitude was much better than before. His body had been transformed by the golden coiling dragon energy. Although it wasn't as amazing as Yi Yu's, it was still barely enough to be considered a genius. Ning Shu absorbed the essence crystals that Wei Ming gave her, and her cultivation level also rose rapidly. While she was still cultivating, Ning Shu felt that someone had touched an enchantment, and stopped cultivating. When he came out of the room, he saw a female disciple with revealing clothes. She was holding snacks and tea in her hands. She was blocked by the barrier outside the room and stood awkwardly at the door. Seeing Ning Shu come out, the female disciple immediately smiled sweetly. She swayed her enchanting body and walked in front of Ning Shu. Ning Shu immediately smelled an elegant fragrance. As soon as he smelled this fragrance, Ning Shu felt his body become restless, and his lower abdomen became a little tight. Ning Shu, fuck, there's a fucking reaction. Ning Shu really wanted to use a knife to castrate himself. The female disciple looked at Ning Shu's strange expression. She smiled charmingly and said to Ning Shu, Senior brother Wei, you haven't come to find Lan, for a long time. Have you forgotten about Lan, This woman was here to seduce him. He guessed that it was because of Wei Liangyue in the past. But now, she wanted Ning Shu to fuck off with this woman. Ning Shu very righteously rejected this female disciple's embrace. Moreover, he didn't give her any face and closed the door. This made the female flute player named Lan so angry that she almost smashed the snack tray. In the end, she could only leave in anger. These women all treated Wei Liangyue as a resource provider. They didn't want to do sect missions to obtain resources. Ning Shu didn't say anything about them taking such a crooked path. Everyone had their own way of living. But Ning Shu definitely wouldn't fuck off with these women. Ning Shu directly hung a "cultivation do not disturb" sign on his door. He focused on cultivation. There was nothing more important than strength. But during this time, something big happened. Yi Yu betrayed the Rainbow Gate sect and took away the daughter of the Rainbow Gate sect leader, little tigress Yan Jiao. When Ning Shu heard about this, he smacked his lips. That little pepper actually ran away with Yi Yu. She was originally a heavenly daughter, but now she had to wander with Yi Yu. Now that Yi Yu was carrying a treasure like the Senfu, he would be hunted down wherever he went. Moreover, the Rainbow Gate sect might even hunt down Yi Yu. Fuck, he actually kidnapped the sect leader's daughter. This was simply a great humiliation. In such a situation, Yan Jiao still followed Yi Yu. She was simply dead set on following him. Ning Shu was more puzzled about why Shi Huidi didn't follow him. Yi Yu betraying the Rainbow Gate sect was within Ning Shu's expectations. Yi Yu didn't have the Senfu in his hands, but he was forced to hand it over by the Rainbow Gate sect. Moreover, Yi Yu was a man of his own. He never had any intention of sacrificing himself for the sect. As for how loyal he was to the Rainbow Gate sect, even Yi Yu himself wouldn't believe it. But if Yi Yu went out like this, who knew how many fortuitous encounters and treasures he would obtain? Even if Yi Yu was hunted down, he would still be able to turn misfortune into blessings. Every time he was forced into a desperate situation, he would still obtain a fortuitous encounter. Ning Shu felt that he should speed up his cultivation. Yi Yu would come back for revenge sooner or later. Old Man Wei came over and asked Ning Shu to follow him to see the sect leader. Ning Shu followed beside Old Man Wei and asked, "Why does the sect leader want to see me?" "Shi Huidi is here." Old Man Wei, Ning Shu raised his rough eyebrows. What does it have to do with me?" Ning Shu didn't understand. He and Shi Huidi no longer had any relationship. Old Man Wei's face was filled with joy. "You'll know later." Looking at Old Man Wei's rippling expression, Ning Shu felt that it wasn't a good thing. When they arrived at the main hall, there were several people sitting inside. Shi Huidi was standing behind a long-bearded man. Her expression was very indifferent. When she saw Ning Shu, she only glanced at him before withdrawing her gaze. Old Man Wei first led Ning Shu to bow to the sect. Then, he introduced the person beside him to Ning Shu. "Cold Moon, this is sect leader Yen of the Rainbow Gate sect. You can call him Uncle Yen." "Old Man Wei," Ning Shu said. Ning Shu looked at the long-bearded man and thought, this is Yan Jiao's father. Chapter 285. Ning Shu called out Uncle Yen to Sect Master Yen. Rainbow Sect Master Yen stroked his long beard and praised Old Man Wei. "I haven't seen Cold Moon for a while. Now that I look at him, he's quite a talent." Old Man Wei laughed, looking very proud. Ning Shu didn't think too much about it. But Old Man Wei seemed to have scratched an itch. He was very excited and had a feeling of exhilaration. "Wei Ming, let the two children out. We have something to discuss." Tiandao Sect's Grand Master said to Old Man Wei. "Huidi, let Cold Moon bring you around Tiandao Sect." The bearded Grand Master Yen turned around and instructed Shi Huidi. Shi Huidi's beautiful face under the veil was very cold. She bowed towards Grand Master Yen and said yes. "Stinky brat, you are a guest. Take good care of Huidi." Old Man Wei pushed Ning Shu in front of Shi Huidi. Ning Shu immediately stopped in his tracks. If he really bumped into Shi Huidi would die together with him. "I'll have to trouble senior apprentice brother," Shi Huidi said to Ning Shu coldly. Ning Shu was very surprised that Shi Huidi was still willing to talk to him. He thought that he had injured her in the secret realm and they probably wouldn't interact for the rest of their lives. But now, Grand Master Yen brought Shi Huidi to Tiandao sect. Ning Shu felt that things were very strange. Junior apprentice sister, follow me. Ning Shu ignored old man Wei's winking and took the lead to leave the hall. Shi Huidi hesitated for a moment before following Ning Shu out of the hall. Shi Huidi walked very slowly. Ning Shu had no choice but to slow down as well. Shi Huidi suddenly said, Wei Liangyue, you must be very proud right now. Where did this come from? What am I proud of? Ning Shu raised his eyebrows. He didn't understand what Shi Huidi was talking about. Shi Huidi stopped in her tracks and looked at Ning Shu with an incomparably cold gaze. Previously, you broke off the engagement and humiliated me once, but I still delivered myself to your door to be humiliated by you. I really don't know what you're talking about. If my rejection of the engagement humiliated you, why didn't you propose it yourself? Ning Shu said with a cold face. Ning Shu knew that Shi Huidi was a woman with a firm mind, but if she had to be so calculative about breaking off the engagement, Ning Shu couldn't do anything about it. In Ning Shu's opinion, breaking off the engagement would free both of them. Shi Huidi's face under the veil became even more unsightly. Wei Liangyue, do you really not know or are you pretending not to know? There's a problem with the crystal vein that the Rainbow Sect and the Heavenly Tao Sect cooperated with. What's wrong? Ning Shu was really curious. She was a pure maiden who never left the house. She really didn't know what was going on. Shi Huidi looked at Ning Shu's expression and suddenly smiled bitterly. Her tone couldn't hide her sadness. Every time we mine the crystals, there will be a lot less. The Rainbow Sect and the Heavenly Tao Sect suspect each other of hiding the crystals. Now the cooperation can no longer continue. Coupled with the matter of junior apprentice brother Yi, the Rainbow Sect can't afford any more twists and turns. Therefore, the cooperation between the Rainbow Sect and your Heavenly Tao Sect must continue. Our Heavenly Tao Sect needs a lot of resources. Ning Shu suddenly realized that someone was stealing. In fact, Ning Shu felt that this matter should be done by the Heavenly Tao Sect. Because the disciples of the Rainbow Sect had a senfu, the Heavenly Tao Sect was deliberately making things difficult for the Rainbow Sect. Most likely, this matter was done by Old Man Wei. Now, the sect master of the Rainbow Sect had personally come to talk about cooperation and even called Shi Huidi. Ning Shu looked at Shi Huidi. What does your sect mean? Of course the cooperation will continue. Moreover, we have to express the sincerity of the two sections. Marriage is the best sincerity. Shi Huidi's voice couldn't hide the sadness in it. So, was Shi Huidi going to marry Wei Liangyue again? What a deceitful plot. It wasn't easy to break off the engagement, but now they were going to get engaged again. Ning Shu could see that Shi Huidi didn't want to get engaged with him. Forgive me for being blunt. Since you don't want to, why don't you say it? Ning Shu asked Shi Huidi. Shi Huidi looked at Ning Shu. Her eyes were very cold as she said indifferently, not everyone has a father like you who can let you be willful. I grew up in the Rainbow Sect. I'm not strong enough, so I can only listen to the arrangements of the sect and repay the sect. This is the sorrow of being a woman. I don't want to become a tool that can be manipulated by others. Shi Huidi's eyes revealed a sorrowful expression. Ning Shu was speechless. Ning Shu curled his lips, but didn't say anything. What, you don't agree with what I said? Shi Huidi looked at Ning Shu's disapproving expression and asked coldly. Ning Shu shrugged his shoulders, since you don't want to be manipulated, why don't you leave the Rainbow Sect? Leaving the Rainbow Sect is easier said than done. I grew up in the Rainbow Sect, and the sect's kindness to me is as heavy as a mountain. Shi Huidi's voice became even colder. Ning Shu said indifferently, if I were you, I would leave the Rainbow Sect. Since you don't want to be manipulated, you must live a more bitter life. You must make your own way. This is the exchange of conditions. You can't bear to part with the Rainbow Sect's rich resources and the Rainbow Sect's status. The rainbow sect has given you so much, so you naturally have to sacrifice for the rainbow sect. Everything has a price, and nothing is perfect. Ning Shu was a little tired. Perhaps in the plot, Shi Huidi didn't love Yi Yu that much. When Yi Yu came to steal the bride, Shi Huidi weighed the pros and cons before choosing Yi Yu. To put it bluntly, Shi Huidi was a person who liked to suffer, as if she had suffered a great deal. Don't worry, I won't be engaged to you, Ning Shu said indifferently as he brushed past Shi Huidi. Shi Huidi just stared blankly at Ning Shu's back. She lost control and said, "You don't know how much your father dotes on you. You don't know what kind of life I'm living." Ning Shu left without looking back. Old Man Wei came to ask if Ning Shu wanted to be engaged to Shi Huidi. Ning Shu decisively refused. She didn't want to be engaged to Shi Huidi. As for what would happen to Wei Liangyue and Shi Huidi after she left, she didn't care. Ning Shu told Old Man Wei that he wanted to go out and gain experience. When Old Man Wei heard that his son wanted to go out and gain experience, he was both gratified and worried. He didn't want him to go out, but then he thought that if he didn't let him go out, he would be like this for the rest of his life. He couldn't not go out and see the world. Ning Shu was the one who wanted to go out and gain experience. It was useless to stay at home and cultivate like this. She decided to join the large group that was chasing after Yi Yu. Old Man Wei finally agreed to let Ning Shu go out and gain experience. Ning Shu asked Old Man Wei, "How did you settle the Rainbow Gate sect matter?" Old Man Wei curled his lips. Old Man Yen really doesn't have any sincerity. Every time he sends a woman over, we have a lot of people in the Heavenly Tao sect. Who cares about your people? You don't have to worry about this matter. Go and gain experience. I, your father, will take care of it. Will it cause trouble for you? Ning Shu said uncertainly. After all, this was a matter between two sections. It's fine. Your father can handle it. Chapter 286. Ning Shu finally saw how much Old Man Wei doted on his son. If he wanted to break off the engagement, he would break off the engagement. If he wanted to break off the engagement, he would break off the engagement. Just like Shi Huidi said, Wei Liangyue had a father who allowed him to do whatever he wanted. Once his father died, Wei Liangyue would have to suffer twice as much for the first half of his life. Old Man Wei had prepared a lot of things for Ning Shu since his son was going to go out for training. Including the things that Ning Shu had prepared for himself, there were a total of 2 storage pouches. During this period of cultivation, Ning Shu's strength had also increased a lot. Under her feeding, the flash-winged eagle had become very large. When it spread its wings, it was almost as wide as a room. Old Man Wei sent Ning Shu to the sect's entrance. After exiting the mountain protecting array, he reached out and patted Ning Shu's hand. "Come back alive. Father will wait for you at the sect." "Father, don't worry. I will live until you die," Ning Shu said while gritting his teeth. "Stinking brat." Old Man Wei patted Ning Shu's head and reminded him repeatedly, "When you go out, be more careful. If you meet anyone who has evil intentions, kill them directly. Don't think of being a hero who saves a beauty. Don't bully the elderly and children. Yes, the elderly might be experts who have reached the large success stage. The little brats outside might be the descendants of experts. If you don't pay attention, you will attract trouble." "I understand, father." Ning Shu released the flash-winged eagle and jumped on its back. He said to Old Man Wei, "Father, let's go back. I'm leaving." The flash-winged eagle flapped its wings and flew into the air at an extremely fast speed. Ning Shu turned around and saw that Old Man Wei was still standing in the same spot, shrinking into a small black dot. Ning Shu turned around and sat on the back of the flash-winged eagle. He was thinking about where to find Yi Yu. He would eventually meet Yi Yu, who was being chased by many people. If he wanted to get Yi Yu's senfu, he would only need to spend some crystals to get clues about Yi Yu. Seeing a small town in the distance, Ning Shu patted the back of the flash-winged eagle and had it descend. When they arrived at the entrance of the town, Ning Shu put away the flash wind eagle and walked into the town's restaurant. He thought that it would be easy to get information in a place like this where people from all walks of life would gather. Ning Shu ordered some food. As he ate, he paid attention to the conversations of the people around him. These bloodthirsty cultivators were either talking about women or treasures. However, no one was talking about Yi Yu. The world was so big, where was she going to find him? At this time, a person at the table next to Ning Shu suddenly whispered, "Do you know the Hongmen sect's defector, Yi Yu? With such a heaven-defying treasure like the Senfu, even the Rainbow sect has sent people to kill Yi Yu. Isn't this old news? I heard a while ago that Yi Yu appeared in Aou Valley and took away all the divine beasts in Aou Valley." Another person said, I know. I also heard that Yi Yu obtained a divine weapon. It's very powerful. A person hurriedly said. Ning Shu, he felt that Yi Yu's existence was like a locust. Wherever he went, not even a blade of grass would grow. All the good things were taken away. Ning Shu went over and asked the people, "Brothers, do you know where Yi Yu is right now?" The four people looked at Ning Shu warily. Seeing that Ning Shu was wearing coarse linen clothes, they coldly said, "Brat, you dare to eavesdrop on us. It's a misunderstanding. I didn't want to eavesdrop on you big brothers. I'll buy a pot of wine to apologize." Ning Shu asked the waiter to give them a pot of wine. This time, the four big men's faces looked better. "I won't hide it from you big brothers. I also want to find Yi Yu to try my luck," Ning Shu said with longing. Yi Yu has a lot of treasures in his hands. The few big men looked at Ning Shu's appearance and suddenly looked at him with disdain. "With you like this, I'm afraid Yi Yu's sword will be a dead soul. Yi Yu is very ruthless. So many people went to kill him, but the pursuers all died. He's very evil. Don't go to your death. It's okay. I'm just going to take a look. If Yi Yu is really too strong, I won't run into him. I'll just run," Ning Shu said. Ning Shu pretended to be pained and ordered a dish for the four big men. One of them told Ning Shu that Yi Yu might be going to Sand City. Ning Shu bought a map. Sand City was the territory of the blood refining sect. Could it be that Yi Yu went to find Yu11? He remembered that Yu11 was the chief disciple of the blood refining sect. Finally, Ning Shu decided to go to Sand City. He left the town and jumped on the back of the Flash Wind Eagle and went in the direction of Sand City. It took him 5 days to reach Sand City. Moreover, the speed of the Flash Wind Eagle was very fast, but it still took him such a long time. He felt that Yi Yu was very good at running, but he didn't know if little tigress Yan Jiao, who was following Yi Yu, could bear it. Putting the Flash Wind Eagle into the Spirit Beast bag, Ning Shu walked into Sand City. He felt that Sand City was different from other places. Every person who passed by him had a thick smell of blood. He didn't know if it was the blood of a spirit beast or a human. Moreover, these people's eyes were very evil. In short, with one look, he knew that they were not good people. Sure enough, the blood refining sect should be some kind of devil sect. Ning Shu was extorted a few crystals by the blood refining sect's disciple who was guarding the city gate. He then gave her a wooden tablet. With this wooden tablet, she could get a 20% discount the next time she entered the city. Ning Shu was speechless. So evil. Every time she entered the city, she had to pay a fee. Putting away the wooden tablet, she entered Sand City. Ning Shu first found an inn and was extorted 10 crystals. Ning Shu suspected that he had entered a bandit's lair. The blood refining sect was really evil. However, Ning Shu had a lot of crystals. She was here to find Yi Yu, so she didn't care about these trivial things. Ning Shu ordered a few expensive dishes, but she still couldn't fill her stomach. However, from the corner of her eyes, she saw 2 familiar figures. Ning Shu threw a few crystals on the table and chased after them. "Hey, the 2 people in front, stop for this young master." Yi Yu was originally shopping with Yu Wenwen when he heard a familiar voice. When Yi Yu heard this voice, he almost thought that he was hallucinating. When he turned around and saw the dusty Ning Shu, his eyes turned red. Wei Liangyue, you really rushed to your death. Yu Wenwen looked at Ning Shu and smiled. However, there was a bone-deep viciousness and excitement in her eyes. Clearly, she was recalling the scene in the secret realm where she was beaten up badly by Ning Shu. Welcome Heavenly Tao Sect's disciple to my blood-refining sect Sand City. As the host, I, Yu Wenwen, will definitely treat you well. Yu Wenwen smiled at Ning Shu. Her beautiful face was like a blooming rose, filled with malice. Ning Shu didn't care about Yu Wenwen's threat. Instead, he looked at the sneering Yi Yu and asked, little tigress isn't with you? Did you kill her? Yan Jiao was following Yi Yu. Even if Yi Yu betrayed the Rainbow Gate sect, Yan Jiao still followed Yi Yu wholeheartedly. She didn't care about her sect head father's situation in the Rainbow Gate sect and was so willful. However, Yan Jiao wasn't with Yi Yu. Instead, Yu Wenwen was with Yi Yu. Chapter 287. Yi Yu was a very affectionate person. When he wanted a woman, he would treat her exceptionally well. Coupled with his powerful cultivation talent and handsome face, it was very difficult for women to resist him. Ning Shu didn't see Yan Jiao and little Hunyo. She instantly thought that Yi Yu was tired of little Hunyo and had abandoned her. Yi Yu saw that Ning Shu mentioned Yan Jiao the moment they met and was instantly infuriated. He said coldly, Yan Jiao is my woman. Why are you asking about her? Ning Shu said indifferently, I just can't stand seeing you fuck every woman you see. Can't you have some moral integrity? Ha, Wei Liangyue, don't joke around. Who knows how many women you have fucked? You actually dare to lecture me? I am different from you. Yi Yu said coldly with a look of disdain. Ning Shu stared and asked doubtfully, what's the difference? The ultimate goal isn't to fuck with women. You use the name of love to make them fuck with you willingly. Yi Yu was speechless. Faced with Ning Shu's words, Yi Yu strangely didn't know how to refute. He clenched his fist and said coldly, let me see if you have made any progress during this time. Ning Shu had long wanted to fight with Yi Yu. Know thyself and know thy enemy to be victorious in 100 battles. She wanted to see how powerful Yi Yu was now. Ning Shu and Yi Yu made their moves at the same time. First, they fought in close combat. Yi Yu realized that Wei Liangyue's physical strength had increased by a lot. Now, even he couldn't withstand it. Yi Yu retreated 2 feet and circulated his essence qi to attack Ning Shu. Ning Shu formed an essence qi shield in front of her and blocked Yi Yu's attack. When the essence qi hit the shield, Ning Shu suddenly felt the qi and blood in her chest become restless. She almost vomited blood. Sure enough, in terms of cultivation, she was still no match for Yi Yu. Her cultivation talent was no match for Yi Yu's. The two of you, this is Sand City. Fighting is forbidden in the city. Are the disciples of Tiandao sect trying to provoke our blood-refining sect? Yu Wenwen said coldly. Ning Shu spat, adulterer. Yu Wenwen was so angry that his face trembled. In the end, Yi Yu looked coldly at Ning Shu and pulled Yu Wenwen away. Ning Shu coughed to catch his breath and prepared to return to the inn. She turned around and saw Yan Jiao standing not too far away, looking at her. To be precise, she was looking at the backs of Yi Yu and Yu Wenwen. Seeing Ning Shu staring at her, Yan Jiao bit her lips. In the end, it was Ning Shu who walked over. The moment Yan Jiao walked over, Ning Shu discovered that Yan Jiao's face was pale and her eyebrows were filled with exhaustion. From the looks of it, her days with Yi Yu were not good. Ning Shu said sarcastically, seeing your man with another woman, aren't you angry? Do you even have a bit of temper? Yan Jiao's eyes turned red. She bit her lips tightly to prevent herself from crying. Hearing Ning Shu's words, Yan Jiao felt wronged. She had no one to rely on here. Even if the person in front of her was a big pervert she hated, Yan Jiao still wanted to talk to him. Why are you crying? This is your own choice. You have to finish the path you chose even if you have to kneel. Ning Shu was not polite at all. Yan Jiao defended Yi Yu with a pale face, as if she was trying to convince herself, senior brother Yi is a good person. It is normal for so many girls to like him. Senior brother Yi is very good to me. He even gave me cultivation resources to use. If he is good to you, then why are you crying? Ning Shu looked at the little tigress. She was really capricious. If this girl was his child, he would definitely beat her to death. Big pervert, how is Hongmen sect? Yan Jiao asked Ning Shu. Ning Shu rolled his eyes and said, your father has become a laughingstock. His daughter ran away with a traitor disciple. There are problems with the cooperation between Heavenly Dao sect and Hongmen sect. Your father brought your senior sister and wanted to marry her to me. Before, Yan Jiao was holding back her tears. But after hearing Ning Shu's words, she burst into tears. She cried until her voice was hoarse, and many people on the street looked at her. What are you crying for? Since you did it, then you have to bear the consequences. You just left others to clean up your mess. Ning Shu didn't know what to say to such a brainless person. In the end, she was still young. Love was the most important thing. Ning Shu felt that after going through so many worlds, she had become more rational and wise. She was able to consider things more comprehensively. If you want to go back, you can. Ning Shu said. Who didn't meet one or two scumbags when they were young? Yan Jiao shook her head. Her expression was dejected and said, I can't go back. If I go back, others will laugh at my father. Moreover, I don't want to face other people's eyes. Ning Shu nodded. What Yan Jiao said was the truth. There was no turning back. Right now, Yan Jiao could only follow Yi Yu. You and Yi Yu have done the deed of husband and wife? You. Yan Jiao's face turned red. Ning Shu felt that the two should have done the deed of husband and wife. Yan Jiao immediately said, I am already 2 months pregnant. Ning Shu, what the fuck? Others only saw that Yi Yu was favored by all kinds of women, but they didn't see the tears of blood that flowed down the backs of many women. Ning Shu didn't know what to say. She was pregnant, and her man was shopping with another woman in an ambiguous manner. How terrible and hopeless was that? Love was a matter between a man and a woman. How could so many people be caught in the middle? If he took in all the people who loved him, would it be fair to the others? So what if he was fickle in love? It was really disgusting. Go back and take care of the baby. The streets are not safe. If Yi Yu sees you with me, he will give you a hard time. Ning Shu said indifferently. Yi Yu was an extremely domineering man. He couldn't tolerate any betrayal. He was very controlling. As long as it was something that belonged to him, he would have absolute control over it. It was the same for women. Yan Jiao looked at Ning Shu and asked, you and senior sister? If you are worried about Shi Huidi, don't worry. I will not marry Shi Huidi. I will not force a woman. Ning Shu curled his lips. Yan Jiao pursed her lips. Ning Shu said, Wei Liangyue. After hesitating for a moment, Yan Jiao finally said, you are a good person. Thank you. Ning Shu turned and left. She wasn't very familiar with Yan Jiao. She and Yi Yu were on opposite sides. In fact, she was also on opposite sides with Yan Jiao. Ning Shu returned to the inn and sat cross-legged on the bed to cultivate. The current Yi Yu was much stronger than before. He hadn't used many trump cards, such as divine weapons and divine beasts. The combination of these could kill in seconds. Ning Shu took out a fingernail-sized spirit marrow crystal from his storage bag and swallowed it. The spirit energy was absorbed by the energy in his dantian. The newly condensed golden coiling dragon energy strengthened Ning Shu's body. Ning Shu's body was very strong now. Even if he used a knife, it would only leave a white mark on his skin. It wouldn't cut through his skin. Ning Shu liked the process of constantly becoming stronger, and she felt very satisfied. Chapter 288. Ning Shu was now at odds with Yi Yu. She wanted to kill Yi Yu when she had nothing to do. However, the strength of the two was almost the same. Even if she used all her trump cards, she might not necessarily win. Yi Yu was annoyed to death by Ning Shu. This person was like a mad dog chasing after him. Moreover, he was very fierce during the battle. It seemed like he wanted to kill him no matter what. Moreover, no matter where he went, this person would follow him. This made Yi Yu very annoyed. Yi Yu wanted to kill him, but this person was not weak. Moreover, he was very slippery. When he saw that the situation was not good, he would run away. Not long after, he would appear again. In the battle with Yi Yu again and again, Ning Shu felt that her strength was increasing very quickly. She loved to find Yi Yu more and more. Who knows if she would be lucky enough to kill Yi Yu. Ning Shu wanted to kill this guy very much. However, Yi Yu now had Yu Wenwen, a woman who was not weak. Moreover, this was Yu Wenwen's territory. Ning Shu was very afraid that Yu Wenwen would bring a swarm of experts from the blood refining sect to kill her. Every time the male lead had some opportunity, Ning Shu would follow behind him and destroy Yi Yu's treasures. Moreover, she also obtained a lot of good things. Yi Yu's strength increased rapidly. However, Ning Shu's strength was not weak either. No one could do anything to each other. Speaking of which, Ning Shu felt that she had been in this world for a long time. She thought that she had almost changed the fate of the original owner. Moreover, Old Man Wei was still alive. The original owner's strength had also become stronger. After Yi Yu's strength became very strong, he wanted to go back and take revenge. Those sects that had hunted him before, Yi Yu would not let any of them go. Yi Yu's time as a fugitive was his dark history. Now, he was going to erase this dark history. Ning Shu saw that Yi Yu was so cruel and merciless that he destroyed a small sect around Sand City. The territory of the small sect was naturally taken over by the blood refining hall. Not every disciple had tried to kill Yi Yu before. However, Yi Yu had killed all of them. What right did such a vicious and ruthless person have to receive the blessings of the heavens? What right did he have to possess such great fortune? He had given him such great power just to kill those who couldn't resist in his heart. These innocent people who had died were filled with resentment. This was a form of damage to the laws of the plane. Ning Shu saw the dark and gloomy plane that was riddled with holes. It was in pain as it slowly walked towards destruction. Every time Yi Yu wanted to go to other sects to collect debts, Ning Shu would go against Yi Yu and help these sects to resist Yi Yu. Yi Yu was simply not tired of Ning Shu. He directly let his newly evolved Phoenix Divine Beast burn her to death. Little Fire, who had drilled out of the Spirit Beast pouch, turned into a little girl. She was as beautiful as a little fairy. However, she was spitting out hot flames from her mouth. Ning Shu's clothes were accidentally stained with a spark. However, it was just a small spark that caused Ning Shu's clothes to burn. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't extinguish the fire. Ning Shu was ruthless. He directly tore off his clothes. He didn't even leave behind a pair of underwear. He jumped naked on the back of the Flash Wind Eagle and fled. Master, look, I scared him away. The Phoenix Divine Beast clapped its white and tender hands and jumped towards Yi Yu as it shouted. Ning Shu saw that the fire bird didn't chase after him. He let out a sigh of relief. He took out clothes from his storage pouch and put them on. He felt a chill in his crotch. Ning Shu directly returned to the Heavenly Tao sect. He told Old Man Wei about Yi Yu. He felt that Yi Yu would definitely come to the Heavenly Tao sect. He might even go to the Rainbow sect. After all, the Rainbow sect had forced him. The reason for coming to the Heavenly Tao sect was simple. It was because of her. Yi Yu had the blood refining sect behind him. The blood refining sect supported Yi Yu. The territories that Yi Yu conquered were all taken over by the blood-refining sect. It was simply a chaotic battle between sections. When Old Man Wei heard Ning Shu's words, he frowned tightly. He brought this news to the upper echelons of the sect to discuss countermeasures. Yi Yu was like a bulldozer crushing over. Many small sects were absorbed by Yi Yu. If they didn't agree, they could only exterminate their sections. The blood-refining sect's power suddenly became very strong. It made the other sects fearful. They joined forces to deal with the blood-refining sect. Ning Shu felt that Yi Yu wanted to unify the Jianghu and become the master of this plane. Ning Shu cultivated while inquiring about Yi Yu's situation. The current Yi Yu had been labeled as an evil demon by various sections. He was a homicidal maniac. Yi Yu was actually not righteous. The struggle between the blood-refining sect and various sects was intertwined. Ning Shu felt that Yi Yu was being used by Yu 11. The blood-refining sect used Yi Yu to become strong. He estimated that Yi Yu was not so stupid. He must be benefiting from the blood-refining sect. It was just that little tigress suffered. Her man was going to beat her father. For some reason, the battle between the two sides became more and more intense. More and more people died. The more the two sides fought, the more energetic they became. They simply couldn't stop. Even the experts of the Heavenly Tao sect were dispatched. It was simply a massacre. Ning Shu was simply dumbfounded. How did things develop to this point? The two sides could sit down and talk calmly. Generally speaking, as long as there is a large-scale unpredictable war, it is the law of heaven and earth that pushes the previous law to establish a new law of heaven and earth. Perhaps the Heavenly Tao felt threatened by something, so it wants to overturn the previous law. This is the law's self-protection. 2333 said Ning Shu. Ning Shu was speechless. It was like a house being repaired. If it didn't work, it would be pushed down again. It sounded so cruel. Many people would die. Heaven and earth were heartless and treated all living things like straw dogs. However, by sacrificing these, countless living things in this plane would be saved. The smallest sacrifice in exchange for the survival of more lives. Is it because of me that the law of heaven and earth thinks that I am a virus and wants to destroy me? Ning Shu said with a guilty conscience. You think too highly of yourself. 2333's voice was filled with disdain. People like you who basically have no luck and even the heavens have given up on you will not notice you at all. Moreover, some people with luck have done things that exceed the law's limits and harm the plane. The law will either set things right or completely overturn them. When he heard that it was not his fault, Ning Shu felt very complicated. He was trembling in fear and in the end, the other party did not even care about him. His face was burning. The cancer of embarrassment was acting up. Mission completed. Leave the mission world. 2333 said. Ning Shu was surprised. Even if the mission is completed, the two sides are evenly matched. Now is the time for the Heavenly Tao to rebuild the law. Everyone's fate is unpredictable. In the future, Wei Liangyue's fate will depend on himself. You have already helped him escape from his previous fate. You have already stayed in this plane for a long time. Your soul will not be able to take it. 2333 said calmly. Ning Shu nodded. Leave the world. As soon as he said that, Ning Shu's head buzzed. When he opened his eyes again, he was already in the system space. Chapter 289. Once back in the system, Ning Shu looked down at her soul. As expected, it was dim and damaged. She quickly sat down and absorbed the materials in the system to strengthen her soul. When Ning Shu could no longer absorb the materials in the system, she stopped and asked 2333, "What did I absorb?" She had always wanted to ask this question. It seemed to be different from spirit energy. You said you absorbed it. It's actually chaos spirit energy. 2333 said. Primal chaos spiritual chi sounded awesome. Ning Shu didn't understand it, but it was good enough as long as it was good for her. Let's look at my points. Ning Shu said. The points this time should be enough to open the system store. Number, 23333 Name, Ning Shu Age, 27 Experience, 140000100000 Soul, 200 HP, 50 Wisdom, 85 Charm, 3 Luck, 34 Spirit, 120 Martial Strength, 10 Aptitude, 26 Merit, 510 Skills, 5th Ring Spear Technique, Trash Fighting Technique, Beginner in Martial Arts Honorary Title, Goddess of Warora, Mother of the World, Queen's Blessing, Wei Liang Yu's Quest completed. Quest completion, 100. Obtained 10 attribute points. Ning Shu saw that he had 100,000 points this time. In addition to the 140,000 points from before, he could open the system store. I already have over 200,000 points. Let's open the system shop, Ning Shu said excitedly to 2333. 2333 said, you can only open the beginner system store now. Okay, I know. Go ahead. Wait a moment. The system will update now. 2333 said and then went silent. It had been a long time since he appeared. Ning Shu sat on the ground and waited. He couldn't help but call out, 2333, are you done? Okay, you can open the system store now. 2333 said. Ning Shu immediately opened the system store. Suddenly, there were all kinds of things. All kinds of pills, all kinds of secret manuals, all kinds of auras, and all kinds of weapons. There were even aircraft carriers, divine weapons, and divine beasts. Just the beginner system store had so many things. What about the advanced system store? It was simply unimaginable. When Ning Shu saw that a fist-sized chaos stone cost 2 million points, she felt as though a hole had been torn in her heart. She was bleeding profusely. 2333 had stolen a chaos stone that required 2 million points to exchange for. Ning Shu hammered his chest. His heart was in pain. Opening his bag, he found a pitch-black soul orb and a few lonely spirit marrow crystals. Needless to say, it looked extremely shabby. Ning Shu felt his liver hurt when he saw that these things were easily worth tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even millions of points. He realized that he was a poor bastard. The thing that hurt him the most was the chaos stone that 2333 had stolen. Ning Shu looked at the secret manuals. These secret manuals were very expensive. Ning Shu thought about it and decided not to exchange for them. He would just use the ultimate martial art. After all, he had feelings for it. He felt that his secret manual was very powerful. 2333 said, although you have opened the system store, there are some things that I must make clear to you. First, the items in the system store cannot exceed the restrictions of the plane. For example, you cannot exchange for aircraft carriers in the ancient world. Of course, you cannot afford it. Second, players cannot use more than 2 items from the system store in each world. In other words, you can only use 1 item. This is to prevent players from using the system store to destroy the plane. You are there to repair and maintain the plane, not to destroy it. Do you understand? 2333 asked Ning Shu. Ning Shu nodded and said, it means that there will be restrictions on the items in the system store. Also, I suggest that you add more attribute points to your health points. 2333 suggested, you will encounter higher level cultivation worlds in the future. In these worlds, you will be in seclusion for dozens of years. Your health points are only 50 points. If your health points are depleted in the quest world, you will be finished. Don't always add attribute points to your martial art. You must develop in all aspects, understand? Ning Shu listened to 2333's advice and nodded. I understand. This time, I will add all attribute points to my health points. 2333, previously, he was obsessed with his martial art. Now, he was obsessed with his health points. Ning Shu really added all his attribute points to his health points. Number, 23333 Name, Ning Shu Age, 27 Experience, 40,000 Soul, 200 Health Points, 5, 0 10 Wisdom, 85 Charm, 3 Luck, 34 Spirit, 120 Martial Art, 10 Aptitude, 26 Merit, 5 10 Skills, 5 Ring Spear Technique, Trash Close Combat Technique, Ultimate Martial Art Noob Honorary Title, Goddess of Warora, Mother of the World, Queen's Blessing. Ning Shu saw that his points were basically gone and his heart was broken. However, Ning Shu noticed that there were 10 merit points this time. He asked 2333, where did these 10 merit points come from? Who knows? I don't know where they come from either. These things are not calculated the same way as the points. 2333 said. Do you want to enter the mission world now? 2333 asked. Ning Shu waved his hand. No, I'm too tired. I need to rest. Oh right, what world will my next mission be? Ning Shu opened the exchange shop and browsed. Looking at the items on the shop, he felt his heart itch. He really wanted to chop off his hands, but he didn't have any points. Your next world is the modern world. 2333 said. Hearing that it was the modern world, Ning Shu could exchange for a female gun, and it only cost 5,000 points. With the bullets, it was a total of 8,000 points. Ning Shu was very tempted. So he clicked on the exchange. Ning Shu clicked once, but there was no reaction. He clicked again, but there was still no reaction. Why can't I exchange for it? 23333, what's going on? Why can't I exchange for it? Ning Shu used his finger to poke at the attribute panel desperately. 2333 explained, the world you're going to is a peaceful world. There's no need for guns at all. The system shop won't exchange for it. Damn, this can't be exchanged, that can't be exchanged. What's the point of her opening the shop? Sure enough, she still had to rely on herself for everything. These external things were unreliable. Ning Shu laughed coldly and sat on the ground taking deep breaths. When you go to the high-level world to do missions in the future, there will be a lot of resources. When the time comes, you can collect them yourself. The system shop is like this. There are restrictions for everyone, not just for you. 2333 comforted Ning Shu. Why haven't I met a mission enforcer until now? Can't a world accommodate 2 mission enforcers? Ning Shu asked 2333. 2333 said, actually, there are many mission enforcers. Some have an accident during the mission and completely disappeared. There are so many worlds, the chances of meeting one are relatively small. But you can meet one in the high-level world. High-level mission enforcers don't like to do missions in low-level worlds. You're now in a low-level world. You're on the edge. You can't enter that circle. 2333 encouraged Ning Shu. Do it, Dad. Ning Shu. Chapter 290. Ning Shu browsed through the exchange store. Seeing that he couldn't exchange for anything, Ning Shu simply closed the store. He was too lazy to look at it, but his heart was restless. Ning Shu wanted to sleep before doing the quest. Although he was now a soul and didn't need to sleep at all, this habit had always been there. He wanted to use sleep to reduce pressure. He lay on the ground and prepared to sleep. This feeling of lying on the ground was not good. Ning Shu sat up and asked, is there something like a bed? I want to sleep. Yes, this kind of thing is available in the system store. You can exchange for it, 2333 said. When Ning Shu heard that there really was such a thing, he quickly opened the exchange store. Finally, he found the furniture button in a corner. No wonder he couldn't see it before. Ning Shu clicked on the furniture page and saw a variety of furniture. There were many styles, but the points required were very few. The most was 20 points. Not only was there furniture, but there were also all kinds of electrical appliances or sports equipment. There were all kinds of bouquets and potted plants. It was simply everything. There were also some luxury goods, jewelry, bags, clothes, shoes, and things that women would go crazy for. Most importantly, they were very cheap. But obviously, these were the most worthless things in the exchange store. Ning Shu sold a lot of things in one go. The bed, the furniture, and the potted plants. All kinds of small things added up to no more than 200 points, but the feeling of buying things was very good. He felt like he had become a tycoon. After exchanging, the item appeared in the system space in a short while. Ning Shu didn't know how it appeared. Even the courier didn't want it. It felt so magical. Ning Shu was busy for a while putting everything in place. The white space finally had some life. It felt a little like home. The fresh and pleasant potted flowers with bright dew on them, the light green sofa, and the white carpet. For the first time, Ning Shu felt that the system store was his home. Ning Shu lay on the bed. Even his soul could feel that the soft quilt was very comfortable. Lying on the bed, he fell into a deep sleep. After sleeping for an unknown period of time, Ning Shu woke up feeling refreshed. His entire body was relaxed, and his spirit had settled down. He had decided that he would take a good rest every time he completed a mission in the future. If he didn't learn to relax, he would have a mental breakdown sooner or later. Moreover, according to 2333, she was just a low-level quest taker. She was the kind that lived in a precarious state. If she died during the mission, she would disappear completely. For the sake of her own life, she had to work hard. 2333, let's go do the quest, Ning Shu said. Ding! Attention player, you have entered the quest world. As soon as 2333's voice fell, Ning Shu felt a wave of dizziness. After his soul merged with his body, Ning Shu immediately felt uncomfortable all over. He felt very heavy, dizzy and weak, and his throat was extremely swollen and painful. Ning Shu struggled to open his glue-like eyelids and saw that he was sleeping on the bed with some medicine on the bedside table. The original owner must have caught a bad cold. Ning Shu took the medicine, read the instructions, mixed it with cold water and swallowed it. After taking the medicine, Ning Shu covered her head and fell asleep. She didn't want to think about anything now. She was very dizzy and felt like she was going to vomit if she moved. It was very uncomfortable. When she woke up again, it was already dark. She was sweating all over. After taking the medicine, she felt a little better. She touched the bathroom and washed herself. After taking the medicine, she lay down and received the storyline. The original owner was called Qin Shi. She was an agent in the Ocean Waves Media Company. She had several artists under her management. These artists were all new to the company this year. Chen Shi had one or two half-popular artists, but most of them were newcomers. An agent's job was the most stressful. Not only did they have to make money for the company and improve their own performance, but they also had to worry about many other things, such as planning the future of the artists under their management, and choosing accessories for the artists under their management when they attended public events. Not only that, they also had to mediate the conflicts and fights between their artists. This was one of the most tiring, most troublesome, and most trivial jobs. One of Chen Shi's underlings was a girl called Mador. She was a newcomer this year. Her looks were pure and charming. Chen Shi felt that if this girl kept her pure temperament, she would be able to make a name for herself in the entertainment industry. With the intention of promoting her, Chen Shi took Madol to a few dinner parties. These dinner parties were all big shots in the entertainment industry, or very famous directors and producers. If she could make some connections with these people, it would be good for Madol's future. The entertainment industry looked very bright on the surface, but there were some dark secrets behind it. If you wanted to make a name for yourself, you not only had to have the ability, but also had to have the opportunity to be promoted. That day, Chen Shi took two girls with her. In addition to Madol, there was also a girl called Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi was also an outstanding newcomer. Madol was not very interested in these kinds of occasions. She always caused some small trouble. For example, Some men wanted to take advantage of Maydol. Maydol's reaction was relatively big, making the scene cold. It was always Chen-shi who came out to solve the problem. Now, Chen-shi had a bad cold because Maydol had angered the CEO of Mo's entertainment group, Mojave, at the dinner party yesterday. The reason was that Maydol had spilled wine on the male lead, Mojave. Chen-shi pulled Maydol to stand in the rain next to Mojave's car to apologize. Maydol was unwilling to apologize to Mojave. Although Maydol had apologized, Chen-shi felt that Maydol was not suitable for the entertainment industry. This kind of EQ was simply cannon fodder in the entertainment industry. Maydol felt that she had the ability. As long as she was willing to work hard, she would definitely become a qualified actress. She could become a movie queen. When Maydol entered the entertainment industry, she set a goal for herself, and that was to become a movie queen. Every time she was taken to such a dinner party by her agent, Maydol's heart was very uncomfortable. She was here to act, not to drink and eat with people. Moreover, these men were very disgusting. Maydol, who had just entered the entertainment industry, was very arrogant and had a strong mentality. She felt that she could succeed without relying on these crooked ways. Because of this, Chen-shi rarely took Maydol, but in order to ensure a certain degree of fairness, Chen-shi occasionally took Maydol to banquets. However, at one banquet, Maydol got involved with the CEO of Mo's entertainment group, Mojave. The reason was that Mojave fell into the trap. In the entertainment industry, Mojave was the man that every female star wanted to sleep with. He was handsome and rich, and he could do whatever he wanted in the entertainment industry. As long as Mojave promoted her a little, she would be waiting to become famous. 24K pure gold. Many female stars wanted to climb into Mojave's bed by hook or by crook. Chapter 291. After Mojave realized that he had been tricked, he immediately went out of the banquet hall and jumped into the swimming pool not far away. It wasn't that Mojave was loyal, but Mojave hated being tricked like this. In the entertainment industry, he had seen everything. It was incomparably dirty. Mojave simply looked down on such a woman, let alone with such a woman, especially under the influence of Chinese medicine. Maydol didn't like this kind of occasion, so she went out of the banquet hall and enjoyed the evening breeze beside the swimming pool. When she heard a splash, she jumped in to save someone. She insisted on getting Mojave, who was under the influence of Chinese medicine, up. Mojave was already having a hard time holding it in. Now that there was a woman's body close to him, he suddenly felt like he couldn't hold it in anymore. Then he smelled the clean scent of Maydol's body, which didn't have the strong perfume of other female stars. Mojave wasn't a person who would let himself suffer. He directly picked up Maydol and went to the small forest beside the swimming pool and made love with Maydol. Maydol was in despair. She originally went to save someone, but it developed into the story of the farmer and the snake. She was actually raped. After that, Mojave felt that this woman was very clean and very inexperienced. After pulling up his pants, he wrote a big check for Maydol. Maydol immediately felt insulted. She tore the check and ran away. Maydol kept this matter a secret. She didn't tell anyone, even Chen-shi, her agent, didn't know about it. Mojave felt that this woman was putting on an act. Sooner or later, she would come back to him. Every woman who got close to him had their own thoughts. They were just playing hard to get. Women who entered the entertainment industry didn't all want to be famous. However, Maydol really didn't go to him. Mojave sent someone to investigate Maydol. Seeing that Maydol was so miserable and always playing minor roles, Mojave felt that this woman had at least been in his bed before, so he conveniently helped Maydol. From then on, Maydol began to get lucky. Moreover, she received some more important roles without going through Chen-shi, her agent. Mojave secretly paid attention to Maydol. He found that Maydol was really different from the women in the entertainment industry. She was clean and pure, and gradually revealed her beauty. Coupled with the aftertaste of Maydol, Mojave decided to maintain a relationship with Maydol. The two gradually became entangled. Mojave always forced Maydol to have sex with him. He liked Maydol's body. Mojave also threatened Maydol. If she didn't agree, he would tell others that she was raped. Maydol was angered to death by Mojave's shamelessness. She could only obey Mojave. Although Mojufeng and my always forced my duo, to do things, he was really good to her. He even quietly let her play more and more important roles. Whenever she encountered any difficulties, Mojufeng would solve them. My duo, was in the limelight all the way and finally became the best actress. She also gained a beautiful relationship. She was a winner in life. Mojave doted on his wife all the way, making others envious. All kinds of public displays of affection were simply blinding. It was reasonable to say that Maydol's popularity would make Qin Shi, her agent, proud. However, this was not the case. Maydol was very dissatisfied with her agent. It could be said that she hated her agent because she always let her artists go astray. Maydol hated this the most. In addition, Qin Shi was very cold to Maydol, which made Maydol feel that Qin Shi was unprincipled and unfair. Maydol just casually complained to Mojave about Qin Shi, saying that Qin Shi was like a pimp in an ancient brothel. This made Mojave think about it in his heart. Qin Shi was fired by the company, and her artists were taken over by other agents. However, none of them rose up. After Qin Shi was fired by Highlang Media, she went to other entertainment companies to interview to be an agent. However, none of them wanted her. Qin Shi finally understood who she had offended. Someone told her that it was the CEO of Mo's entertainment group who wanted to ban her. It made it impossible for her to continue in the entertainment industry. Qin Shi wanted to know why. When she saw Mojave and Maydol holding hands, Qin Shi knew why. Maydol looked down on female stars who didn't have any dignity and would do anything to get a role. However, what was different about Maydol now? It was just that Maydol was serving one person. Moreover, it was in the name of love. Mojave's love for Maydol was in the name of love, not a dirty deal. Because of love, everything was natural. Qin Shi was so angry that she directly exposed the relationship between Maydol and Mojave. She said that Maydol was Mojave's mistress. Of course, Qin Shi couldn't stay in the entertainment industry anymore. When she was about to leave Jiangcheng, she was caught by gangsters. Then, she was raped by several gangsters and locked in a room where she couldn't see the light of day. Qin Shi, who was in despair, used a fruit knife to kill one of the gangsters. Then, she was stabbed to death by the other gangsters. Her body was thrown into the sea and buried in the belly of the fishes. Ning Shu, this was the peaceful world that the system talked about. Damn, she was killed in the end and it was peaceful. The original owner's wishes: 1. She didn't want to be killed by Maydol and Mojave. She didn't want to let the noble Maydol lose her reputation. It would be best if she could let Maydol struggle at the bottom of the entertainment industry, so that she could still be so arrogant and look down on others. 2. If she could deal with Mojave, she was willing to give up 3/4 of her soul. Ning Shu saw Qin Shi's second wish. Obviously, he knew that there was a world of difference between his identity and Mojave's. One was just a manager with no status, while the other was indeed the crown prince of Jiangcheng. He was the overlord of the entertainment industry. If he could complete it, he could get more points. If he couldn't complete it, then forget it. The firepower of this mission was focused on Maydol. With regards to this plot, Ning Shu could only look at the sky. It seemed that he still needed to increase his strength. As for Qin Shi being raped in the end, it was obviously premeditated. It was probably ordered by Mojave. For someone like Mojave, he could just casually take out a stack of money and people would work for him. Ning Shu took a tissue from the head of the bed and wiped his snot. He sat on the bed and prepared to cultivate. Then, Ning Shu found that the spiritual qi in this world was so little that it made his hair stand on end. He could only cultivate a tiny bit of qi strength. Although it was only a little bit of qi gene, his whole body felt relaxed. He was sweating all over and his head wasn't as heavy as before. He was just a little hungry. Ning Shu washed up and went to the kitchen to find something to eat. In the fridge, he found a takeaway that had been there for a long time. Ning Shu smelled it and felt that it wasn't bad, so he ate it for dinner. As she ate, she took out her phone. There were a few messages on her phone. They were all from the artists under her, asking if she was feeling better. Ning Shu didn't reply to the messages. After eating, he took out the original owner's notebook and recorded important things. Chapter 292. Ning Shu perked up and flipped through the original owner's thick notebook. There were a lot of things in there. There was a plan for each artist under her, and a careful analysis of each artist's personality and what kind of path was suitable for them. She even wrote down when there was a job and took care of each artist. Managers like Chen Shi who weren't famous were the most tired. Moreover, she had many artists under her management. Those golden managers who had produced superstars didn't easily manage people anymore. Chen Shi was just an ordinary manager. To put it bluntly, a manager's job was to help the entertainment company make money from the stars. Ning Shu understood the general situation. Her head hurt a little, so she sat on the bed and continued to cultivate. However, the spiritual energy in this world was very little. Cultivating here didn't have the carefree feeling of the previous world. Moreover, it was difficult to use Qi Jin. She was used to breaking stones with a single step. Now that she was so weak, Ning Shu was really not used to it. Fortunately, the strength in this body was slowly increasing. With the combination of martial arts, it was no problem to take down a big man. After cultivating for a night, Ning Shu felt much better. She was ready to go to work. At least for now, she was still in control of Maydol's fate. She was going to be a manager. Maybe one day she would be able to do 360 jobs. Just as Ning Shu was about to leave, the doorbell rang. She opened the door and saw 5 of her artistes. They were all carrying fruits in their hands. When they entered, the small apartment became a little crowded. "Sister Chen, are you feeling better?" Ning Shu asked a boy. This boy didn't look very old, at most 20 years old. His skin was very white, like the popular little fresh meat. Although he was young, he had a lot of thoughts. He always asked Chen Shi for jobs and wanted to become famous. Ning Shu smiled and said, "Much better. You don't have to come and see me. I'm going to the company soon," Ning Shu said, glancing at Maydol who was standing at the back. Maydol was the kind of girl with a well-proportioned body and a small frame. Her facial features weren't very delicate, but together they always looked very pure and lively. The original Chen Shi fancied her clean temperament, but she didn't expect Maydol to not only look pure, but also have a pure heart. It was a thankless task, and in the end, Maydol even complained about it. "Sister Chen, why don't you rest a bit more? We can go to the physique room to train." "It's fine," Joey Ning Shu said. Joey's tone was sincere, and of course, he was trying to please her. The entertainment industry was very particular about seniority. Moreover, she now had some resources in her hands. However, there were so many people. If you divided it among yourself, you wouldn't have it. There was no lack of private infighting. "That's right. Sister Chen, you should rest well. If you tire yourself out, we'll all be heartbroken," Xia Yi quickly added. Several artists expressed their feelings to Ning Shu, leaving only Maydol. Joey nudged Maydol. Maydol took 2 steps forward and said to Ning Shu, "Sister Chen, I'm sorry. I got you into trouble this time." "You didn't get me into trouble. You did something wrong, and the company also blamed me. I was actually doing it for myself." Ning Shu said lightly, "Since you've chosen this glamorous job that revolves around flowers and applause, then you have to accept its dark side and rules." "I know, Sister Chen." Xia Yi followed. Ning Shu basically had girls in his hands, and Xia Yi was the only boy. Moreover, Xia Yi was young, so he often acted coquettishly to Chen Shi in an attempt to get more jobs. Chen Shi had been an agent for a few years, so she wasn't interested in Xia Yi's coquettishness. She also didn't have any extra jobs for him. If she made an exception once, she would do it again next time. Maidol lowered her head slightly. Hearing Ning Shu talk about the dark side and rules, she didn't seem to care. Ning Shu didn't say much and let them leave. After the few of them left the room, their expressions changed. The atmosphere was no longer as harmonious as before. Xia Yi snorted and left first. The other two girls also left, leaving Qiao Yi and my duo behind. Joey glanced at Maidol and asked, "Do you want to go in with me?" My duo hesitated for a moment before nodding. Seeing her like this, Qiao Yi said with some indignation, "Sister Chen caught a cold because of you. Why do you look so reluctant?" Maidol looked at Joey and pursed her lips. She said, "I know Sister Chen did it for me, but what Sister Chen asked me to do may not be what I want to do. She just wanted to act and didn't want such complicated things. However, she never arranged for her to go for auditions. She always had to eat and drink with some strange, fat people. There were all kinds of banquets. It was simply a waste of time." Joey pressed the doorbell. Ning Shu opened the door and saw Joey and Maidol. He was surprised. "Is there anything else?" "Sister Chen, nothing. I just want to talk to you." Joey and Maidol entered the room. Ning Shu actually hadn't eaten breakfast yet. He only took a piece of fruit from an artist and took a bite. He said to the two girls, "If you want to eat, help yourself. What do you want to talk to me about?" "Sister Chen, I want to walk the path of music." Joey summoned up her courage and said to Ning Shu. Since she entered the company, she had to walk the path that the company packaged. Joey had an intellectual temperament. The company packaged her to walk the path of an actor. Ning Shu thought for a moment and said, "Okay, if you want to walk the path of music, go learn a musical instrument first. I will plan a course with you. Learn first, it's not easy to think about songs." Joey didn't expect Ning Shu to agree so readily. She was very surprised. She stood up and bowed to Ning Shu. "Thank you, Sister Chen." Ning Shu was actually under a lot of pressure to change the path of an artist. He had to face the pressure of the company, but in order to keep his job, he had to make some achievements. "Sister Chen, I want to act." Maidol saw that Ning Shu agreed to Joey and immediately said. Ning Shu nodded. "Okay, I will take you to the audition tomorrow." "Thank you, Sister Chen." Maidol said happily. Her eyes were curved and looked very pure. Ning Shu just smiled indifferently. After achieving her goal, Maidol left first. Ning Shu looked at Maidol's back. With Maidol's EQ, she would definitely be screwed over in the entertainment industry. Moreover, she didn't know how to interact with people. If she hadn't met Mojave, who solved everything for her, Maidol wouldn't have become so popular and won the title of Best Actress. Maybe Maidol would have succeeded, but it wouldn't have been so easy. Maidol's path to stardom was steadily rising, and it couldn't have been without Mojave's support. This was actually the story of a small actress who became famous after being taken care of by a sugar daddy. Chapter 293. After Maidol left, Ning Shu and Joey agreed on the course of study. Since he wanted to walk the path of music, he must learn to play a musical instrument. Joey chose the piano. Ning Shu felt that Joey's temperament was very suitable for the piano. In the following period of time, Joey would not accept any jobs. He would practice his vocal cords and singing. At least 3 months, Joey would not have any income. "Can you accept this?" Ning Shu asked. The company would not release an album for a newcomer who wanted to be a singer. Moreover, he had to find someone to compose the lyrics and music. It was simply impossible to invest so much resources on a newcomer. If you are determined to walk this path, you have to take it slow. Ning Shu said, "Practice your kung fu first." Without income for half a year was a test for Ning Shu and Joey. Once an artist could not make money, the company would not pour resources on the artist. If there was no opportunity, the artist would have no chance to show his or her talent, and there would be no money to earn. Without money, the company would give up. The original owner, Chen Shi, wanted her artist to develop better. She had to let the company see the value of the artist. She had to let the company feel that the artist could bring more benefits to the company. Only then would the company value the artist and cultivate him or her. If Joey wanted to walk the path of music, he would need at least half a year to learn. Ning Shu sighed and looked at Joey. Think about it. Joey bent his fingers and said, Sister Chen, I am willing to listen to you. I want to sing. I have no motivation to do other things. Ning Shu nodded. Let's plan it. Ning Shu and Joey had agreed on the curriculum. Joey had filled up his own curriculum. In total, he could only rest for 8 hours a day. Ning Shu felt that he was working hard. But Joey looked very happy. It seemed that fighting for what he liked was completely different from being forced to do it. Ning Shu had to apply for Joey's classes with the company. After all, there were so many artists in the company. Artists who made money were the first priority. It was so realistic. After Joey left, Ning Shu drove to the company to apply for these courses for Joey. As expected, half of the courses were not approved, and only 1/3 were approved. Joey did not earn money under Ning Shu. He only occasionally attended some events, and the event management would give him some appearance fees. Joey did not have any good works. When he was an actor, he just played some unmemorable roles. This time, Joey had suddenly changed his direction. Ning Shu was taking a huge risk. Every year, the company had to calculate the situation of the artists. Joey would not be earning profits for the company for half a year. Instead, he would be consuming the company's resources. One could imagine the pressure on Ning Shu's shoulders. Joey knew that Ning Shu did not apply for many classes for him. He was not unhappy. After all, he was satisfied to be able to walk the path he liked. Ning Shu was actually quite satisfied with Qiao Yi. Compared to Mador, Qiao Yi was a smart girl who could see the big picture. Except for Joey, Madol and Xia Yi, Ning Shu did not need to worry about the other 2 artists under him. After being in the entertainment circle for so long, he knew what he needed to know. It was just that they were not popular. They could make money, but they were the kind of artists who could not make a lot of money. Therefore, the original Chen Shi did not have any artists who could support the scene. When he saw Madol, Chen Shi wanted to make Madol into his face and trump card. If there was no accident, Chen Shi should be regarded as Madol's talent scout. However, the two had different views and could not talk about it. Chen Shi had been in the entertainment circle for a long time and was familiar with the rules of the entertainment circle. However, Madol was just a young girl with a low EQ. She was very dissatisfied with her manager. No wonder Chen Shi was unwilling to promote Madol. Madol had the potential to be an ungrateful person. Ning Shu told Joey to focus on his studies and not worry about other things. Joey said to Ning Shu, "It's okay if there are fewer classes. When I have time, I can rush to work. I won't make it difficult for Sister Chen." Look, this was a smart person. Ning Shu nodded. This way, he could take care of both sides. The next day, Ning Shu had not even gotten up when the doorbell rang. He opened the door and saw Madol. Madol was wearing a white dress. Her waist outlined her beautiful curves. Coupled with her pure and lovely face, it felt like a fresh lily in front of him. It seemed that Madol had dressed up seriously. When she saw Ning Shu, the first thing she said was, "Sister Chen, yesterday you said that you would take me to the audition today." Ning Shu raised his wrist and looked. It was only 6 in the morning. She was in such a hurry. Ning Shu said faintly, "Don't worry. The audition is at 9. Madol's expression was a bit anxious, but she still restrained herself. She entered the room and sat on the sofa with some restraint. She watched Ning Shu calmly prepare breakfast. "You know how to make breakfast?" Ning Shu asked Madol. Ning Shu realized that he did not know how to cook at all. After experiencing several worlds, he did not learn how to cook. Madol shook her head to show that she did not know how to cook either. Ning Shu finally got some juice and drank some milk. From the beginning to the end, Maidol kept looking at Ning Shu. Her pair of watery eyes were clearly clear, but it made people's hearts itch. No wonder Mojave, who was used to the dark and dirty entertainment industry, fell for Maidol. Some people just looked pure. After breakfast, Ning Shu brought Maidol to the set. Maidol sat in the front passenger seat. Ning Shu asked nervously, "Sister Chen, what role do I have to audition for?" "What role do you want to audition for? You just entered the entertainment industry. There are some important roles that you might not be able to get. Everything has to be done step by step," Ning Shu said with an indifferent expression. Seeing Ning Shu's cold expression, Maidol felt wronged. She said, "No matter what role it is, I can take it. But Sister Chen, I don't want to take that kind of role." "What kind of role is that?" As she turned the steering wheel, she glanced at Maidol, who was blushing. "It's that kind of type role." Maidol bit her lips. "Sister Chen, I want to be a good actress. I don't want to sell my body." Ning Shu nodded. "I have never thought of finding you such a role. You are now a brand new person. The role you take may be very tiring." Maidol quickly nodded and said excitedly, "Sister Chen, I am not afraid of hardships. I can take any hardships." Ning Shu nodded. When they arrived at the set, Ning Shu went to the director to ask for a cameo role, no matter what role it was. The director looked at Maidol and directly gave Maidol the role of a female beggar. Chapter 294. A female beggar? Maidol's face stiffened. How could she be a beggar? Maidol was a young girl after all. Although she said that she could accept any role other than those that sold her body, she still couldn't accept it in her heart. Maidol looked at Ning Shu. Ning Shu said indifferently, "If you don't want to act, then forget it. We'll go to other sets and see if there are any suitable roles. You're a newbie. You'll need to stabilize yourself step by step. If you really want to be an actress, these inconspicuous roles can help you train your acting skills." Ning Shu seemed to be really considerate of my Maidol bit her lips and said firmly to Ning Shu, "I understand, Sister Chen." Once my agreed to play the role of a beggar, a makeup artist came over to help her put on makeup. She asked my to take off her white dress and change into dirty, tattered clothes. Her smooth hair was messy, and there was something dirty on her head. Her face was covered in soot, and it was impossible to tell who she was. Looking at herself in the mirror, Maidol almost broke down. How could she look like this? Especially when Maidol looked at the female lead of the movie. She was wearing a beautiful ancient costume, and her long hair fluttered in the wind. She was incomparably beautiful. Compared to herself, she was like heaven and earth. This made Maidol feel sour in her heart. Maidol looked at her manager, who was smiling at her not far away. She took a deep breath and prepared to act well. Through her own efforts, she would definitely become an actress and act in beautiful clothes. She would definitely ask her manager to find a good role for her. Maidol's role actually had quite a lot of scenes. She begged the female lead of the movie, and the female lead gave her dry food. Maidol only had 2 lines. "Please give me some food, Mississippi." "Thank you, Mississippi." Maidol, who was acting for the first time, was very nervous and excited. Standing beside Ning Shu could feel her body trembling slightly. Ning Shu comforted her, "It's okay. Just do your best." When it was Maidol's turn, the stage supervisor came over and told Maidol to sleep on the side of the road while he waited for the leading actress. Maidol's body was very stiff. Her posture of lying on the ground was also very stiff. Moreover, there were a lot of people around her. The dust caused by their footsteps made it difficult for Maidol to breathe. "That beggar over there, your body is a little limp. You must be too hungry now," the director shouted at Maidol through the loudspeaker. Maidol's body became even stiffer. Lying on the ground like a piece of wood, the director was very angry. He directly told Maidol to turn her back to the camera. That was much better. Ning Shu watched from the side. If that was the case, Maidol would not have 2 lines. When the director shouted to start, Maidol had been lying on the ground. Hearing the director's voice, her head was buzzing. Her palms were sweaty, and she did not dare to move. The female lead stood in front of Maidol and said, "This person is so pitiful." As she spoke, she put her dry food in the broken bowl in front of Maidol. Seeing that the person lying on the ground did not respond, the female lead reached out and pushed Maidol, who was dressed as a beggar, and asked, "Are you okay? There's food now." Kaka. The director shouted angrily through the loudspeaker. Hearing the director's voice, Maidol's body trembled. She hurriedly got up from the ground and apologized to the director. I'm sorry. It's all my fault. You are now a beggar. You have been hungry for many days. The first thing you do when you see food is to grab it and eat it. Why do you have no reaction at all? Do you even know how to act? Any extra would be better than you. The director would not be polite to Maidol just because she was a woman. Moreover, Maidol was now dirty all over. Her face was covered in dirt, and she did not look like a human at all. Therefore, there was no need for him to pity her. Maidol was scolded by the director until she was covered in cold sweat. She felt wronged and was about to cry. Ning Shu walked over and said, "Director, my girl has caused you trouble. Please give her another chance." She did not grasp the rhythm before. The director snorted. "Let's start from where we started. Continue." The female lead put the dry food in front of Maidol's bowl. Maidol stiffly turned around and grabbed the dry food in the bowl. Maidol did not know what the dry food was made of. Moreover, it was placed in such a dirty bowl. Maidol hesitantly took a bite of the dry food and almost spat it out. Kaka. The director's voice roared again. He pointed at Maidol and shouted, "Take a big bite and swallow it." "What are you doing?" "Stage supervisor, this person is not good. Replace her." Maidol's nose twitched and she almost burst into tears. She looked at Ning Shu pitifully. Ning Shu looked indifferent. He turned around and said to the director, "Director, this is the last time. If she is not good enough this time, you can fire her." The director's face looked very bad and his eyes were very fierce. "I have never seen such a stupid person. She is as stupid as a pig." Once again, Maidol stuffed the dry food into her mouth. She even felt that her teeth were knocked by the sand. This time, the director barely made it. When she heard the director's words, Maidol spat out the food in her mouth and tears fell down. She was very sad, very sad. Seeing the female lead in gorgeous clothes walking slowly in front of her, Maidol felt that something had broken out of her heart. Ning Shu walked over to help Maidol up and said, "Go and change your clothes. You are tired today. Go back and have a good rest." Ning Shu looked at my duo-er's face, which was covered in dust and tears. Her face was simply unsightly. Ning Shu took out a piece of tissue and let my duo-er wipe her face clean. "Sister Chen, don't you think I am very useless?" Today's incident had a great impact on Maidol. She thought that being an actress was her dream and she also thought that she was talented, but now she just wanted to cry. Ning Shu just comforted her. "Take it slow." Maidol went in to change her clothes. When she came out, she was wearing a white dress. The dress was full of black marks, and Maidol's neck was also black. Anyway, she had played a beggar, so she was dirty all over. Ning Shu got in the car, and Maidol followed. As soon as she got in the car, Maidol began to cry. Maidol couldn't stand it anymore. She met Mojave, and had sex with Mojave, who was a traditional Chinese medicine doctor. From then on, her path to stardom was smooth. When others were struggling, Maidol didn't suffer at all. Mojave was Maidol's golden finger. Chen she always brought my duo-er to all kinds of banquets and dinners because she didn't want my duo-er to suffer like this. If a director or producer took a fancy to my duo-er and felt that my duo-er was suitable for a role, they would let my duo play a role. Perhaps Chin Shi's style was a bit radical, but it wasn't as bad as Maidol said. At least Chin Shi didn't let her artists climb into other people's bed.